All right. Hello? Hold on. The spreadsheet didn't work. Let me try that again. There we go. Nice. Where the filth being slung around it isn't just pitches.
Speaking of filthy pitches, no.
Oh boy. Anyway, let's first off just check if people can hear us, the usual. Hopefully that's working. I'm here with Isidafo, as always.
Yeah,
I assume people can hear us. Can you hear me? Can you hear Isidafo?
I guess the question then is, do you want to be able to hear us? That's a maybe more important question.
Yeah, you know. Yes, you can hear both, or yes, you want to. Always a difficult question.
It's a difficult question. It really is. It really is. You know, sometimes you just want to hear one. I don't know. There could be any number of combinations.
Anyway, hopefully everyone's doing well this week. Been a bit of a long week on my end. Just too many things going on. But I don't know. Your week been better?
Also pretty busy though. Not necessarily in a bad way, I guess. So.
No. A lot of mine's just like the reality of I'm moving continents in about a month, and that takes a bunch of time.
Yes, I would think so. Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Yes. Definitely don't want to hear anyone discuss this game in any other fashion than how you want to play it.
Well, if everyone could just quickly before we start, just tell us which things that you're interested in, and we'll make sure to only talk about those things. And there certainly won't be any contradictions in those, like impossible.
No. Let's just put a poll up, and I'm sure it'll be unanimous. Let's see. What should we rate cards on?
And if it's not unanimous, we'll just have to end the stream immediately, right? That's
right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. Which should we rate cards on? Let's just put a poll up, and we'll see what everybody thinks here, right? And clearly it will be unanimous.
It's a tough question, this poll.
I mean, it is.
You could want any number of these.
No. It's been made clear. You can want it. You can only want one.
Right, you can only want. You have to. Yeah, that's true.
There is only one correct answer to this poll.
Yeah. No, well, we already have votes for two different things, so see you guys next week.
See, that was a record short stream for us.
Yeah, it was fast. We should do this every week. We got through the cards very efficiently.
I know. It's I mean, there can't possibly be more than one answer to this, right?
No.
So, besides, this way we get to find out just what it is our audience really wants, because ultimately this is all about doing what the viewers want.
Right.
So, and since there is only one correct way to enjoy cards and only one correct way to play the game, we want to be certain that we are in fact doing it correctly, is what I'm trying to say.
There is only one correct way to play the game, and that's to buy as many irons as possible.
Well, that's why they talk about having all your irons in the fire, right?
Yes, exactly. You got to get them all in there and burn them up, and then you can play the game well.
And the best way to burn them is as combinator food because it's the fire is really the stomachs of your combinators.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're not using this, you're just it's just wasteful. Otherwise, it's.
Did I send you my attempt to like actually be able to open packs? So I just tried to click I had to click 1,000 irons to use as food because you can't click select all because it selects the random bronzes and stuff.
Right, and the 10-point gold. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the problem is I actually ran into the limit that you can have at most 500 cards in.
Yeah, that one is still amazing to me.
In a combinator.
I just assumed it was not possible.
If you have enough irons.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which reminds me, I should probably make sure that my low iron team didn't break somehow. So, just while we're thinking about it, right?
Seems like a decent idea. Make sure you've got a roster entered. It's good to have a roster.
Right. So what did we end up deciding, I wonder? Show it goes to level 5 Brago Roth. That's an interesting decision. Why Brago?
Super splitty one, right? He's probably pretty easy to boost, I would guess. There's a lot of senators from that time period in the game for whatever reason.
Oh, hold on. This is actually the wrong roster. I think I got a combinator, Don Buden.
Oh,
I paid a full 2K for him because I figured, why not get the. Oh, wait, hold on. Apparently I got Cardinal instead.
This is very enjoyable that when you do commands, you get them from both. I think we should never get rid of that. That's excellent.
Which is this?
When you type commands in the chat, you get
that they both.
And I got it.
At least they're not fighting each other now. That's the one to really watch out for. When they start fighting, you know there's a problem, right?
Yeah. I like when they were fighting. That was pretty funny.
But here, I should clearly put Buden on the roster because he's a combinator, so I can get the chemistry that doesn't exist.
Oh, you haven't downloaded the patch yet?
Oh no. No, I haven't. Should I download the patch? Am I supposed to download the patch, or is this one of these things that clearly I'm not supposed to download?
Did your tournament tell you that there was chemistry or no chemistry?
Yes. I mean,
okay.
Definitely told me one of those two.
Yes. Well, it will tell you the other one, probably.
Says there's no chemistry.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now you think it'll tell me there is chemistry?
Once you download it, it will.
Good. Ooh, I could take Brett Phillips out, and I could put Cardinal in. Why not? Actually, there are probably good reasons why not, but,
Because Brett Phillips is probably...
Go ahead.
Cardinal's okay.
Yeah, I should take either Foley or Phillips off the roster and get a chemistry boost, right?
Well, there's a Combinator Foley up for 400k. You could buy that.
I don't think he's worth 400k, though.
I don't either.
But you're saying there is a Foley?
There is a Foley for sale.
Hey, it is not 400k. It is under 400k.
Okay, fair enough.
So you don't think I should throw Cardinal in for somebody, huh?
I mean, he's fine. He's probably with the boost. He's probably similar to Phillips, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't boosted him. He just is, he's just getting the extra chemistry. So, sort of feels worth it, though, right? Who doesn't want chemistry?
Yeah, chemistry is, well, it's a thing, maybe.
Let's see. According to my model, Cardinal is significantly worse than Curry forward.
Well, that's true of every card in low iron.
But on the other hand, he's not that much worse than Brett Phillips.
That's probably worth it then.
Actually, they probably should be doing is just starting Ichiro in center. Right? That's probably the correct answer. But yeah, let's get the Combinator boost, right? Why not?
I can check what model says about Satchel. I'm guessing he's not worth a ton, but
You happy baseball's back tonight? I don't think baseball really got missed in the last. It's not like it's been away for.
But I haven't been able to play PT Live for 2 days, except for the one day where there were points and no one told anyone.
Well, why would you announce a feature in advance? Why would they do that? I mean, think about it.
I put a roster in just because, it took 10 seconds. Why not? And then there were points for it for some reason.
But I mean, think about it. If you announce things in advance, people might participate in them.
Well, I do. Why would you want that, though?
You wouldn't want that.
No.
What is the combi satchel worth? So,
I'm checking.
I mean, we can okay that. But why is somebody offering 700,000 for this card?
Combi Satchel is worse than Pedro Martinez, but better than Frank Tanana.
At level 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you pay 700,000 for this card, you're gonna pay another 250 to boost it essentially.
It's a bit less if you're super diligent about constantly relisting. It was funny. So I have a Toriente combinator, and I was basically maintaining the high buy order at 50 points on every Negro League Iron and 100 points on every Negro League Bronze, and I managed to drive the L10s in half basically by doing this because people just kept selling them. So if you're sufficiently diligent about doing that, I think it will probably only cost you 100 to 150K.
Okay. So let's say you're looking at 850. I mean, for 850, can't you just do a lot better unless you really have everything?
I mean, yeah, the thing is that no league card will ever be kind of worth it. Okay, anyone who's buying the Satchel Page is not buying it because it's going to return them points.
No, but even if you're going to pay 850 for league upgrades, I think you can do a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, the first Helton sold for 850. The next or 800. I'm sorry, the next one will sell for less, of course, but the first one sold for 800. I imagine Helton is a much bigger upgrade over Thomas or whatever than.
I think so. Yeah.
Over. Yeah.
That plus this page still. I mean, even at level 5. I don't think you're getting enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's certainly a price where it makes sense. 1.8 million is not the price where it makes sense to me, at least. I'd much rather buy the Garinger that's up for 2 million than the Page is up for 2 million.
You say, oh wow, it actually literally lowered 100,000 while we were talking.
There's a Garinger up for 2 million.
And the high buy order. Wow, we apparently moved the market on it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that is one of the things with the combinators is that the markets don't make sense because they're
No, and actually, this is one of the other things that I think it's clear that people are not really thinking through the way combinators work in buying them. So
certainly.
let me give you an example of what I mean. Let's take what would be maybe give me an example of a pair of cards that came out last week at the same tier that would be interesting to combinate. Otherwise, I can try to
Pair of cards in the
pull an
same tier
example.
last week. Well, I guess something like Gio Gonzalez and different maybe Gio Gonzalez and Brett Saberhagen.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so Gonzalez, there's a buy order up at 100, right? And nobody's really. Yeah, I was trying to find something where there are a couple sales.
There's a sale of Jimenez, but it was way too high because Soul Eagles bought it. Combi Sisler is a good example because Combi Sisler is one of the worst boosting cards imaginable.
Right. Well, that was the point I was going to make. Let's say you're thinking about, should I buy, one card? Actually, Radkey is a really good example. So, Radkey, there have been several sales right around 100,000. Okay. Yeah. So, in fact, I'm one of the purchases around there. But there have been several right around 100,000. That's kind of the established price. Okay. And if I look at just sort of some comparable starting pitchers in gold, that have combinator versions, right? I'm trying to think who a good comp is. I mean, it's sort of going to be, top of the meta-ish.
Oh, it's probably like Hughes or something. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. We could look. We could look at. Hughes as an example. Is actually Hughes is a pretty good example of this. So Hughes is going for a very similar price, right? This last 10 slightly higher. Hughes is a bit older, but Hughes is probably similar, right? So if you think the cards, let's imagine you think the cards are about similarly powered, okay? Personally, I have Radke a little bit ahead of Hughes, but reasonably close. But let's assume you think they're similarly powered. Normally the answer would be, well, if you have similarly powered cards and they have similar, they're at the similar tier, similar availability, they're pulled at the same rate, basically they should be at about the same price, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Sanderson would be maybe another good option, right? Sanderson is actually significantly cheaper here, right? His last 10 is about 40K. I don't know how many sell, so I don't know whether Sanderson, that's a stale price.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sanderson is a decent amount worse than Hughes and Radke, but I guess, well, there may be reasons for that we're going to talk about later, probably.
Yeah. Here's the point I'm going to make, though. If you're thinking about investing in a combinator, you don't just want to buy the combinator, you want to boost it. So you're really thinking about, what does it cost to get a level 5 Hughes and what does it cost to get a level 5 Radke? Okay. Hughes is actually not all that easy to boost. I would show you with mine, but because it's already level 5, that actually stops me from kind of being able to show. But if you give me a moment, I can work out what I had to pay to boost him. When I was boosting him, it was about 5.7 perfect points per combinator point to boost Hughes. So that means, and you need about 25,000 total points to boost him to level 5. So that means it cost about 143,000 to boost him.
Right, which is definitely on the expensive side for gold.
That's not quite right because, you can boost level 1 and even level 2 with some patience a little better. Although,
sure. But
as much as we talk about some patience, let me see if I can find this. Madison Bumgarner, I took 23 tries to boost him at, like 17% at the 500 points for level 2.
Yeah, that's good.
It was, it's not, the funny thing is it's not ridiculously bad luck. Like randomly that'll happen, I think 1.5% of the time or something.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, if you look at these, there's a lot of failed boost Bumgarner, failed Bumgarner, failed Bumgarner, another fail. Where was another fail, another fail? You can see here are a bunch more fails. What?
So much failure.
You see all of these fails to boost him to. Yeah, finally succeeded though. So there we go. Only took 23 tries, but like I said, that's obviously on the worst luck end, but it's not spectacularly bad luck. It'll happen something like 1.5% of the time. So Sanderson, there's a mission high diamond that makes it really efficient. So Sanderson, for comparison, I paid 1.5 points as my multiplier. So I paid about 38,000 points to boost him to level 5. Radkey also is much more efficient to boost. I can kind of show you what that looks like, because I can actually load into something since he's not fully boosted. But Radkey, it's a little over 2.25 points per perfect points per combinator point to boost. So that means at level 5, you're going to spend a little over 50,000, something like that. So what I'm trying to say is, if you think that Radkey and Hughes are comparable cards, let's say that's what your models are telling you, then Radkey is going to cost 50,000 points to boost to level 5, but Hughes is going to cost 150. So if they both are, so you would think that, Hughes therefore should be about 100,000 points cheaper, or at least pretty close to that on the market, right? Because you're really thinking about what the level 5 costs you. But as we were showing, that's not actually true, right? Hughes and Radkey are actually going for about the same amount. So to put it another way, if you think Hughes and Radkey are equivalently strong, you'd much rather pay 150, even though that's sort of overpaying the market for Radkey, than pay 123 for Hughes.
Yeah.
Because you're going to end up getting Radkey to level 5 cheaper. And the market doesn't seem to have caught up on that, which is interesting. But I think it's one of the things to pay attention to. Yeah, Radkey, I can show you exactly what Radkey's setup is. Here, let me ignore the perfects, although there is a, there are, those are the combinators. He's got some good perfects. But yeah, so you see there's this Eddie Guardado. Actually, I could use another Eddie. I'll just throw a bid up, and eventually I'll get him for 4,500. Enough of them get pulled. So you can actually boost him quite cheaply. And even if you were kind of rushing and going to pay the 8,000, you're still only paying, a little over 2 points per boost point. And there are a few other of these good options. This Matt Lawton, you're getting 500 points for, basically a minimum price gold. So this is just a much more boostable card. Pierzynski, you're going to be under 2 points per. There are a few of these bronzes that are going to be pretty efficient. So, yeah.
Yeah, so Sisler is an interesting one. So I saw 3 or 4 Sisler sales last week, all of which I thought were too high, and not actually nothing to do with these reasons. Sisler should be a reasonably decent card because of, I think it's Carl Weilman was the one that makes it.
I think he's pretty boostable, yeah.
The problem with Sisler, so when you boost Sisler, you're boosting basically 4 ratings. You're boosting BABIP, Avoid K, Gap Power, and Defense. And because he's a first baseman, the defense doesn't matter, or matters very little. and because of Nelly Fox, the avoid K doesn't matter much. And so you're getting sort of half value for your money. It's I have the card only improving by about a win and a half at level 5, and other cards improving by like 2 or 2.5 wins at level 5. It's just a miserably bad boost card. I mean, it's great for diamond tournaments, but for League, which is I assume people are buying it for, it's probably for League, it's probably something like a 300k card, I guess. For diamond tournaments, it's worth more because it's obviously really strong there.
With one other significant difference, which is if your League build actually has enough combinators that you're getting a real chemistry boost.
Yes, then maybe.
Then basically any League card that you can find a combinator version of is going to start to provide some kind of real upgrade just because it's a combinator version, even if you didn't boost it. But realistically, if you're spending anything like 500k to get the base version, you're just pricing in boosting the card.
Right, and not like already Helton is better than L5 Sisler in League and is going to cost less in a week or less probably. And also first base is a position which tends to move, the meta tends to move really fast. Because like there's just nowhere for the guys to go once there's a better card, they just die instantly. So like no flexibility, you can't use them as backups, they're just immediately useless. So
yeah, and I guess the other thing is that you also have to kind of figure out if you're running a card at DH, remember that certain shapes are going to be harmed more by DHing than others as well.
Yes.
So that's another thing to keep in mind, because often that's where your first basemen end up. I might still be doing it again. I'm not spending a lot of time on League, but at least for a while I was trying to run Cash and Sisler. So, one of them's going to DH then.
Well, VR. VL Cash is gonna
VL Cash is sitting, that's right.
Yeah.
But VR, one of them's DHing, and then that's also kind of part of the thought process.
Right, and you do also, in tournaments particularly, you do have to make a sort of decision about fatigue there, because, if you're going to platoon one guy and the other guy plays 2 ways, fatigue will be different.
And whether it's a bad impulse purchase, so it's a little bit tougher to figure out because, look, anytime you're buying a card primarily for League, you know that you're not investing the points in a way that gets more points back. You're investing the points in performance right now. So, in other words, you're always overpaying for the value the card's going to return in order to try to win right now. Right. So that makes it a little tougher to kind of ask, like, is this a bad purchase price, right?
Right. I mean, you're getting a win upgrade over Frank Thomas right now, assuming you have Helton, which
if I were in Perfect League right now and about to go into the playoffs and felt I had my 1 in 12, or if I'm really lucky 1 in 8 shot at winning, maybe it's worth just sinking whatever points I can find into increasing those odds in a playoff run. While I'm in Diamond, I'm not going to invest that. I'm going to kind of save it, or I'm going to invest it in tournament cards that I hope are a little bit more efficient, and try to build up resources. So if you're in Perfect League right now and think you have a shot in the playoffs, 600k for a 1-win upgrade might actually be it certainly isn't a completely crazy idea, if that makes sense.
No, it's not. But I mean, like, you're going to get more than that by buying Charlie Gehringer if you don't own Joe Morgan, for example, for less. So, like,
unless the chemistry also helps, yeah.
Unless the chemistry also helps, yeah. But you need like a lot of excess points to want to start doing stuff like that. But it's feasible if you have enough of them.
Yeah. Do combinators make you view a platoon differently? Yeah. I don't think so. I mean, I think it's basically, I'm just thinking about a combinator as a stronger card.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing which is slightly different is,
I guess it flattens it a little bit.
Yeah, it flattens it slightly. You may be, in some cases, especially if like you're running, like one thing you might do to try to save points is to L5 some relatively splitless combinator, and then because you don't want to pay for the other half of the platoon, you just buy some guy at minimum to get the chemistry. And
that's true. You could do something like that, especially in League where you can really run essentially a shorter roster, and there are enough off days.
Yeah, I mean, you could try something. But
to show what I mean by, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, to do a combinator build in League, it's gonna cost like 25 million points to have a real team. So,
right. Yeah.
You know,
but there is at least one team that does that. So,
well, I don't know if I consider this a feasible team when you're playing Junior Caminero at second base and Sammy.
Well, they're putting that level of points into it at least.
Sure, they have enough points, and they don't quite know what to do with them all.
To show you what I meant by it, it's kind of flatter. So here's the base Sisler. For example, look at the power, right? It's 30 power on one side and 79 on the other. At level 5, you've gained 11 points versus righties, but still 8 points versus lefties. So the card's actually a little bit more balanced, than it was at, at base. And in general, this is the way it works: is that cards become a little bit flatter when they get boosted. What would I pay for Geringer? I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess 80K.
A base Geringer? No, base Geringer doesn't work more than 80. I mean,
no. The reason I'm going to guess 80K. Well, mine is really a guess. Sorry, let's pull up the base Geringer. Mine is really a guess about what spotlight packs are going to be out this weekend.
Oh, he's going to go spotlight packs, and he's not going to go to 80 though. He's going to go down to more like 150, 200. But yeah.
I mean, this is a similar price range to Ed Walsh a few days before the spotlight packs came out, and
he's less mission reliant. Yeah, maybe you're right.
And you were able to get Walsh in the sort of 80 or 90K range, like if you were patient in spotlights. Yeah,
it's not impossible.
Now, if Geringer's not in spotlights, this is a really good card and a big upgrade for League.
Yeah, Combi Geringer. The thing with Combi Geringer is, I mean, it's very committal. Because like, if you're gonna pay, let's say $1 million or $1.5 million points for it, you're really sort of saying this is going to be the second baseman for like a month or probably 2 months.
Right. Yeah. So I think the problem with Geringer is that he only plays the one position, and any one position card, basically can be counterfeited by one thing being printed, essentially. In theory, maybe two if he has no splits, but basically one card could entirely make this unplayable. And I think if you're saying even that Sisler is going to be your diamond first baseman for months, I don't think that's the rate the power creep's going right now. I think power creep currently is just going a little bit faster than that.
Well, but also, I mean,
it's a guess, but my guess would be that there will be a better diamond first base. Well, there are a couple better diamond first basemen for some builds at base around now. It's at least close.
Cash is reasonable, certainly.
And so the question is, what is it going to take to kind of counterfeit a card like that? So, for example, if I had to guess, I'd say it's at least more than 50-50 that in the next tournament batch, there will be a diamond first baseman that at least beats a level 5 Sisler from one side. Probably a splitty one, but probably one that at least makes him a platoon card because of how overpowered it is. That's a guess.
Quite possible. Yeah, it's quite possible.
That is to say, if you, for example, if you make like an equivalent of this Norm Cash, but powered for the next tournament batch, it probably forces Sisler, into a DH spot.
Yes, I would think so. I think the thing is that, like, almost it's basically, unless someone has mispriced the combinator, it's it's unlikely you're going to actually return the points from it. When you buy combinators, what you're doing is you're saying, I'm willing to give up some points in order to be better in a particular level because that's my goal. Like, for the most part. I mean, there are some exceptions, but for the most part, that's the case. So, the question with buying combinators is always like, is it worth advancing X amount towards my goal for this price? Because that's kind of up to each person. Certainly a card like Garinger or Sisler or Satchel Paige or whatever, you're not going to return however many points you spend on them. There's just almost no chance. I mean,
Yeah, the other one to check, and I was just did a quick check, but it was the same as I saw by eye, which is that it's not close. It's sort of whether level 5 Page has any two-way value in weird caps.
Oh, no, there's no way.
But he still doesn't.
He's awful.
Because there's a little bit of a bat, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, the two-way cards are some of the relatively rare cards where you actually, I think, can get enough to return on them if they're actually real two-ways. But there are vanishingly few real two-ways in the game at this point.
Yeah, like I was thinking, does Page two-way at level 5 in an open low cap? Maybe it's close.
Well, I mean, if you have combis of the low stuff, I would doubt it. Like Foley, I assume, is a better hitter at L5.
I'm not sure. Folia is more eye, but you're kind of getting more. Let me remind myself what Page.
I haven't checked this as a total.
Yeah, see here because you're getting. So he has no power. He has little eye, but he does have that 102 BABIP, which is going to be like 20 more points than Foley, right? No, Foley at level 5 is closer still, right? Foley at level 5 is. Yeah, Foley at level 5 is 87 BABIP. But with real power and eye.
With Hank Weiss, this is kind of what I mean. The people who are bidding 300K for Hank Weiss understand that they will not return 300K for Hank Weiss, but those teams, their goal is to do really well in Iron. So it doesn't matter how much he costs, because if your goal is to do really well in Iron, and you want to do as well in Iron as you can, Commodore Hank Weiss is a card that you need.
Right. In other words, what I'm trying to say, in other words, they're thinking about Hank Weiss like a league card.
Basically, yes.
Yeah. So Sisler and Hank Weiss really aren't competing with each other. They're trying to do two different things. Hopefully that sort of makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you asked kind of what is the price for Hank Weiss at which he returns value on his points, it's probably 50K or something.
Yeah.
But if your goal is to do well in Iron, then you need Hank Weiss, so you pay what it takes. I mean,
right.
And what JJ is saying is also true. Hank Weiss's combinators are worth different. Combinators are with different amounts to different teams based on which other combinators they have. Certainly. So.
I mean, I don't think there is a fair market value for the Garinger combi, because I don't think there's going to be enough sold while the card is in the meta to really make a market.
Well, it's also that, I mean, it's so particular to any individual team's card pool or current status in league or whatever. Like, right. It's,
I mean, the problem, for me, for example, I think there's just no price at which it makes sense for me to boost the card. Like, if you give it to me for free, I probably still shouldn't invest in boosting it. There are more valuable things I can do with the points I would take to boost it than run a league roster. If you've got a team which, mostly has combinators and this sort of gives them a chance to beat out Morgan, then a boosted combinator Garinger is worth more than Morgan.
Yeah, so I'm gonna guess a boosted L5 L5 Garinger is probably, I would guess, 1.5. I guess I could just check. What, 1.5?
Yeah, I mean, basically, you should think about a boosted L5 Garinger as being worth a little more than Morgan in terms of card value as well as rare. So it should be worth more than Morgan goes for. But there are a very small number of teams for which that price actually makes sense. And so it's such a small market combined with, the rarity of pulling one that I'm just not convinced there is sort of a fair market value.
Well, those are the case that, like, any team which is not in perfect league, that card makes no sense. Or any team which is not really, any team which is probably not like consistently staying in perfect league all the time, it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Like, this to this point in 25, it hasn't been super difficult to remain in perfect league as long as you can kind of maintain somewhere near the top of the meta. So, but yeah, you have to get, it's kind of like it's similar to when you buy big free agents in actual baseball, right? Like, you have to get value in the front half of the thing because you will not get value in the back if you'll have overpaid for a meta card.
Yeah, so, I mean, would you call the 700 an overpay for Garinger? I think that depends. Are you in a position where you think Garinger can significantly improve your chances of winning Perfect League? If you are, I don't think it's an overpay. I think you're going to find it easier to get that card than Morgan, at that price. So it makes sense. If you don't think you have a shot to win Perfect League, or especially, okay, so you're in Perfect League, but if, say, you're in Perfect League and you think you're going to demote, so you have no shot to win, I don't think you're ever going to return the value because you're only kind of returning the value if you promote again. And then you're now 2 weeks later and there are 2 weeks more of power creep. On the other hand, if you think Garinger is the difference between having a real shot to win Perfect League and not, if you have 700K and it gives you a shot to win Perfect League, that's a goal to go after.
Sure.
So, like I said, that's what I was saying. For my team currently in Diamond, there is no price at which I should buy Garinger other than like for flipping him on the market. There are prices at which I might decide I want to flip a card, I guess. But there's no price that I should buy Garinger with the purpose of running it, because even just spending the 150 or 200K to boost it just is a waste of resources on a team that's not contending to win.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also, if you're going to do, you obviously have to look at what the boosting Garinger is like. I assume it's easy because he played for a long time on one team. He
played for a long time with a team that already has a few cards.
So I assume it's easy, but it is worth looking just to be certain.
It's worth looking, but once you're at that level of price, remember that you can boost any card just by buying random diamond combinators.
Yeah, the max price to boost any card is 250, basically.
Right. And I think you're always going to find a cheap level 1.
Pretty much, yeah.
You have to be really patient to find the cheap level 2, but you'll always find a cheap level 1 as well. But I assume Garinger's pretty boostable. I mean, I can look at who he's,
played for 19 seasons or something with the
and with a bunch of players that played 13 seasons with Tommy Bridges, 10 with Billy Rigel, who's got an easy goal to get.
Gonna be for then. Fothergill's probably decent as a silver.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Fothergill, G. Walker's out there, right? He's 7 seasons. Yeah. Rudy York, 7 seasons. Okay, so he's going to be really easy to boost.
Should be pretty easy, yeah.
And then at the lower level, he's also going to be cheap because you'll get like a Goose Goslin, Dizzy Trout. So you'll find your 500 points pretty easily as well. So
yeah, he looks like he's not going to be bad.
Yeah. All right, so I'm guessing it'll only cost you 50 or 60K, something like that, to boost. Um, yeah. So, but I think the answer really just comes down to: do you want to use the resources because you're trying to win Perfect League, or you know? And it's a similar combinator thing, right? Like you play a lot of bronze, right? So if one of your main goals is playing bronze, putting a bunch of points into, a meta bronze combinator when you can be the first bronze player to get it is worth a lot more to you than it is to somebody who isn't really focused on bronze, or maybe is just starting to build a bronze roster. And by the time they get to a complete bronze roster, that top meta card isn't going to be as unique, right? Like if I were just starting to build iron, Hank Wise is great. I'd love to have him on the roster, but I'm not going to pay the 400K for Hank Wise. I'm going to, start by buying the iron cards that are a little bit cheaper, build a team, and when I get to the point that, I need to top it off, either I'll buy Hank Wise once he's cheaper because there have been a few pulled, or something like that, right?
Right. Yeah, you'll buy, there's I don't know.
Yes, the Jock Jones, I mean, 300K is a lot, but, if there are, say, two or three teams that really can contend in bronze and you're one of them, uh, if that's your main goal at the moment, then you do pay the 300K because otherwise one of your two competitors is going to.
Right. And certainly, I mean, a meta bronze team is going to play Jock Jones.
Certainly, if you can find one, yeah.
Yeah.
Or wait, no spoilers.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, it's a pretty playable card. So.
Well, one way at least. The other way is a little shaky.
Yeah, so if you're demoting, it's unfortunate, but of course the setup of Perfect League makes it always hard to stay in Perfect League, so that's kind of the intent.
It's funny. I found that.
But if you're demoting, I'd say invest when you go back up.
I expected it to be much more difficult to stay in Perfect League this cycle because of the 2 Diamond Leagues and only 12 teams staying instead of 16. But I've actually found it to be easier than the same point in PT 24, which is sort of interesting.
Well, I've never been demoted this year because
Well, there you
go. There is one little detail I'm omitting, but no one will ask me about that one, right?
Definitely not. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why though. It's sort of funny. It's like it feels like they're much more tiered. Like there's a relatively small tier of like teams with everything, almost everything. Then there's like a very big middle, and then a small tier of the teams with like very little. Which I guess was different than maybe it was Spotlight Packs that did it last cycle. It could have just been that Spotlight Packs were smoothing everything.
Well, I think also that some teams, like I'm not investing resources in league because I'm investing them in tournaments.
Sure.
And that's also, I really have to choose between tournaments and league, and just the tournaments are more fun for me than league.
Dr. Zevia, it's anywhere from 0 to a really large number that I don't even know how to start estimating. So take your pick. It's not really a question of spending money. It's a question of other things.
I thought we're not allowed to talk about those things. Besides, it doesn't really matter whether you stay in Perfect League because the game's not about winning.
Right. Well, that's true. Yeah, it's just a question of who has the best card art.
Yes. Well, is that what won our poll? What won our poll again? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Let me see what won our poll. Hold on.
You look. Oh, here it is. How do you see what the result was, though? Does anyone know how to do that?
How do we find the result of the poll?
There were votes for all 4 questions at some moment. All 4 answers at some moment.
Stream needs a dog cam.
Well, we had a snail cam.
We did have a snail cam. That's true. We did have a snail cam, and I did spend a surprisingly high amount of time this week writing an article about, relativistic flying unicorns.
You got to have unicorns. It's very important.
Well, maybe. That's the discussion.
It might be important to have unicorns.
Might be important to have unicorns.
What about narwhals? Do we want those or those?
I don't know. We never really looked at those.
Okay. They don't fly. See, that's the problem, I guess.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's a longer story. I could remind me at some point in the stream, and I'll talk about the unicorn thing. But we're not that late in the night yet, right?
Yeah. Only 75 cards.
Remind me at some point. What else happened this week? Well, I guess there was that whole card art thing.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we've talked about it, but yeah, I mean, I think the main thing there, the point that we've, been trying to make pretty obtusely, I guess, is, kind of the thing with the game is that everyone plays for different reasons and has different goals. And, saying that there's one way to do things that's bad or insulting or it's just, I don't really understand it.
Well,
one of the good things that, yeah.
Yeah, look. So I think Doc's entitled to his opinion, right? Anyone in the community is allowed to decide the way they want to play the game. They can have their opinion about how other people should play the game. I'm open about my opinion that I sort of want to play the game competitively and so forth. But yeah, I think the fact that Doc did it on the main channel makes it a little bit different. I think when you're doing that on the main channel, you really are speaking for the game. And you're kind of saying this is the game's opinion.
Yeah, at that point, I think certainly, yes, I would agree. London Enjoyer, I think that was the correct price for Jaren Duran. But no one else seems to agree with that so far.
I'm still amazed about the Duran thing. I wanted the guy run out of town as a Sox fan. Maybe I was just unique in that. You remember that Tapia play? After that Tapia play,
I'm guessing you don't anymore. You're happy to have him now.
he got better. You know the play. You know the play I'm talking about, right?
It was like it was the one. It was like an inside the park home run. Where
it was inside the park home run because Tapia just hit one over his head, and he just stood there staring at it, and didn't even bother chasing after the ball.
Yeah, that's good.
Here, let me see if I can.
The biggest rule is.
I'm going to see if I can. I'll see if I can find a link for the chat. I can't. We discovered we can't actually kind of stream the clip, or it gets a copyright warning.
Oh yes, I remember that.
But here, here you go. Here, I'll put this in the chat. So yeah, you'll see that he even knows off the bat, darn it, I flew out. He's barely running off the bat. And then Duran somehow makes it worse.
Yeah, if you just stand there and look confused, it's not.
He walked after it. I don't think he would have gotten more than 3 or 4 times around the bases before Duran would have reached that ball and thrown it back in.
Whoever the left fielder is just appearing out of nowhere and sliding behind is hilarious. But
well, at least someone's putting effort in on the play.
It's so funny. The guy just appears out of nowhere.
Well, because he's like
that. No idea. Okay, the only way this could have been better if the throw into the infield would have hit him while he was standing there, because he was like pretty close to being in the way.
It was, yeah. I mean, honestly, he deserved it. So, yeah, that's good effort from the left fielder, at least. I agree. But actually, I also would say, I think that I actually would have pulled him from the game immediately if I were managing that team.
Yeah, you got him. You got to pull
They
him.
did,
No way you can
he wasn't pulled. Was the crazy thing.
I guess if you're down 14-0 in the third inning,
You're just like, you know what? Actually, my punishment for you is that you have to stay in this ball game.
yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Tapia would have been called out, I think, in like the leagues we play with kids around here, because he lost his helmet on the way around the bases, and they actually made it, like against the rules. You will get called out if you dive headfirst into a base without your helmet. Wait,
Strange.
YouTube is now recommending 55 seconds of Jared Duran missing fly balls in center field.
I guess I could understand that for little kids, but a bit of a weird rule.
Yeah. Can we link it? Yeah. If someone has a link to the clip,
Oh, you can't post it. Nightbot's gonna scream at you.
Yeah, we can tame Nightbot, right? Just I should say that quietly because it never quite works.
No, we can't. We have no idea how to do it.
I
didn't realize Tapia was such a big offender. I was like, Colon and Eduardo Nunez were the two I knew like it constantly happened to. I didn't realize Tapia was also one of them, but I guess, yeah. I guess maybe it's the hairstyle. Like he has those sort of braids. I guess that.
don't know. Maybe he just likes a loose helmet, and so every time he.
Could be.
I don't know. I mean, there was some hat manufacturer I had where for like a couple of years with our team, I couldn't chase after a ball at full speed without my hat coming off.
Huh. Interesting.
It's just something about the way they put it together.
Yeah, I guess that's a interesting question because, like, how
here can we put a link to the thing in the chat? Maybe that. Yeah. See, I told you I'd get Eddie Guardado for 4,500.
Because I assume they don't make like they don't custom make hats for each player. They have just like different sizes, and the player chooses the size that's closest to theirs. But I wonder what they do if there's a player with a particularly mal-fitting hat. Like, do they try to tailor it or something? I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't be the worst uniform issue they've had this year.
Well, the uniforms this year have been ridiculous.
Did you find that link? Otherwise, I can probably find it and post it.
Oh, which one?
Just the docs thing. Just since we're discussing it, we might as well.
I don't know where it got posted in Kinley's Discord, but I don't know which part. And if someone DMs it to me, I'll post it. But
let me see if I can find it.
It's gonna be way up someplace. There's a lot of discussion. Oh, here it is. I found it.
All right. Oh yeah. Nightbot is not a big fan.
There it is.
All right, there we go. Actually, I wonder if we're allowed to play Doc's clip on our stream. That's probably okay, right?
I wouldn't think it's copyrightable, but I don't know.
Hey, look, real quick. Sorry.
I would think we can. I would think we can do that.
No idea. I mean, we're not going to get by. I don't really know. The copyright laws are extremely confusing to me, and they don't make sense, so I try to avoid them.
All right, it's a public. All right, let me see if I. What I don't know is if I'm going to be able to get this sound to play.
Well, then it's going to be a
Which is, of course, the whole point of the clip is the sound. But let me just see if this will work.
Yeah, clip with zero sound. Not.
All right, here we go. So this is the clip we were talking about.
Hey, look, real quick. Sorry, I'm going to say.
Is the sound working?
Some of us get a little bit too excited and a little bit
I
too
don't know.
hung
Have the
up
stream muted.
on the ratings of cards and the playability of such cards. And you, my friends, when you say things like this, I am deeply offended. Because for a moment, let's remember that these are baseball cards. Yes, you put them in a tournament and a daily, and you assemble teams, and you do the best you can. If you're going to poo-poo these cards, you are missing the point of out-of-the-park baseball. So let me just say this, on behalf of no one but myself. Look at, hold on, let me go ahead and get a proper look at this card. Well, now it's small. Hold on a sec. But these cards are beautiful. So just for a moment, remember that baseball is a, hey, look.
Yeah. Okay, so that was kind of what Doc had said. As a sport, I realize he's trying to say that. I think it's difficult to come on the mainstream and speak for OOTP and say that, though. You know, I understand your point as well, and I agree that's what he's trying to do. And look, Doc, you know, first, I really like Doc's streams. I think he's entitled to his opinion. I disagree with him in a couple ways. You know, I think first off, one of the things that's really nice about the game is that different people in the community enjoy different aspects of it and have different goals in the game. So I don't see a conflict between my wanting to play the game competitively and Doc wanting to kind of more focus on the story and the card art.
Yeah, I mean,
I think different people can enjoy different things from the game.
For my part, at least, like, you know, whenever I've had like interactions with people running theme teams, people running teams ask me, you know, do you have any suggestions for cards that fit my theme? That would be good. And as a result of that, I inevitably learned things about players that fit some particular theme that I didn't know otherwise. And that person inevitably learned something about which cards and how the engine functions they didn't know otherwise. So, like, it's great. Everyone wins.
Right. You know, but at the same time, you know, I do think there are a few things to keep in mind. So first off, these ideas aren't in conflict. You know, you can create cards that have great card art and are stories about cool players and are also cards that people want to put on tournament rosters.
Well, the other thing I'll say is
they're kind of independent, right?
The particular card that was discussed there, the Charleston, actually is a pretty good card.
I think the chat was being a little bit wrong in evaluating that particular card too. But you know what? They're also allowed to do that.
Yeah.
You know, at the same time, you know, I do think that when on an official stream, people are telling you, you know, you're not allowed to discuss card ratings in chat. And when it's a company that has a history of muzzling people that say things they don't want, you should be listening to that and taking it seriously. He didn't say not. Well, he didn't exactly say not allowed. He said he was, you know, upset by it and offended by it, right?
Look, and he's allowed. I mean, there's nothing like. I don't think we're saying that this is not a legitimate viewpoint to have, right? Like, certainly someone is allowed to feel that people valuing cards based on their ratings is detracting from their experience in the game. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I think the thing the thing that I disagree. The thing that I disagree with the most by far in that whole like clip is the word "the" after before way to play the game. If you said "oh, way to play the game," I would have disagreed much less. I think it's really the that I have the biggest issue with. Not an issue, but the biggest disagreement with. Anyway, I think that's kind of what I have to say about it, at least.
Anyway, so if people want us to start rating card art, we can rate card art, but we're much more qualified to rate how competitive the card is.
I have to say, Jarren Duran, as much as the card really isn't very good, card art quite nice. So
yeah, I agree. And actually, for what it's worth, I don't happen to really like the card art on the baseball reference cards this time around. Just, there are other designs I happen to like better. People are welcome to disagree with me, and especially with art, it's the kind of thing that very much is like in the eye of the beholder. So
I agree, Spore, and I think we should try not to do that. I think that's a very fair point. Certainly this is a stream which is, I think, pretty upfront that we're approaching the game sort of from a competitive point of view. But yeah, it is always worth noting it, I guess. It's a fair point.
Yeah, I think we do try to be clear, at least I hope we try to be clear, that we're talking about kind of ways to play the game competitively. So I do think, that the way the game is set up, there is a single optimal strategy for playing it competitively. I'm not convinced that anyone, including myself, including isidafo, is managing to execute that strategy.
I'm quite convinced no one is managing to execute it, in fact.
But just the nature of the game means there is actually an optimal way to play the game competitively. And,
I think what I would say actually is slightly different.
This stream kind of... Go ahead, yeah.
I think there's not one way to play the game at any particular moment, but the optimal way can change from one moment to another.
No, I don't know, Swear. I don't think it's optimal based on our model. I'm saying, forget the models. There is actually an answer for the best builds you can put together.
But no one has
now, our models are attempting to help us find those builds. And we probably, given that our models disagree, that's telling you something about the level of, that's telling you something about the level of uncertainty in there.
Yeah, sure. And I think, at least I think we've tried to be relatively different that, like, we don't have the answers. And in fact, we're wrong, like, reasonably often. And that's fine. We're not going into this expecting that we're going to be right constantly on every card. Like, that's... it wasn't realistic in 24. It certainly is not realistic in 25.
Well, there's that, but I think it's also... This is one of the things that's always toughest for me to communicate as a scientist, is, scientists love to say we don't know things. So, to me, it's actually the opposite. It's very easy to get me to say I don't know something. That's kind of what makes this fun. But there's also a big difference between saying, I don't know the answer, and every answer is equally likely. So I don't know what the optimal build is. There's a big class of things that I can definitively tell you are not going to be the optimal build.
Sure.
I think, especially if you see some of the places where isidafo and I disagree on the value of some cards, you're going to see that there's some uncertainty in our models as far as kind of exactly where to value something. And part of this also, again, is that we're optimizing for different criteria. We've had this discussion before too, where my model is more optimizing for kind of the card that's going to be useful late in a tournament against strong rosters, and isidafo is a little bit more optimizing for sort of cards that will be good against the average team you face in the tournament. And remember that half the teams get eliminated in the first round. So the average team is basically, a second round exit. However, I would bet very strongly that there really aren't cards that we've collectively given an F to, which ended up being important meta cards. And
you could probably find an example. There's not.
I think we can find examples of cards that we thought would turn out to be in the meta, and then for one reason or another ended up not really being in the meta. Sometimes it's just a card that. Sometimes it's just another card that got released right afterward too. But you know,
there are certainly cards which I can think of that we've given too low rating to. Like that one, definitely. Whether there's a card we've just said is like we have no use for and that ends up being important. Probably. I mean, I'm guessing if you go back through every VOD, you can find one.
Well, Van Haltren. But see, London and Joy. If you look at Van Haltren, you remember that was actually a good discussion where our models strongly disagreed, right? So
and we were both wrong in the end.
You know,
though I was much more wrong.
Fair, but but the opposite was true of Ichiro. You liked him. You were a lot closer to the mark with Ichiro than I was.
Yeah, we both missed stuff. I mean, like, you know, we're gonna have to, you know, Nelly Fox. We had a long discussion about last week. And I'm now probably more of the opinion that he's bad than anything else. But I'm still not entirely certain because there's some unexpected stuff which happened. Yeah, Ubal is another one where someone is going to be wrong. You know, and the thing is that I think in that discussion certainly we were talking about the Jimenez Combinator, which is a pretty big upgrade, like a much bigger upgrade than the average Combinator because of the way his ratings are distributed.
So Ubaldo was one where we basically gave it an asterisk because one of us sort of wanted to make it an A and one of us wanted to make it an F.
Yeah.
So obviously anytime that happens, at least one of us is going to be badly wrong on the card just because of how much we disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was one where we really just sharply disagreed with our models. So yeah, but I think the point is, you know, if you're simply trying to maximize your win rate, there is going to be an optimal roster that gives you the best shot to maximize your win rate. Like that's just the way the game works. And
yeah, I mean that roster may change from one tournament to the next, even in the same format.
And that's actually one of the things we're going to try to demonstrate if we ever get around to it on stream.
It's going to be a long stream
because we were going to talk about the thing if we got around to it.
Okay, we got to start on cards.
We should have to. Right, we have to start on the cards. But yeah, but I think that the point is that you know, the point is there is an optimal answer. What our models are trying to do is do the best job we can at finding the optimal answer, and we won't always find it. But there is an optimal answer that, you know, we're trying to find, and that's a different way of approaching the game than sort of thinking, and there's a different way of approaching the game than thinking about it as, you know, I just remember watching Ubaldo Jimenez and, you know, watching that curveball as a prospect and following his career, and I just want to stick a card like that on the roster because it tells a good story. And that's also a cool thing to do, but it's a different thing you're trying to do. You're instead of optimizing for win rate, you're optimizing for something else you enjoy.
Well, and I mean, there are also plenty of people who play the game competitively without a model, and there's nothing wrong. Like, people have success doing that. I mean, you know, like, if you have enough data and you're good at eyeballing, you can get pretty close without trying to do any complicated stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, it's...
Yeah.
So
I mean, exactly what's optimal always ends up being, you know, a little bit tricky, tactile next. But the point is, you know, people can try to aim for different things. What we try to do on this stream is we think about, you know, if the sole criterion is I want to be as competitive as possible, what is the value of this card? So when we say a card's an F, we're not saying the person's an F. nor are we, we've given an S to Pete Rose, and I certainly wouldn't call Pete Rose an S tier person.
Well, the other thing which I think I would say in this cycle in particular is I have played a lot of cards we give an Fs to. And the reason is because I just simply don't own the combinators to not play the card.
Yeah.
We're very much approaching this from a point of view of what is the ideal team, assuming that you own every single card, including all the L5s and everything. What would you do? And of course, well, except for the Soul Eagles, maybe. No one else owns every combinator. So some Fs this year are going to get played, even though they're not cards which are on some kind of optimal roster.
Yeah, that's probably fair. But I think the point is, I'd like to think, at least can't think of a time we've come on this stream and basically said that playing the game in any way other than maximally competitively is valueless. I think, my view, you play to win the game. I'm of the Herm Edwards school. But not everybody has to be. It's a game. You're doing it because it's fun, and you're trying to kind of find the aspects of it that most appeal to you.
Yeah, I agree, Spore. I've thought about how to do the grading system in a better way, different way at least. If anyone has a suggestion, that would make sense. I think we're very open to that.
What we really mean by an F is, if you are trying to play competitively, this is not a card that you want to kind of go out and get to put on your roster. And that is true of the cards we give Fs to.
Or at least we think it's true. We're always right.
Sorry, I mean, our evaluation is that that's true.
Yeah,
you're right. That's our best evaluation.
Or if they're Yankee, exactly, Mortal Mago. Yes, that's the second.
That's true. We also give Yankees, like an F double minus, but we're at least open. We're at least open about our anti-Yankee vibes.
I'm willing to let Charles convince me that some otherwise good card is an F. Now, see here, when we get to Sheffield, because he's a good card who played for the Yankees, but he's not a Yankee on his card. So we
probably have to actually evaluate him. But at the same time, I do think you want to kind of look at what's competitive, right? I mean, maybe one way to think about it, and I guess this is part of the way I'm thinking about it when I'm grading cards is, I'm sort of thinking about it as, should you go out and buy this card for competitive purposes? And generally, some of these Fs just end up on your roster. But, if you happen to own them and you have nothing else, you play the best card you can. But for some of these tournament edition cards, I wouldn't have gone out and bought silver tournament edition cards. I've ended up with them anyway because I play enough tournaments.
For 2 hours yesterday, silver choice packs were briefly valuable, and then there were 35 sellers up for Christian Guzman at some point.
Yeah.
But they're only 15 now. It's gone down a bit. So he was very briefly selling for $5K, and then immediately a million of them got opened. It went back down to nothing.
Well, see, Beckdog, I was going to do a version of that. I've even got an alt that I've never used for anything else called Tony Suck Fan Club, but there's one little problem, which is to make that theme team work, there's a specific card that's needed that I can't find.
Yeah. I heard we're getting some Deadball cards in a few weeks, so...
Oh, that's true. I did hear we're getting Deadball cards. And this is the deadest of dead ball cards.
Yeah, listen, I mean, dead ball cards have been hard to feed. If we get a Galvin and Bruthers, there could be something.
Well, who really launched Pud Galvin's career is the catcher that was calling all those pitches back in Buffalo.
That's true. Yeah. Yes, I know. I know not all dead ball, but it was staring right at me. I had to take
No. Spore, the 80s haven't been getting enough love. I mean the 1880s.
Yeah, exactly.
But by the way, with the Mets thing, did you see the Mets schedule release video?
No.
So I actually was shocked. I didn't realize that MLB was actually releasing the 2025 schedule this early. I thought that always happened over the off season. I
don't remember when the. I mean, it's weird. I don't know what they're doing with Oakland, because there's that. Well, not Oakland anymore. With the Athletics, because aren't they're sharing with the Giants AAA team, and it's like they have to play around the AAA schedule. That's like 6 days home, 6 days away.
Here, I'm going to send this video. This, however, is
rivalry. Oh, I'm not predicting.
Is totally a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
This is totally a thing. I think Oakland should just go play in Hiram Bithorn. That
would be interesting. Yeah. Uh-oh. The best pitcher in baseball history has made an appearance.
That's true. They could just do the Cleveland Spiders thing and just only play road games because they get a bigger gate.
Actually, I'm surprised that John Fisher hasn't proposed that.
I mean, it's funny because I remember a couple of decades ago, they actually used to do this like in the FA Cup. When like the tiny, team, got to play one of the really big teams with a, 75,000 seat stadium. They basically said, you know what, we're going to choose to play our home game at your stadium, and like, you'll give us the gate revenue, and in return, of course, yeah.
Yeah, this video is interesting.
Like I said, I would show it, except again that, we get that copyright warning.
I do kind of agree with the top YouTube comment. I'm a little surprised Nintendo hasn't complained by this point. Nintendo is notoriously complainy.
I assume they must have gotten permission, right?
Nintendo doesn't give that out easily.
You think it's maybe like just different enough that, it's not Nintendo?
Maybe, I don't know. Nintendo is you don't mess with Nintendo. The Olympics is like that too, right? They also like really, really don't give away rights for anything ever, I think.
Well, no, the answer is just we have to stream from international waters, right? And then we can do whatever we want.
Well, then we're by definition pirates, I guess. So.
Well, pretty much. But does that mean we never make the playoffs?
Oh, darn it. Yeah, that's true. At least we get a good pitcher.
Yeah, something like that.
No, this is a pretty blatant. Like, this ending credit scene is a pretty, or not credit scene. This ending scene is a pretty blatant ripoff. Like, there's really, if they use a different font, that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's where it's
no. The channel's not monetized yet. No. The problem, Spore, is that when I try to export to YouTube, YouTube basically wouldn't let me make the export public. Is what happened.
No.
No, I don't make money from YouTube, but it just still wouldn't let me sort of publicize it unless I did a bunch of work to cut out. Because like those clips that we showed when we were showing, like what's the best pitch, and we showed MLB's, the little clip where you could kind of see the pitch that got hit for a home run or something. So it just wouldn't let me. Maybe there was somewhere around the warning, but what they were trying to tell me was basically that I needed to sort of edit the clip and cut out, the section that was, showing, a couple pitches getting hit from MLB's server.
You were using some kind of automated thing, right? So that maybe that tool, that was the issue.
I don't know. But yeah, but basically, I don't think so, because I don't make any ad revenue from YouTube. At least I don't think I do.
We're not trying to, at least.
Well, they've never asked me about how they could send me money, at least.
Yeah, you do have to. They do have a place to have a place to send the money in order for you to get it.
Okay, I can look into it again, but yeah, sure, I can try to find it.
Yeah. We do have the Garinger did eventually sell, by the way, for $1 million. The page got pulled off the shop without selling.
And I got my Eddie Guardado for $4,500.
Well, that's really important.
That's really the important one, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's also important because now whoever bought the Garinger can go spend some time buying silvers to boost him. So.
Right.
Yeah, I would think so. I agree. I my guess is it's some kind of issue with whatever this automated tool that exports from Twitch to YouTube is, and not with YouTube itself. But I
mean, I don't think YouTube was doing it like in some aggressive way. My understanding is they do some quick check when you send a clip, and they basically said, this failed the check, and so you have to, do something or you're going to get copyright strikes, and we don't want you to, they don't let you automatically export something that they think could get a copyright strike, I guess.
Like, from what I've read about the U.S. copyright system, it's like very much designed for pre-internet era, and it's faced a lot of difficulties sort of converting to the internet era without like any actual changes to the statute.
Yeah, the more you look at these, I mean, the ones that always drive me crazy actually are the patents. Like some of the, like, don't you have? Let me see if I can find some examples. But like, don't you have to, demonstrate that something works in order to patent it?
I've never actually tried to patent anything, so I have no idea.
And yeah.
But I mean, you can apply for anything, right? There's no prohibition.
But I thought to get the patent granted, you have to,
I mean,
actually show that it does something of what you claims, don't you?
How does the patent office evaluate whether it does the thing that you claim it does or not? I guess then.
Well, somehow, but they have a whole patent review process, right? So don't they actually try to figure out if the device works?
It has to sound reasonable to a patent officer, or so anything basically. Then. So then, if your patent officer rejects it, you just like change it slightly and try again.
Here, so here's an example of one that they granted this patent. So I'll make it a little bigger.
Well, I should imagine you'd like to have that if it existed.
Yeah, there you go.
But you should ask
the key
Mr.
part
Strom.
is that thereby sending the signal at a speed faster than light.
You should ask Mr. Strom about this. I bet you could find some use for it.
Yeah. And they describe how to do it, and they include, schematics, but like no one could ever, of course, have tested this, right? They also, I think they have a description of the drawings and like how to do it. But I think my favorite, they describe what's happening, and apparently it's. Let me see if I can find the description here.
That makes sense, Vector. Yeah, they don't care if they issue a patent for something which doesn't exist. Well, I guess they might.
Yeah. I think this is the best thing I've seen for like the first, first sentence of a thing. Background of the invention. All known radio transmissions use known models of time and space dimensions for sending the radio frequency signal.
Well, I mean, it's not wrong. It's a true statement.
Yeah. But this one is using a different dimension. And someone like granted a patent for this. Oh, by the way, it also accelerates plant growth.
But hold on. Isn't it the case that if this person has now has a known radio transmitter, but he's using a known model, so this statement is still true, in fact.
Yeah, here you go. The present invention takes a transmission of energy. Instead of sending it through normal time and space, it pokes a small hole into another dimension, thus sending the energy through a place which allows transmission of energy to exceed the speed of light.
Is there any description of the method of poking a hole?
They describe it because they have like a schematic. But my favorite is that they explain that it also accelerates plant growth. But why it accelerates plant growth?
No.
They basically have a heat source with a halogen lamp. So basically what they've said is that if you, put a heat lamp in a greenhouse, plants grow quicker.
Okay.
So I actually believe that claim of theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that yeah.
Okay, but I mean, here's the thing, right? I thought that, people in a patent office are supposed to work through, okay, Einstein worked in a patent office. Einstein would not have approved this.
It'd be funny if we could actually find some patents which Einstein did approve and see whether they're useful or not.
You could, but I'm sure they didn't violate relativity.
You never know. Maybe someone filed to him. He stole it and rejected their patent so he could claim it for his own.
Possible.
All right, we should really rate some cards though, because we are.
Yeah, you know what they say: patents fly forever. All right, I will not tell the story about all the work we did this week on relativistic flying unicorns. Then
I think you can save that once we have done some cards at least.
All right, remind me about the unicorns at some point, but I guess we should start talking about a card or two. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, it seems like given we have 75 or whatever, it seems like a decent idea.
Did we want to get into the thing discussion? Because we'd also wanted to do that.
Oh boy. I'd like to, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know what the best order is.
Well, let me see if there's something we can take over and demonstrate.
Well, we need to build the roster first, because we're gonna have to.
Yes, that's true. We do need to build a roster first.
Whatever. So I think the way to do it, don't do it yet, is to fill this tournament QBO5T8 ID 694, the top one.
And then we'll pull another one, but we should build a roster first.
Build the other 8 slots, but we should build a roster first.
Right.
But okay, so we're gonna do something here which I've wanted to do for a long time, which is to take over a tournament and fill it with 8 identical teams, or at least try to. But specific identical teams.
Right, because we want to basically demonstrate an effect. All right, are we going to try to, or should we rate cards first and then do this? How do you want to do it?
Let's do some cards, Let me just do irons or something, and then.
All right, we're gonna rate a few cards just so we get started, and then we will talk about the thing.
Yeah.
No, I've got to say that in a much scarier voice, right? How did we end up calling it the? I'm trying to remember how we ended up calling it the thing now.
It's probably my fault. I think I didn't want to give a name because I wasn't sure how much we wanted to discuss it, so I called it the thing because you knew what it was, and
yeah, that's right.
we get stuck with it.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, super vague, exactly. Well, see, the funny thing is about all those conversations is that we actually knew. Like,
we knew. We were communicating correctly. Yeah.
Communicating. It just required outside knowledge that wasn't presented to the stream.
Right.
Anyway.
All right.
Irons.
All right. We'll rate some irons. What do we got here? We
got some non-combinator irons.
We don't have that many cards this week, right?
Always tough. So I haven't looked at every card. I've looked at a handful of the cards, but some of them were so overpriced it didn't really make sense to buy them.
All right. Craig Biggio. So, got a Mission Edition card. Now, what do you think of the card art?
I tend to agree. I think I liked last year's BREF better. I wish also that the Mission Edition thing was not like quite so intrusive on the art. It feels like it's sort of just
it's weird on the red and white. Yeah.
But it's not bad. There's been worse. I like this is much better than like the whichever year it was when the Deadball font was completely unreadable. That was the worst one by far, I think.
But I like the backstory, so we can still give the art a good grade. I should probably turn combinators off for a moment in the model, just to.
I mean,
or turn everybody to combinator. But since this is a Mission Edition, which I guess is always the problem, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't think this one even plays at base.
That's what I was going to check. Yeah, I think at base it probably.
It might. Well, no, I don't think it even plays at base because like Bruce Benedict is better one way, and then. Something like Edwards is going to be better the other way. So I think he'll just
right. He's not a big defensive catcher. Then I guess the second base defense probably still isn't enough to make up for the bat, right? That's what I wanted to check.
Yeah, I
have him. If you were combinator free, then I think I would have him as better than any previous second baseman that's out there, but behind the Punto we're about to talk about.
I didn't look at second base. I was looking at Catri's a light years behind Benedict. No, I don't like him at second that much. I prefer both Castro and Held as well as Punto.
I think either way I prefer Punto, and you're going to be able to find a Punto combinator.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly it's all, like the only use for this card I think is if some kind of weird build where you need some kind of roving catcher guy, but I just don't really, especially non-combinator, you're never going to do that.
Yeah, so I think if you were a combinator, you might be able to put together one of these builds where, like we had in Gold for a while last time, where you could sort of run like 3 half catchers or 1 and 2 halves catchers and save a roster spot.
Yeah.
So then he could be your half catcher. But
I'm not even sure he's good enough for that, really.
I don't think he is. As a combinator, he maybe gets close. But
he's not eligible.
But he's not eligible. And also, part of the problem is that the positions he plays are sort of premium defensive positions.
I guess the thing is, maybe in a high iron floor, there is such a tournament. Maybe you think about it. Because it is safe. Well, Benedict is so much better. You're just
because the thing is, the bat is good. So the funny thing is, I think the place I have him as closest at base is actually center, just because it's so hard to find a bat in center.
It's Pettis in center though, isn't Pettis?
But the problem is that Pettis is a combinator and a little bit better to begin with, but then you add the combinator and it becomes much better.
Actually, I don't appreciate it even close in center. I like him better at actually.
I have him like half a win better at base, but then he's also one of the cards that does best as a combinator.
Oh no, I mean I have Pettis way ahead of everything. Yeah, I just don't. Not really seeing this one.
Yeah. Your favorite Astros logo back there? I definitely could see that. Yeah. I actually feel like a lot of the old school Astros stuff is nicer. But maybe that's just me. Like as soon as they changed colors too, right? They got away from that, that kind of bright orange that I think just fit better for them.
Well, and then those striped uniforms too. That those are, I think those are not coming back.
But I actually sort of miss the Astrodome a little bit too, which is weird because for a few years I liked the newer park. But I actually kind of miss the Astrodome, which is sort of funny. Because I think nobody else does.
I never. Well, I've never been to any game in Houston actually, so I can't really. I have to say the Metrodome, which I went to a lot, was atrocious. The Metrodome, that place was a disaster. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, Charles.
I don't know. I think the card just doesn't play, right?
I don't know, but if Sports said I'm a bit quiet.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know what you want to do with that. What do you want to give it then?
I think it's an F.
That sounds fair. Well, to be fair though, they were also cheating in the Metrodome, right?
Well, I don't remember them cheating in the Metrodome.
Yeah, I thought they worked this out afterward. That like the air conditioner would sort of change direction or be turned on. I forget which direction it was, but either off or on, like only when they were hitting.
Well, at least as someone who sat and watched a good number of games in there, I didn't notice it, at least, if it was the case.
Oh, I'm sure it's overblown in terms of potential impact, although I will give you credit for the pun.
The other thing was overblown when you tried to leave the place. You'd actually get, like, blown out of the doors.
Yeah.
It was insane. It was like one actually very difficult thing was for people in wheelchairs going to the Metrodome because like they couldn't go through the revolving doors because the wheelchairs wouldn't fit. And so when you opened the regular door, there was like this giant gust of air. And so like if you weren't careful, the person would just go like flying out at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Here's the thing though. I just give them credit for trying to cheat because there are very few teams that actually could find a way to try to cheat with that. So even if it didn't succeed, just the idea that you built something that let you try is kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess so. And then it got collapsed by the snow one year.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Well, see, that never happened to the Astrodome.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Anyway, we need to keep going. We're gonna.
I sold Guzman. There you go. He's worth not 0.
All right, let's go to Lamb. We got to go to Lamb. I'm gonna try to keep us somewhat on track, and probably fail, but I'll try.
I have good memories of Jake Lamb, like in OTP 3 or 4, actually, but I guess I shouldn't tell that story then.
Maybe not.
Well, actually, you know what? I'll just ask chat, good or bad decision. We had a league, but we set it up so that people could manage live, so the commissioner would, input stuff. And we had a playoff game in Coors that just sort of went off the rails because all the pitchers were tired to begin with. And to make a really long, crazy story short, bottom of the 12th inning, down 27-26, bases loaded, 1 out. And, the Rockies have no pitchers left except for like the one last starter maybe it was Halladay, but basically the previous day's starter who's already been in the game for 3 or 4 innings, but like they have literally no arms left. And they had Jake Lamb on the bench. And the manager decided that he should just pinch hit anyway and basically either win or lose the game right there. Good or bad decision?
Well, if the AI manager was managing, it would bring in everyday starter for one.
No. I think we'd already run through all of the starters at that point.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't remember who was on base, but
it's probably the right thing to do, I guess.
Yeah, no. They had the bases loaded, 1 out.
Yeah, it's probably the right thing to do.
So if they let the pitcher hit, you probably end up bases loaded, 2 out. You could have, I think I would have tried to keep the pitcher in and done something like try to squeeze, assuming it probably doesn't work, but maybe you give yourself a shot.
If you squeeze, you might get a double play turned against you, and that's really, really awful. I think I'd almost rather the guy just strike out on purpose than do anything to risk a double play.
Maybe. Well, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I guess there's no safety squeeze option, right? Because that's sort of what you want.
That's better than. I mean, you're still risking a double play if the guy bunts it hard back to the pitcher or something, but.
But anyway, they instead decided to pinch hit Lamb, who did in fact deliver the walk-off single.
There you go. So who's the winning pitcher then?
No, it's still Halladay or whatever, right? Because he.
But he's. Oh, I guess yeah.
Yeah, because if you pinch hit for the guy, he's the last guy that threw a pitch.
But he's not in the lineup as the. Well, I guess yeah. Because I think maybe the.
Yeah, it's like it's like what normally happens if you pinch hit for the pitcher and you take the lead.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well, I guess unless the guy who pinch hit stays in as the pitcher, then maybe no, they would still wouldn't. Never mind.
Yeah, so I think it kind of works. Anyway, all right. We should look at Jake Lamb. We should actually look at Jake Lamb here, right? So at least at base, I've got him as by a decent amount the best VR option. But he's not going to be. Oh, hey Doc. Thanks for the raid. A big raid too. Nice. Hopefully you had a good stream. Hopefully you can hear him. Let's see. Yeah. So Lamb, I have Lamb as probably the best base option, right?
Yeah, he's by far the best base card.
Right. And one of the cards that I have jumping ahead of him would be Punto, but Punto I think I'd rather play at a different position. Berra is going to jump ahead of him, but I'd rather play Berra at short. So it's actually close. Like there aren't a lot of level 5 cards that jump ahead of him.
A VR, I have him ahead of all the level 5s at third base. I mean, the thing is that you are giving up chemistry and you're getting a completely unplayable VL bat. So it's a lot to give up, certainly.
It is. I mean, the funny thing is, I don't think he's. Yeah. He really is completely playable VL, isn't he?
No, he's miserable VL. I mean, you just cannot put him in the lineup for any reason.
Let me see. I have
he's better than Posada or something, but
yeah, I have about 100-point WOBA split.
Yeah, it's huge.
All right, huge. So you really have to only run him versus righties. But I think there probably is room for a card like that. And you're giving up the chemistry. At least this is kind of in the range where it's enough of an edge over the other cards that exist.
Yeah.
That I think you can print a card like this as a mission edition and still make it viable.
Yeah, I mean it's a win VR. It's not as big as Bagwell and Bronze. Bagwell VL and Bronze is like 4 wins or something.
Bagwell is a little better VR, but on the other hand, this is the strong side of the platoon.
No, but also Bagwell is much further ahead VL than this is ahead of other stuff in Iron. Like Bagwell is so far ahead.
Yeah, so Bagwell, you're just going to end up running, I think, either way.
Okay, certainly on a non-commoner team, this is a slam dunk. On a commoner team, I think you're probably still at least thinking about it. I mean, you're not playing it at first because of Travis Lee. You're not playing at DH because of Foley. So it has to be third. But I think
So although he has two positions, and that's, I think, another thing to keep in mind is if you're playing a card like Lee at first, which makes a lot of sense, you're probably platooning first base. And that means sort of he doesn't really get value for having first as a second position because he's really never backing first base up.
Yes.
You always have two on the roster.
So I mean, but it is going to make some rosters. I mean, I think, well, you're giving up is it enough chemistry to get? Probably it's okay. Probably you still play it, or at least it's close. Like it's in the playable range, certainly, even with full combinators.
Yeah. Anyway, I think this is definitely more than an F. I think it definitely has some competitive value.
Yeah, I think probably like a C.
I was going to say B or C. Yeah, C sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an interesting card. It seems like it's at least in Iron the first non-commoner card which you'd consider playing.
Yeah, and I think look, as we always sort of say, C doesn't mean it's worse than an A. C means it has less value to a competitive team than an A, but actually the C's are usually the ones that are the most interesting cards to make decisions on.
Absolutely.
Like to me, ideally, almost every card is printed would be a C with different kinds of shapes. And then you just have to make sort of interesting but tough decisions.
Yeah, that would be certainly an interesting way to have things set up.
All right. What do we got next here? We're really motoring along here, aren't we?
Yes, we have.
By the way, that's the other thing we should talk about a little bit with this set. At some point, we have to talk a little bit about kind of the way the teammate stuff is structured. Because I think one of the interesting side effects here is that it can be dangerous to print a lot of these because they're all, even not every card is going to be a meta card. It never works that way in a set. But let's say you basically print, as you do, 10 or 15, say, Mauer teammates, right?
Mm.
If all of these cards are at least close enough that they're around the meta, and they all come out at the same times, they're all around the meta simultaneously, there's actually an enormous chemistry build that's available if you were to just kind of combine all of them in the right cap format that kind of lets you put these different levels together.
Yeah, and the other thing it does is it changes how expensive it is to boost certain cards. Like Carlos Silva, for example, has probably gone from a very expensive card to boost to a pretty cheap card to boost because of this set.
That's a good question, yeah, because I actually have a Silva. Now that I think about it, I have a Silva that I gave up on boosting.
Right, and but
we can actually see how much of a difference it makes now. I mean, as of this moment, it's going to be tough because the newly released cards are expensive, but when they get cheaper. Yeah, so for example, this is a Mission Edition Mauer, so there are eventually going to be a lot of copies of this in the game, and there's suddenly a Mission Edition card that I'm getting 2,000 points for.
Yep.
So actually, Silva, not this week or next week probably, but if it turns out he's still hanging just enough around the meta in 3 or 4 weeks, probably he just became a lot more boostable, right?
Right, and also, I mean, not just obviously Mauer, but even a future Yohan Santana, in 3 months, that Yohan Santana is going to be easier to boost because of this set. So like, it's
Yeah, so I guess it changes that too. But I think the biggest thing is that there is potentially now like a big chemistry build because all of these teammates, obviously, if they're all teammates of Mauer on the Twins, most of them are going to have been teammates of each other for a while too.
Yes. Yep.
1 hour per card is flying through these.
Yeah. Yeah, I think dangerous.
Yeah, we had some other stuff we were discussing at the start, but
it's not necessarily like it's not by definition sort of problematic, but it can be problematic very easily without it being obvious that it is, I guess. I think that's the best.
Yeah, it at least becomes tricky to tune. But it's just kind of worth mentioning. And I think, so at this moment, there kind of weren't enough twins around the meta to quite make that a problem. Or enough Rockies, and of course Beltray. I guess there are a few different teams.
I wonder if in
gold, if this had been the year that Jeter went in, say, it actually would have been an enormous difference if you had printed a bunch of sort of Jeter teammates right now.
I wonder in gold there's something with Radke and Hughes and Mauer, and Hunter's pretty decent. Like maybe you could come up with something that's okay. Hughes gets some boost from the Yankees too, so you could play like Rivera.
Well, but and if you include some of these, like Rivas and Punto are probably fine, and then so if it were Cap, I'm saying if it were Cap where you're trying to combine players at a few levels, it might work.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. The more nose decent, like.
Yeah, so I think, and I think of the groups, the Twins are probably the one where it would work out the best from this set.
Yeah, well, also I think there were the most Twins printed because Mauer had none of his lineup mates in, and the other guys had some already.
That's true. Yeah.
Sort of more Twins than other.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Anyway, Rivas I think is pretty bad though because he's not Nick Punto. That's a big problem.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he is just kind of, among other things, going to be behind Punto. And even though Punto can play a few positions, I think he's behind a few others as well.
I agree. Yeah, I have him behind Castro and Held also.
Yeah, I've got Castro ahead of him. I don't have Held quite as high as you do, but I have him pretty close. And Held's going to be easier. And then we should actually pull up Rivas instead of. And the other thing that's going to make this card difficult again is it's a single position card. So just in general, anytime it's a single position card, it really means this can't be your backup. So either he's your starter or you're sort of never playing him because it just doesn't work to construct a roster. And it's really hard for a card to be powerful enough, I think, that it can be the weak side of a platoon and single position and still fit a roster. Like first base is almost the only place that, it's actually literally the best hitter overall or something.
Right.
And this just isn't going to get there.
Silva's the kind of card which benefits a lot from the Combinator boost. I wouldn't read too much into base Silva's numbers. I think you need to be looking at L5 Silva numbers. I don't know if you are, but
I wish I could look at L5 Silva numbers, but I could only get mine to 2 before I gave up.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
He's also sort of in a funny place where, because, it's low bronze and, Bill Lee was sort of much easier to boost and giving me similar value, but I can get Bill Lee to level 5. Anyway, right. So Rivas probably just doesn't have any competitive value. How about Sandy? This Sandy.
So I mentioned this before. This is kind of a bit of a funny card because this is probably the rarest card, or one of the rarest non-LEs that was ever in PT. Because this was a bugged card in PT20. This card was, I believe, it was the first ever historical iron in any version, and it could only be pulled from starter packs. So it was at least halfway through the cycle at the All-Star game. But only people who started new accounts and pulled in a starter pack could get one. So there was no copies of this thing. It was very hard to find. I paid so much for it in the end because I was trying to collect everything.
Yep.
Anyway, doesn't affect the PT25 card though.
But I think other than that, I don't think the card's going to work. I thought we mentioned this one last week. Actually, I'm trying.
Well, it's funny at base.
I love the 141 BABIP though.
At base, I don't know of any interest in this. At L5, I think it's actually kind of getting to be playable.
Well, the other thing is, I want to run this card in the thing test in a moment as a hitter.
Oh, that's a decent idea. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. But actually, I think this is a playable card if it's a combinator. I don't think it's playable as a base card.
Even as a combinator, I think this is one where I'm just expecting him to face too many lefties, and you're kind of, I guess, pointing out that not enough people platoon, so it's probably fine.
I think basically, yeah. I mean, I don't have him like, still behind, cards like Weiss or Moyer, but, definitely like in the range of cards that I would consider putting on my roster.
Yeah, I have him I do have him ending up in the top 5, sort of as a high level combinator.
Yeah, so I mean, the funny thing, I don't care about the bat because everything else except the bat is so low that it isn't.
No, the bat's still useless. Although if we ever get our 1876 tournament back, this kind of becomes interesting.
He'll be a hitter, but not a pitcher because his control's probably
right. His control's awful, but he's your starting DH, right?
It's fine. There's no walks in 1876 either. He might just be really good because his PWAP's high.
Okay, 40,000. I'm going to keep an eye. I don't actually want to buy this, but I'm going to keep an eye because I'm just curious what the market does with this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's decent. It's probably like a B or a C or something.
It's a funny card because I think you need that combinator boost just to make the card work. I do think it sort of works with it. Yeah, maybe give it a C for combinator.
Something like that.
All right. Now this is a card where I do want to complain about the card art. Is this Nick Punto? Because I think if there were ever a chance to print, like the equivalent of like a Topps traded card, this is the traded edition card. Well,
it's kind of the wrong year for that.
You'd have to give it a different year, but we still would have been a Maurer teammate, right?
There's always room for more Puntos.
The Punto trade was definitely, a key moment in recent Sox history. As for the card, as we mentioned before, we both have this card just as really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I have it as the best at second and short. I play at second because Berra is much closer than the available second baseman. But yeah, it just seems really good.
I have him better one way, I guess. I still have Berra better VR. Right, this is also a fairly splitty card.
That seems fair.
But actually, I have this card as good enough VR that I'm happy to play him at second anyway.
Yeah, I'm just going to play as a second both ways, I think. It's just really strong. The defense is great. It won't leave the meta for a long time because it plays multiple positions.
Right. And it's 125K. I guess if you're kind of focusing iron, probably that is a fair price.
Well, if you're focusing iron, any price is a fair price because it's basically your equivalent of a plus a win card for a league team, which usually sells for 300K or something. So yeah, that's.
How boostable is he going to be? I mean, because a bunch of these twins got released, right?
I wouldn't think he'd be better because he jumped around a bit. I guess that probably hurts him more than anything, but there should be enough of these twins that I wouldn't think would be bad.
Yeah, I guess that's right. He's got 6 seasons with Silva, and there are a bunch of those out.
Yeah, it shouldn't be bad.
Oh, you know what? He also has 4 with Abreu, and that's a cheap diamond.
Yes, that's true. So okay, he shouldn't be difficult then. He should be pretty.
Yeah, cheap. 5 with Perkins, 4 with Santana, and there are several Santana. Yeah, okay, he's pretty boostable then. Have we had a Kevin Slowey recently? That could be an interesting. That could be an interesting control card.
There is an Iron Slowey already. It's not very good. It has a giant control, but everything has a 0.
Okay.
It's like a 51, I think.
Anyway, yeah, I think he's probably pretty boostable. So I don't think he plays up, but I think this is probably an A. And
Yeah, I think it's a solid A. It's definite upgrade.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most important of the irons to get at this point. I mean, I guess you're getting the mission irons anyway if you kind of go through the mission tree.
Yep, and you have to lock them. So
yeah, so once you've locked them, you make your decision about Lamb. I don't think Biggio, even if you've kind of got him on your roster and locked him, I don't think you're going to build with him.
No.
So, all right, Edinson, or are we gonna? We're really not gonna have time to do the thing, or
you got to go quick if you want to do the thing. Like quick.
What do you think?
How quick can we actually go?
We're not good at quick.
Okay, let's try to finish the bronzes in like 15 minutes. Can we do that? It's like a minute per card. I think we can do that.
That's like a minute and a half per card.
We can do it.
We could totally do that. All right, Edinson Volquez. Wow, 2008? That can't be right. Am I that old? Wow. Okay. Edinson Volquez. So there's no low bronze, right?
No, I mean, this is, I think, kind of the same as Alcantara. I don't like the card as a base card, as an L5. I think it's actually okay.
So at L5...
Like, I have it SP6 at L5.
So I have a little less interest in SP6 and bronze than, say, Diamond, just because generally the bronzes are, pretty affordable. But I also do have them a little bit further behind, I think, than you do.
That's not surprising, let's say.
I know. It's almost like I believe strongly in the value of a walk or something, right?
Yeah. Or things. I might believe some things.
We're going to get to that, I swear.
I think I'd still give it like a C or a D or something. I mean, it's...
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's SP6, it probably just doesn't quite play. But it is close, and I do think there are some situations where, especially, that reverse split is going to help it as well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I have to say, like, I have SP4 to SP10, like, all very close to each other. They're not, yeah, like, they're not 10, maybe 8 or something, but it's like, it's a large group of cards.
Yeah, and I just have them a little bit further behind. So
yeah, I think I'd give it a D.
I have like an F, but you want to give it a D?
Let's give it a D.
We'll give him a D. All right. Raul Ibanez. What?
L5, Miller, Bannister, Valdi, Wilson, Trout. That's my top 5 at L5.
Let me see. What did you say? Sorry.
Miller, Bannister, Valdi, Wilson, Trout.
I've got 2 Wilsons in there, actually. But a pretty similar list otherwise.
Continue to not like. I mean, I have Charlie Wilson in the Volquez tier, basically.
Okay.
Volquez, Manning, Charlie Wilson, Silva is that tier.
Okay. Yeah, so I have basically those 5 plus Charlie Wilson.
Okay, anyway, Ibanez.
Right, Ibanez. So this is just a pretty flat profile, right? So it's really just a question of kind of where the power level's at.
He suffers tremendously from being not Jock Jones.
He does, in fact, appear not to be Jones. It is tough to keep up with the Joneses.
He's also worse than a variety of other cards, but in
Vince
particular, he's worse than
like a Vince Coleman, or
Zisk, Viviel,
or Andrew Jones. But again, it is tough to keep up with the Joneses.
So, yeah, this one just doesn't work.
Probably skippable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt LaCroix. So
I guess you have to think this is a catcher if you're going to play it, but I don't think it's a catcher.
For me, just the defense means I don't want him to be a catcher. And if he's not a catcher, the bat's definitely too far behind the big bats in bronze, right?
The thing is, I don't even know that his bat is like much better than, some kind of platoon of like Maurer and Benedict.
No, I think.
So.
Well, the platoon's always going to win because Maurer is so good and Benedict is so good. But Maurer and Benedict both play up.
Yes. So the thing is that in bronze you have Connie Day to sort of hide the other half.
It's true.
So you don't really need to worry about the platoons because Day will cover it. And as much as Maurer is a disaster VL, Benedict is not a disaster VR. Like, he's bad, but he's not Maurer level bad.
But this actually is sort of just a disaster, I think.
Yeah, I don't really
like the bat's okay, but he's just not a catcher.
No, it's probably an F-.
That one's probably F-,
it's really,
yeah.
It's really bad.
All right. Richie Zisk. Well, he's splitty, but there is a lot of bat here.
Yeah,
or there's a lot of bat one way here.
I have him behind Jones as a corner out, Andrew Jones, I should say, as a corner outfielder VL, but I assume
I do, but I think I want to play Andrew Jones in right or center, Yeah.
So I do have him then slightly ahead of Dunn in left field VL. He's way behind Dunn VR, of course. So not a great card, but seems playable.
So I think I do want to play him if you're going to find room for a platoon. So the question really is, can you find, can you find two center fielders out of sort of your five outfielders, right?
Well, okay, so I assume Jones is going to be in center field, either both ways or probably just both ways, because Grissom is slightly better.
Right, and I don't think I'm going to have too much trouble doing it, because probably both Coleman and Jock Jones are going to be on the roster, and they also both play center. So I think there is actually room for a VL option. And if there is, then Zisk makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably I would prefer Dunn, because Dunn I think is like relatively similar VL but less splitty. So, I think Dunn is probably the card which is causing this the most trouble to find a spot. But
I don't like Dunn. I mean, who wants a true outcomes type bat anyway, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't want walks and home.
I certainly wouldn't.
So I don't know. I mean, it seems okay. It's probably like a C or D. Like, it's a platoon option that's not great, but it seems okay.
I actually think this is one you might be underrating a little bit. And the reason I'm saying that is that right now, I think there are three lefties that you're going to see a lot in tournaments. On the high end, you're going to see C.J. Wilson and Steve Trout. And in the early rounds, you're going to still see a lot of Splittorf.
Yes. But who are outfielders? Outfielders are, okay, so Andrew Jones for sure. Jock Jones for sure. Then we need a left fielder. Our left fielder VR is who?
Well, you could put Jock Jones there as another option, but I think you're thinking you're going to run Jock in center.
No, I don't want to run. I don't think I want to run. Maybe I do want to. I think I want to run Andrew Jones in center both ways.
Could do that too. I think I want to run some combination of Jones, Coleman. So if you're running it base, Paul O'Neill ends up in there, but if you're not running it base, you know.
Yeah, but also fitting O'Neill and Jock Jones is going to be tough because they're both so awful VL, and Jones is so much better.
Right, but Coleman. So probably Coleman is the one that fixes that then.
Could be Coleman, could be Grissom, I guess, if you're willing to platoon Andrew.
Right. Or yeah. I mean, I like Andrew much better one way anyway. I'm actually willing to platoon him, understanding that, you know, if you face too many righties, he'll just back a position up.
Right, and it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, tactics. You'll still see some Pipkins, but I think not on the sharp end. But yeah, in the early rounds, you'll see Pipkins still. Yeah. So I think you might be seeing as much as half of your starts against lefties.
Well, I just don't know that I'm finding a spot from anyway, because I mean, is it really that much better than Dunn VL that we're going to give up the VR bat?
Well, so that's kind of what I was saying, is this feels like a card where right now the meta's in kind of this funny spot. Let's imagine that, say, you know, this week, for whatever reason, some really big lefty bronze card comes out. And now people are running, you know, 3 to 4 lefties in the rotation. Then I think you really do want this card.
What your outfield then is like Andrew in center, this card in the corner.
This card in one corner.
Who's your other? Well, you did DH too.
No, you don't have a DH because Bagwell. Well, okay, I guess you can play Bagwell at first. All right.
I guess it's Dropper maybe.
I mean, actually, if you're playing Bagwell at first, maybe this is even just your DH too.
Yeah, I think that's maybe more interesting at DH than in the corner, because I think Dunn is kind of crowding out of the corner, but DH maybe, yeah. Is it better than Droppo? If it's not, but it's more useful.
I think so. Is he boostable is the other question, because, for example, Gary Sheffield's very, very boostable.
No, but this is way better than Sheffield.
At level, but level 5, this is a better card than a lower level. Like if you can't get Zisk above 2, I'd rather play Sheffield at 5.
It's pretty close actually, I think. And I have Zisk like 2 wins ahead of Sheffield as a hitter VL.
Okay, I have him more like a win ahead. So then, yeah.
Okay, yeah, he is pretty far ahead of the not Bagwell at DH VL. So you probably, if you get enough lefties, you probably do put him in.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's kind of much more even than you might think now. So Tactonex is saying it's 42% lefties right now.
Certainly it is.
Is this easy to level? That's what I was going to check. London Enjoyer is saying he's pretty easy to level.
You might actually even need more than that, because
Oliver, Doc Ellis, Bob Moose, Willie Stargell. Okay, yeah, you're going to be able to level him.
But is it even enough lefties? Even Hasselfish enough lefties? Because like you're already playing Bagwell, so Zisk has no future VR because Bagwell's better VR. You're gonna have.
I guess the question is how tolerable the bat is if he ends up having to be your backup left fielder versus righties.
Pretty intolerable, I think. I mean, it's not awful, but it's really not what you want. Especially if the righties you're facing is something like Bob Miller, who has giant P home run VR. Like he's getting nothing.
So then I think this ends up being an interesting card, and probably somewhere around a C, in that, I think so. You know, there are situations where he becomes but it's a funny C, in that I think sort of how the meta evolved, just with what cards get released in the next little bit. Like, for example, you know, if there's another treasure trove on Tuesday, you know, and that treasure trove contains 2 good lefty starters, then this probably needs to be on every roster.
Yeah.
And, you know, if the meta doesn't move at all, it's, you know, kind of evenly poised. And, you know, if you get a couple righties suddenly.
Or, you know, the treasure trove has 2 good righties in it, then it's an F.
Yeah, that's right. You know, if you're facing mostly righties, this is just the weak side of a platoon and wasting a roster spot. And also, you've already got, a card in Bagwell anyway that's, just there to mash lefties.
Right. Bagwell, and Bagwell's better versus righties, and you're kind of obliged to play Bagwell because he's so absurd BL. You can get one of them, it's worth it.
Fizzer is coming, but is it coming? But are you announcing that it's coming Tuesday? I mean, I assume there's eventually going to be like an episode 2.
I'm guessing also this is not an announcement that we'll have 2 bronze left-handed starting pitchers on Tuesday.
Okay, it actually is coming Tuesday even. Okay, so then, so if it's coming Tuesday, then, yeah, so this card probably after Tuesday then will not be a C. But depending on which direction the meta goes, it could go up or down.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, that took up almost all of our allotted time for bronzes.
Sorry.
That's all right. It was a good discussion.
Now, are we supposed to shout La Stella?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we can do
this one's probably a little bit easier discussion.
He's just worse than Buddy Bell and Larry Gardner and has no place to go.
And worse than a few others, yeah.
Well, I mean, just VR. I'm saying, like, obviously, two-way. He's
no, even VR. I think he's behind. Like, I think he's behind the Harold Reynolds. We'll talk about in a bit too.
Oh, I was looking at third, but sure, yeah, in second.
Oh, you're looking at third. Sorry.
Behind top at second. Also.
Okay, no, at third, I've also got him behind everything. Yeah.
It's an F no matter what you look at.
All right. But again, we mean the card ratings are an F. Nothing against the player. Arky Vaughn.
Kind of meets the same fate.
It does a little bit, but I do want to just mention it is kind of... No, I guess it doesn't matter for this Arky. There are a few other options. I was going to say on the high end, often you just look for ways to find a left-handed shortstop. Yeah. But at bronze, there are enough options that it's probably okay.
Yeah. I think I have it closer at third than short, but it's not close at either spot. It's just not going to be useful, I don't think.
Yeah, I've also... So I have him better, actually, at short, just because there aren't a ton of shortstops to compete with him.
There's Connie Day.
Yeah, but so this is a better bat than Connie Day. The glove's obviously way behind.
I'm not even sure that I agree with that.
Yeah, so I actually... Okay. I don't want to run... I want to run this card at short rather than third if I'm running him somewhere.
No, I just thought this was a worse bat than Connie Day also. I have this just... I mean, it's sort of Larry Gardner, except we made it worse. And that's kind of it. Like, it's otherwise the same card, but worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying I think to make the card work, you have to think that you want him playing short.
There's no way I want this playing short. I cannot imagine. I'd rather have Punto playing short.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I was just kind of looking at what happens if because if you push him to high level, this starts to be a pretty interesting bat. And he shouldn't be hard to level, right?
I wouldn't think so.
Let me check. No, you know what? Actually, he might be surprisingly hard to level now that I look at this.
There must be some 30s Pirates in.
No. So the best options are the two Wanners, Pep Young, Bill Brubaker. There's a Bill Swift tournament card.
Yeah.
Gus Sohr, Mace Brown, Woody Jensen. There actually aren't a lot. I mean, these are all players that eventually could get cards, but there actually isn't a lot right now, it looks like.
I don't think it matters, though. The card is not playable no matter what you do to it. It doesn't matter.
All right. Fine. Shannon Stewart.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't know he played for the Dodgers ever. I for some reason thought he only played for the Pirates ever. So that was interesting to learn.
Yeah. Just in time for the Tigers run with defense to take over.
Okay, this is a quick one. Not Jock Jones. Let's move on.
So he's definitely not Jock Jones, and yeah. Does he have any value in a bronze floor?
He's not a 60. He's a 67 with the run card.
You make a good point. He is in fact not a 60, and if he's not a 60, he has no value in bronze floor.
Yeah.
All right, Marquise Grissom. Well, I like the defense, so that's always. So this one's kind of funny. I have him as the best center fielder if you have to play a two-way center fielder, but I don't have him in my top 3 on either side individually.
I still prefer Jones. Well, actually, both Joneses, but in particular Andrew. So, I like Grissom a little bit better VR, but Andrew is so much better VR. I have him a good bit ahead as a two-way. I think there is room for a Grissom on the roster, though, especially like we talked about with, if the meta stays similar, then
because he can play both sides.
Balanced card it's pretty useful. But again, if we get a lot of righties, a lot of lefties, he probably gets worse. So the meta kind of needs to stay balanced for him to work.
Yeah, so I guess this is a card that probably is an F after Tuesday, but at the moment is actually more useful, I guess.
I think even right now I just give it a D because I think it's worse than Andrew, and therefore kind of really struggling to find a spot.
I'm still trying to think if you just run. I guess the problem is you're sort of running one of this and Zisk. Say you're not able to run both.
Probably not. I mean, Jock Jones is like the massive have to play him.
Right.
I think Andrew's ahead of this, and then probably Dunn is ahead of it, and then it's kind of in the conversation with cards like Coleman or Zisk or even the Kiki Hernandez maybe or stuff like that. So I don't know. It seems okay, but
I think like today it's probably closer to a C for me. But I think there's a good chance that after Tuesday the meta gets pushed to one side or the other and it's an F.
I'm fine with C. I think C is about as high as I'd go, but I'm fine with C.
C minus?
Yeah, C minus. That seems reasonable.
All right, Harold Reynolds. And see, I already made my Bo Jackson, joke on stream, so I can't.
Yeah.
Does it sound like I had this one higher than you did, right?
No, I think this one's okay. I have it. So I have.
Okay. I thought you were saying you didn't have him kind of anywhere interesting.
I have Day by far the best at shortstop and second. I have this card and Gardner very similar at second.
But I'd rather run Gardner at third.
Yeah, this thing is also Buddy Bell at third. So I think you're running kind of 2 of the 3 of Bell, Gardner, and Reynolds. Maybe you can run all 3 and just play Day at short, but it's going to be a little bit awkward to back up shortstop then.
I think, and of those, I think this is the card that probably. Well, no, it's not quite right, is it? I was going to say this is the card that sort of will do best in early years, but that's not quite right. It's really sort of this avoid K heavy shape.
Yeah, I think any 2 of the 3 are basically reasonable. But running all 3 does seem a little tough because I don't know what to do about shortstop then. I guess Gardner technically plays short, but it's pretty ugly. Oh no, he doesn't actually. Never mind. He'll play second and third. Yeah, I don't know what you do about short then. I guess you could just roster a player to only play backup shortstop, but that feels maybe it's okay actually. Maybe it's okay because Day is going to back up catcher a lot with Maury Benedict, so it might actually be all right to do that.
This is where Arky Vaughn comes in.
No, but you just play Punto, right? That's.
I mean,
Maybe
maybe what you do is you actually put Ray Boone on the roster and just
No, you
decide
could put
that
Boone in.
what?
Could put Boone in, but the thing is that Boone's gonna have to play VR then because you're assuming that Day is backing up Mauer at VR, and then but I guess you could just leave Benedict in. Benedict is not a disaster,
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
could also just play
I could
Raritan
see
instead of-
running Boone.
Yeah, you could play Raritan instead of Benedict. Also, I guess if you really want to be safe about it, like he's worse VL, but VR is a lot better. But yeah, this one seems playable. It's probably a B. Like,
Yeah, I'd probably him a little lower. I think of the ones we talked about, he's probably the least critical.
that's fair. So maybe he's a B minus then, or a C plus or something.
Sure, we give him a C plus. That sounds fair. All right, Doc Jones. Well, this is. I mean, I don't like the eye, but this is just really good, right?
Yeah, those some big numbers.
um,
I mean, you need to platoon him, but he is miles and miles ahead of everything VR.
yeah, I think the one concern is there are now at least 3 players that you're running in bronze that just can only play one side. Maybe more, right? I think you always want to try to run Mauer's bat. You're always running Bagwell. You're always running this. If you're running Andrew Jones, I still sort of think that's a 4th. It's maybe not as dire.
It is getting tough. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the thing is, I think VR this kind of plays up to like gold.
Yeah, VR this card plays up for sure. And the funny thing is that actually bronze might be the worst metaphor at the moment. Just with how many lefties there are.
Yeah, it's where I think it's what we're kind of saying. Like, Zisk is really dependent on what the pitching meta looks like. Because like, if the pitching meta is super left-handed, you're going to cut some of the only VR guys. I mean, not Jones because Jones is absurd, but some of the other ones. And if the meta switches the other way, then your Zisk is on the chopping block certainly.
Right, but on the other hand, that's what we're saying is if you end up releasing at least one more, maybe especially 2 more, but if you release say one more starting pitcher that everyone's running in bronze and it's a lefty, you have to have Zisk. If you release 2, I almost wonder if Jones leaves the roster.
No, I think Jones is good to the point where even if you get one right-handed pitcher a series, it's still worth playing him. Because he's like 5 wins ahead of the next VR guys.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically getting to put a goal on your bronze roster. Like, it's pretty silly.
One way.
One way, right? Yes.
But the fact that you can only do it one way is still going to make it tricky. Oh, and hi to Qui-Gon Jake. Welcome.
There's an Al Mall in the game. Be careful.
Yeah. So, at least for the moment, this is a card I think that has to be rostered. I think Zisk depends on kind of where the starting pitchers go on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think this is also the thing is that like Bagwell is basically the Jones of VL. If Bagwell didn't exist, then Zisk might be such a card, but
right.
Bagwell's kind of already doing so I don't know. It feels like a card that's, given that it can play up 2 levels, you're always going to find some meta where it's good, pretty much.
I may have missed the reference for.
It's all right. It wasn't that special. That was the point of putting Al Mall in the game, to be fair. So, oh
well. So I think the fact that he's so splitty, I think it's more of an A than an S, but he is really good one way.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's just so good one way. He has to get knocked out of all 3 metas, right? So maybe
he doesn't have eye,
so
he doesn't have eye, so I don't really want to play him in gold, right?
I'm pretty sure you want to play him in gold VR. Especially in the do or dies, I mean, where you don't have to worry about platooning at all, then, like, absolutely.
might be true.
It's not an S plus because of the splittiness, but I think it might, maybe S minus.
All right, we'll give him an S minus. All right, we really are behind schedule, aren't we?
We're really behind. This is not
All right.
well.
Is chat really going to yell at us if we do the thing next week instead?
Also, it's possible next week we'll actually have the answers, because part of the reason we want to do the thing right now is that we don't have the answer at the moment. We don't think we have the answer, at least. We're not sure we have the answer, I guess I should say.
But we could set up the test, so that's...
Well, it's going to take time to set up the test, though, is the problem. So we have to build a whole roster of these guys that everyone owns. So... I could try to build one in the background while we talk.
We could build a roster. We could build a roster in 5 minutes, right?
Just okay. Let's try.
I mean, we can't do anything in 5 minutes, but we could build a roster in 5 minutes. Surely we could, right? The problem is we have to explain why we're building the roster.
Do we?
You mean just ask people to build the roster and tell them we'll explain it next week? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes. Theorize for a week and then we'll talk about it. That's how it works, right?
Sometimes I think that's how it works.
On those, I've seen these kind of like joke, like I don't know what you call them, like a list of terms. There's always like different types of proofs in maths, proofs by induction, whatever,
yep.
Proof by contradiction. One of the ones in this joke, proof by authority.
Yeah.
So
our teachers were always fans of proof by intimidation.
Yeah, that's a good one. There's, I forgot. I see if I can find the sheet. There's some really funny ones on it.
All right, let me try to very quickly describe what we had in mind with the idea that we're going to go through it in detail next week. So, prior to PT25, basically once you sort of figured out how to turn ratings into results. Well, okay, I'm sorry. That's not a good way to do it quickly.
There is no good way to do this quickly.
All right, let me try it this way. What isidafo and I think is going on is that there are some aspects of the tournament game engine that depend on the player pool rather than just sort of the batter versus hitter matchup, which would mean that it behaves differently in PT25 than it did in PT24.
Yeah.
It behaves more like League did in PT24, but not exactly.
I think the only decision to make, if it is in fact some, it's probably all. It's just not obvious in all because of the way the ratings are distributed.
Right. So, what we thought we would do was to try to demonstrate it with a bit of an experiment. Basically showing that you could put a very imbalanced roster together, and if we're right about what's going on, you're going to kind of very clearly see in the results that say strikeout rates don't behave the way you would have thought they would. So what we wanted to do was to build, what would you think bronze would be a good level to do it at?
Oh, I think we should... The tournament that we should take over is the Open with 8 teams in it.
Right, but no, so, right. I agree that, but I mean what cards we should actually put on the roster.
Oh, I'm not just cards that we're sure everyone owns. So that's like old irons and bronzes or lives.
Right. Okay, that's fair. But what we want to do is we basically want to show what the curve looks like for, let's do it maybe for strikeout rate.
I think, yeah, that's the most clean one.
So the two thing, right. So basically, the thing that we want to illustrate is what happens when you run sort of really high strikeout pitchers against really low avoid K pitchers. because hitters, yes, thank you. Because if you did this in league play, what would happen is it would still be normalized and look sort of major league-like.
Well, actually, I'm
PT,
realizing now
what?
that you said that we actually be careful that we don't accidentally put high avoid K pitchers on our rosters. It's actually important that we don't.
Yes, it actually is.
Or it might be, at least.
But if you do this in PT, so if you did it in PT24 tournaments, you would just get a ton of strikeouts. But what we think is happening is that there's some element of that normalization that's creeping into the tournament game engine. And like I said, the way to prove it is going to be to run a tournament filled with pitchers that can strike people out and hitters that should get struck out a lot, and basically see what happens. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to put a roster together and basically ask everyone in chat who's kind of helping here to basically put the same roster together so that we have some control over, what we're actually testing, basically. Oh, I got a slot for something.
Well, don't use your quick slot. You're gonna need it.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna save one quick slot.
Oh,
I
yes,
gotta use one quick slot because Oh no, I may need it for. Well, let's build a roster.
Let's build a roster first.
So what we're going to do is we're going to build a roster that basically is intending to test things, right?
Franchise Time Machine, it's similar, but the thing is that our suspicion of what is happening in these tournaments is different than what would happen.
Wait, did it not just hit me roster?
Oh,
I need to download the patch, don't I?
Not for this, but at some point you probably should.
Well, I'll do that in the background, but let's see if we can get this going, right? Is there anything in the new patch that we should discuss? I saw there was this new drive for the pennant mode, but that's not a PT thing, right? That's a base game thing.
No, the major thing to discuss is that now when you select the roster cap thing and you choose before when you chose the no chemistry, everything would show up, but now when you choose the with chemistry, everything shows up.
Yeah, so we have chemistry again.
Well, we don't know whether we had it we lost it at some. I mean, who knows at this point? We're totally guessing. we have the same tournament that was previously labeled as no chemistry is now labeled as chemistry. So
hold on. What happened?
What happened? No.
Okay, I hit create. Actually, I hit create roster and it made an empty. I see. I thought that dumped me to the make roster screen.
No.
Okay.
It doesn't do that.
All right. So let's basically try to put in what we want to ask everybody to do is basically to build essentially the same roster we're building.
I think we should leave all sliders in the middle. No, don't touch the sliders, don't touch the fatigues, don't touch individual sliders, everything exactly in the middle.
Right.
Same bullpen setup, same everything. Everything exactly the same.
Why is this freezing on me while loading the player cards? Okay, maybe this is actually crashing.
I can try to find some cards while you're...
Sure, yeah. I guess I was going to download a patch anyway, so if it crashes, I'll just install. Oh, here it goes. All right. Good. So actually, I guess we can even put a filter in and just do it this way, right? So what do we want?
Maybe just filter by like L10 below 100 or something. Everyone should have them then.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to do that as well.
Oh, I was just sorting by lowest avoid K and just putting guys on until I have positions filled up. We also
can do that. So we want pitchers that have low avoid K and high stuff, right?
We also should probably try to look for non-splitty guys when possible, so that we don't have to deal with, since we're not going to have splits data, just to make things a little cleaner.
Okay. Well, let's start by just putting in our lowest avoid K, like everything we can find, right?
Well, all the pitchers have like nothing. So, well, not all of them, but some of them do at least. So, okay, we shouldn't choose Hank Weiss is 2. But we shouldn't choose him because not everyone will own him since he costs 1,000 or whatever.
Okay. Should we start with? Should we actually put some hitters? Or no, we're actually gonna try to put pitchers as hitters. I'm just trying to think if there's any reason.
No. We should do that. We should do that. I think we should pick batters. I think we should pick non-split batters first, fill up the positions, and then pick high stuff pitchers and make sure they have low avoid K. I think that's the way to do it.
Okay. So
Russell Brandon, excellent.
Sano, I think is everyone going to have Sano? He should be cheap, right?
He should be cheap. He should be cheap. I think he's old enough. Everyone should have him. If you don't have one of the cards, please don't enter. It has to it's very important we don't have an interloper in here. We have to have everyone doing the same thing.
Yeah, if you're trying to enter and missing a card, just tell us. Oh, crashed and forced the update on YouTube. So I wonder if there was some update in the background. Yeah, all right. Camille, everybody should have, right?
Well, I think it's better to put Soleil in because he's not as splitty.
Solita, okay. Or put them both on the roster, or?
We can put them both in, yeah. But everyone should have those, certainly.
Okay. Let's see. Lankford, I guess, is cheap, right?
Yes. Okay. I have to hold on. I have a combinator for him. I have to make sure I don't put the combinator in by mistake. That would be bad.
Why do you have a Lankford combinator?
Because I bought him for 2K for the low iron PTCS.
Okay, that actually makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, so Lankford, Asaski, I guess. Is he good?
I have a combinator of him too, but yeah, he's fine.
Nick Cullip. I don't think I've ever looked at this card.
Nope, it's terrible, but let's put it on the roster.
But I love his nickname is Tomato Face.
Oh, that's great. That's amazing.
Do we want to put Davey Force on the roster, by the way?
That one seems potentially like it could screw things up by mistake.
Because of the pitching, you mean?
Yeah.
All right, let's skip him. All right, Ian Happ should be fine though.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I'm on non-live cards. I should be going all types, just in case. Okay, none of the lives are down here.
Okay, hold on. I'm behind here. I need Hap. Okay, Hap.
Let me know if there's someone I'm missing, by the way, and I'll buy him.
I don't think so. Melvin.
Nieves got to have a Tiger on the roster.
Yep.
And Gibby Brack works for an outfielder.
We need some catchers, so we can put on Karkovas and Hegan.
Okay, Karkovas, Hegan.
Oh, actually, no. We should be careful with framing. That we don't screw something up. We should try to find two catchers with similar framing.
Karkovich is 89. Hegan 6. It's probably fine. It's probably fine in this case, right?
Fine.
And Juan Francisco is good. We need some middle infielders. Sorry.
I think we should not do Francisco because he's too splitty.
Okay, we need some middle infielders.
Ted Lepsio. That looks like a decent one.
Good. Let me see if I can figure out how to get my non-combinator Lepsio on.
Oh, you have to. It's a bit of a pain. You got to undo the.
Yeah, I think I got this working.
Yeah.
All right. How many is that? That's 13. That's 13, and
Brack. I had to put Brack.
We literally have no shortstop, so we need a shortstop.
Lepsio's a shortstop.
What?
It's not playing him at shortstop because it's.
Wait, so the auto set just didn't solve this?
Yes. This has happened to me actually in drafts before. I've had multiple shortstops and didn't put any of them at shortstop.
Let's put one more shortstop on just for fun.
So, I guess then.
Does Arango play short?
What about
Arango plays short?
Oh, Arango plays short. Okay, that's fine.
Should we do him?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
I was missing Gibby Brack. That was the card I was missing.
The AI does not like our roster construction. Actually, I'm just curious. While we're experimenting with things, we have the same 14 players.
Oh,
If
yeah, that's
you
true.
do ask bench coach for everything, do you get the same layout I do here?
Close, but not quite. I have the same starting lineup, except my manager has no backup shortstop. It's put Arango in, and it has Arango backing up second, and then no one backing up shortstop.
Okay, and versus left. So I'm also platooning Camille and Tony S.
Yes,
And
my manager
on
also
this
does.
stream, we always play Tony S.
Yeah.
Um,
So we should just set this by hand so that we can get what we want in.
I think we can roughly. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me do the patch while I'm at it.
Well, no, because we want to make sure that everyone has the same depth chart too, so that everything is neat and tidy.
All right, I'm just quickly doing the patch update while we're doing it.
Here, I can post.
Oh yeah,
the list
you want to post the list?
In fact,
we'll want to buy the Combi AI manager.
Okay, I have an idea. Maybe. Can I get this in? Give me a second. This is going to be a little bit difficult to try to get in chat, but I can try. I don't want PT card ID. I want PT card title. That's
all right. Well, in the meantime, I got the patch done, so we can. If there's anything you wanted to show with the patch,
just the chemistry thing mainly.
Okay.
Oh, I hit the character limit. Okay, I didn't know there was a character limit for Twitch messages.
You hit what limit?
Good to know.
And probably if you're short one of these, we can probably end up, like, it'll be close enough. But the more we can get to kind of all running the same thing, the better data we'll get, right?
It's the second half. I think the other thing I noticed about this pack is it feels like my game is slowed down somewhat, like it's a bit laggier since I installed it. Not quite sure why.
That I don't know. All right, so back to our thing test, huh? All right, so that'll give us our hitters, right?
Yes, and then we should pick how we want these guys positioned so that we get everyone the same.
So if the AI gives everyone the same starting lineup, that's probably fine, right?
Well, we should make. Well, I think we need to make very careful that everyone actually has a backup shortstop, because otherwise, the shortstop will get tired, and that will screw things up.
Okay, that's funny. I just did the AI. You know what? It's a patch thing, because I did the AI auto set in the new patch, and I no longer have a backup shortstop.
Okay, so I think what we should do, everyone should just hit the Ask AI, and then the only thing we should change is to put Ted Lepsio as the backup shortstop on both sides.
Okay, so this is actually a mistake in the new. The old patch gave me a backup shortstop. The new patch does not believe in backup shortstops.
So that's the only change you should make. Ask the AI and then put Ted Lepsio backup shortstop. And
Okay.
then nothing else. Don't touch anything else.
All right, and now we want to do pitchers, right?
Yep.
And we want pitchers that have low avoid K, but we also want pitchers that, ideally otherwise have a lot of stuff. Is that the way you want to do it?
Well, either we can do it that they have very little stuff, or all have a lot. I'm not sure which one is going to be better.
Right, because if you get a spread, you'll learn something about the curve. So which way do you want to do it?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's important we include the high end in some capacity, right?
Right.
We kind of have more understanding what's happening on the low end and the high end. So maybe we should put mostly high end, but a couple guys on the low end.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'm just adding stuff in here.
I'm not sure though. I'm really not sure.
All right. Well, and we want specifically people that have avoid K has to be less than sort of the 20 or so.
Or at least, yeah, in that range. So like live Aroldis Chapman looks good.
Both of Roldises look good, actually. Do we want the live or the...
The other Aroldis may not be owned by everyone. Does everyone own this Aroldis? Does anyone who's trying to enter not own the Aroldis? The historical?
Okay, it says the last 10's 94 points, right? So I'm guessing...
Oh, less than 94, then everyone can get it. Let's put him in then.
All right.
Let's put him
so the historical Aroldis.
I wish we could put it in both, actually. Historical Hater, that looks good. The bronze.
The bronze Hater, good. Bronze Hater. Does everyone... Brissy probably not everyone has yet?
Brissy has 71 avoid K. We can't put him.
Oh, good point. Oh, always got to have Austin Adams.
Right? Do I own an Austin Adams? I might not own an Austin Adams.
Live Austin Adams.
Oh, live Austin Adams. I would definitely own that.
Live Karinchak looks pretty good.
Yep, live Karinchak.
Is this the live?
Some starting pitches, I guess.
That's a historical. How about the live Matt Brash?
That looks fine, yeah.
This Volquez is expensive because he's new. Here we go. How about this historical Bobby Witt? He's a good starter.
Much avoid K. I don't have that one. Oh yeah, that's good. That works.
We need some other starters.
How about
Kelly Wunsch? Does everyone have Wunsch? We can. Where is Wunsch? Why is Wunsch not showing up on this list? Actually.
He only has 105 stuff. He actually doesn't have that much, but he also has only he's only 105 stuff. He's too little.
Too little stuff.
So what about maybe? I guess we could do a bit more of a spread. Maybe a spread is better. Actually, I really don't know. For starters, I guess. Oh, Mel Queen. That's a decent one.
Hold on. Let me just change this to starters real quick.
52 Mel Queen.
Yeah. Okay. Mel Queen looks like a good starter. Witt looks good. This Michael King's not really a starter, right? He's probably enough of a starter to run.
Yeah, he's fine.
The Live King.
Live King. And then should we get some lower stuff, guys? How many is that? That's 8 pitchers.
Okay, and do you want to throw the Live Season as well then? Or you want to go lower stuff?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, let's go low. Let's go low stuff for the others.
Yeah, maybe we should have 4 guys lower but distributed a bit. So we at least get some idea.
All right. Well, we can start Nate Cornejo. He's got...
Okay.
He doesn't act... let me just take a non-combinator Cornejo.
Avoid K. Okay, Cornejo. And then maybe some guy in like the 30s. So... I don't know. Maybe... Or
we can add Wong, because a lot of people will have Wong, right?
I don't even see
the bronze Wong.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that works. Okay. Wong is very splitty. That's true. Maybe we should keep him out. No, but his stuff isn't splitty.
No, but his stuff isn't splitty, which is the important part.
Yeah, that's fine.
So he has to be low avoid K still.
So let maybe try to find someone in the 50s or something, in the 40s or 50s.
All right.
I know I'm trying to get. Maybe we should even try to put someone in like the 80s or 90s too. I'm really not sure what the best way to do this is.
And they have to have a low avoid K. That's the main thing I'm looking about. Looking to make sure we hit.
Maybe what about Hal Dews? He's 13 avoid K and 40 stuff.
Sure. Where is it? Dews. Here's Dews. All right. And then last one.
I feel like maybe we should pick
This
a guy
Mahalam has only 2 avoid K. So or is he too expensive?
I feel like we should take out one of the really high guys and put someone in like the 80s or 90s. Maybe even 2 guys in the 80s or 90s.
Oh yeah, let's make the last one somewhere in the middle then. Yeah, let's run.
Maybe Byron Hauk or someone actually.
You want a starter or a reliever?
I think we have enough starters. Maybe a starter's better because we get more innings out of this guy. I think this is actually an important spot.
Okay.
We want 80. We want 85 or something, right? Not below.
How about this live over at 92, or is that too much?
I think that.
You want to go lower?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe like.
How about live Brady Singer? No, 26 avoid K. I want lower than that.
What about Dick Stigman? 86 stuff, 14 avoid K.
Sure. Where is Dick Stigman? Do I not have Stigman? All right, here's Stigman.
Wait, why can't I put Dick Stigman on the roster? Did I have?
All right, so we got our 12.
Oh,
hold on. Did I get this?
I was trying to figure out why I had an extra position player on my roster. It's because one of my orders for a bronze got filled while we were building the roster.
Oh, I bought Nettie Guardado apparently.
Yeah.
And hold on.
Yeah,
I have one too many. Who do I have wrong here?
Santiago Casilla.
Okay.
But you take them off the reserve roster too. They can't even. I think we should.
Yeah, that's what I was just doing.
Reserve roster should be clean, also.
Okay, so if I auto set the staff, I get this. Is this what you get also?
King, Stigman, Wong, Dews, Witt, Brash, can check. Yes.
All right.
And then we should not touch any sliders or anything else.
Right. We can either run this or run all middle. I think we can just run this. All right. So let's do this. So now all we got to do is take over.
Oh, I can post the pictures.
Yeah. Let me just check. I just want to check how many people are doing this because
we need 8. Otherwise, this will not function. That's the pictures.
I'll put up a quick poll and see. Because if we don't get to 8, we can still try to run it, but it'll just be a really depressing quick for somebody to win.
The thing we should figure out, do we want to set this rosters before the tournament fires or after tournament fires? Because it might actually be relevant.
I think before.
Okay.
Just to be sure.
We should set it basically from the drop down.
Yeah.
I guess then. Okay. What did I call this roster?
But I'm worried that we're not counting to 8, in which case
I didn't vote.
This will be tougher.
If your alt can enter from the same tournament, Tatchelnex, then...
Did you vote in the poll, isidafo?
I did.
Okay. So we're at 6, because I did too. So we're at 6 right now.
We're at 6. So we need 2 more people. Oh, that would be great. Yeah, if you can enter with that.
I wouldn't want to wish anything with OTP Go on you, though.
No, but you can log in from the desktop app. You don't have to once you create the account. But surely there's no one here who's going to complain about this as a terms of service violation, right? No one will tell anyone.
We do not advocate terms of service violations on this channel.
Oh no! Quick, we gotta go quick. The other one just fired. We have to fill it fast.
Okay. But I'm only counting to 6, which is a bit of a problem.
Well, we have 7 if Tactical Next is putting 2 teams in.
Surely that won't break the normalization if we only have 7.
Yeah, I'm going to start signing up for it. Start signing up for $6.95.
All right, one sec. Apparently, I have to remove something from the server. What do I not need?
It's okay, but if a team happens to jump in the middle, we may have to abort and fill it, and then get the next one. That one. Go into that one.
Well, I think the problem is we're not going to hit 8, right?
Forrest said he can be 8th once he's done with his draft. So,
all right. So which one are we jumping in?
When Interloper enters, everyone's got to leave, so we can.
Is it 695? Is that what we're doing? What?
Okay, yeah, 695.
69. I'm just making sure this is the correct one.
Okay, I think these teams are all us. That's 2 Tactical Next teams. Yes,
all right.
teams look like
695. We're gonna test the thing and see what it does.
Okay, I'm gonna monitor for interlopers.
Good. I'm just waiting because this is gonna be like the easiest 200 points ever for somebody, right?
You killed it. Did someone enter with a fake team? I hope not.
Oh, I guess someone could Jim Unknown it and that would work also, right? Probably.
Should have 15 minutes for, I think, but I don't know. This is Numenor Dunedain in? Is that one of us, or is that an interloper? Oh, that's you. If you scroll up in chat, you see all those long messages I posted with the players. Put those.
Yeah, we're basically trying to run these rosters.
And then let the AI do its thing. Except you put Ted Lepsio in at shortstop. That's the only thing you should change.
And if you miss that one, it won't be a disaster. Like, you know.
No, it's not a disaster.
I mean, he gets tired.
I can post the screenshot of the depth charts in Kenny's Discord too. Oh, we have only 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes, everyone, to get the roster in.
Right, but again, actually, if you enter it and then Jim Unknown it probably works out okay. It's just less data.
Okay, let's see. Of the teams we have in so far, Tactile Nexus is not right. Spores is not right. This one is right. That one's right. Tactile Next, both your teams aren't right. Okay, well, we have Rojo users also. So, are people in Kenny's Discord to look? Yeah, Tactile Next posted them there.
Wait, there are Discords where people talk about.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Didn't know that was a thing.
So this team, this Numenor Dunedain team, is really close. It's just missing. It has the wrong Sinnoh. You've got live Sinnoh instead of historical Sinnoh.
They must actually be pretty similar in terms of avoid
no, it's
K,
bad.
right?
It's 57 avoid K. It's really bad. We got to get that one out of there.
Okay.
Stuck in Schneider, if you're here, that's the only thing. Otherwise, your roster looks good to me. Mandala, I think we filled it already, but we may run another one if this is successful. So stay tuned. We're trying to run a tournament where everyone has identical rosters to test things.
This is not going to work, is it?
So far we have 4. We're not going to be able to see until it actually fires Tactile Next, but the thing you posted in Kenny's Discord looks right. So assuming you have that on both your teams, it should be good.
Oh, because it already fired, right? So we can see.
Yeah.
I guess, but we only got half the normalization done first, so we'll see what that actually does.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We may run a second one with if this is not It doesn't do what we expect to
Now,
see.
most importantly, if we all have identical rosters, who's the favorite to win this?
That's a very good question. Yes, it's the one I posted earlier, but we filled now. Well, if it's successful, I think we might as well do some more. If we can continue to fill them.
I am up against Rojo.
Yes, who needs to fix his roster? But otherwise, I think with this roster, Rojo would be a favorite.
Yes, I think so. It's got gold on it. I mean, come on.
No, it's fine. I everyone in here, everyone who entered is in the chat, so I trust we'll be able to get it. We'll be able to get it.
Right. Yeah, and actually, and if you want to check in the tournament, you can look at my roster, and it should be correct.
Yep. Oh, also people, we probably shouldn't have chosen Chapman. I hard for me to check because it's not obvious, but make sure you've got the historical Chapman, not the Iron the live Chapman.
Yeah.
I don't have an easy way to.
Oh, wait, that's okay. That's kind of funny. So look, isidafo, we have an identical roster, right? We both auto set it.
Yes.
We have the same depth chart.
Yep.
Our lineups are different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are. That's weird. Huh.
Where is that coming from?
Don't touch the strategies. Just leave everything middle. No, don't touch it. Don't touch anything.
Yeah. Why are our lineups different?
It's a very good question. Our rotations are the same. Our bullpen is the same.
Right, and we're now running the same patch.
Yes.
Okay, did you set all depth charts and lineups, or just set depth charts?
I don't remember. I think I did set all depth charts and lineups.
I think I did too, yeah.
Weird.
Okay, what about everyone else? Let me see what now I'm curious what everybody else's...
Not all the teams are
so who got it in already? I'll see what...
Elysian Field's 9 nines is the same as mine.
So is Numenor. So I wonder if it was because I had started with the other patch. Let me go ask for lineups. Yeah, you know what? It was because of the other patch. If I now ask for lineups, I get the same as yours.
The Numenor is slightly different, but that's because he had the wrong Sano in it at first. So now once he puts the correct Sano in, it'll be fixed.
The historical Sano.
The historical Sano.
All right. What are the odds we actually pull this off on the first try?
I don't know. It's looking decent.
All right. We should put up that's what I should do is put up a prediction.
So half the teams are already good. And everyone else is here, so we should be able to do it.
All right, I'm gonna put a prediction up. We got what? 3 minutes left here?
Yep.
I'm gonna put up a 2-minute prediction then. See what we think.
Someone is not faithful. We're gonna get.
I don't know. I think it's hard to get 8. I hope we get 8.
I hope we do. But I think if we get 7, I'm not sure the experiment will work if we only get 7.
That's the problem. Yeah.
It might work, but I'm not sure.
Right. I wonder what would happen if I had put an option of 3, knowing that we start with 4.
Someone would mix it up in the middle. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny.
Right. It seems like a fun prediction. All right. Well, we got 1 minute. We'll see if this works.
We'll see.
Save the roster maybe just in case, and that way you can.
You got time to fix it. Oh, this is automatic.
The wrong one. I want to see did I get my Eddie Guardado? Because I have to buy an Eddie Guardado. Nope, I still got my bid up.
You've got 42 seconds.
And most importantly, who's the favorite for this tournament?
If someone didn't put in the right 26 players, them.
True. Because and if you get stuck, it's better to take players off the roster than it is to, All right. Well, our prediction. Where did the prediction results go? There it is. 4-6 is the leading contender. But actually, only one person predicted 4-6. 3 people predicted 7.
Okay, yeah. Clear roster is not bad. That's better than having the wrong players on for sure.
Right. But the question is, did you do that and also bet on 7? Because that's the real slick move, right?
For all our incredibly valuable channel points, which you can definitely use for lots of useful things. Actually, we did set them at some point, right?
I think we did, yeah. Wait, I have a button that says I can run an ad break, which I thought I turned off ads.
Uh-oh.
I wonder what happens if I click that button.
I bet if you click it, there's going to be ads.
Let me avoid doing that. Let me avoid doing that for now. All right.
At least.
It ran. And then we should get back to rating some cards, Yeah. But most importantly, let's check our rosters. We'll see how we did.
25, 26 is fine. That's not an issue.
All right. This one looks good. We got 1. Wait, there's a difference? There is actually a difference between... What's the difference between these rosters?
Just putting the cards in a different order?
I don't think so. Yeah, apparently. That is weird. What?
Oh, it did put players on tactile nice. So that's interesting. I wonder if it'll still do what we expected or not.
Oh, so this is tough because the players in the reserve roster may affect the normalization.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, the reserve roster. Well, we don't know. Let's see what happened in these.
Wait, those are different also. Oh, I see. This is just one player short, but player short's okay.
Player short's not an issue. No. The AI putting things on Tactonet's roster would have messed it up no matter what.
So. Oh, okay. This is going to be a problem.
Yeah. Okay, can we take over another one? Is there another empty one?
I don't know if I have a slot as well, but let's wait for everyone to tell us they're ready. Well, the good news is one just fired, so there is an empty one.
Empty one. Okay, maybe let's do a couple cards and we'll come back to it. If we need to, we can always fill the thing with random alts and then create a new one for ourselves. If someone.
All right, let's rate a few cards and then we'll come back to it, because also then I'll have a slot again.
Yeah. All right.
So we just got news. Why didn't we get this news item before? Actually.
Well, now you know.
Well. Now I know. Did you know that we just had a set of cards released featuring Beltray?
Really?
Now you know.
Something new every day. So that one I learned yesterday.
All right. Where were we? Hey, we're all the way up to silver. We're doing fine.
So low silver does exist. There's a single tournament, but it does exist.
Right.
All right. So we have Doug Mankiewicz.
This is not. Oh, okay. That's why those aren't the splits I remember. This is not the Red Sox version.
Looks like the best exactly 70 first baseman, but I don't really see a use beyond that.
Yeah. So I think in a silver floor, he might fit. Although I don't know if you're running a first baseman in that.
Yeah, and you can.
I think you probably want more flexibility.
Also, I mean, yeah, he's gonna have to be a backup because you're always gonna spend some points for a Horner or Teixeira or something like this.
Right, and anytime there's no floor, Joyner and others are going to crush it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this one probably just isn't going to play then.
It's a silver floor tournament, but I remember it's a relatively loose cap where you don't really have to worry. So I think it's.
Yeah, I think it just doesn't play. All right, Holiday. Not that Holiday, this Holiday. Although the gap between them is not as big as I might have expected. I guess power creep's a thing, huh?
Yeah, turns out it is.
So I still actually, even with the power creep, I still don't have this as being that close.
I don't have it close in full silver and low silver. I think it's maybe okay.
Well, I always want to run Hegan one way. I want to run Devannon. I want to run Jerry Hairston.
Yeah, I guess as a two-way Sisler's better, and then as a platoony card, you have Jones or
even Geyer for just a lefty masher if you find room.
Yeah, so maybe it's kind of it's because it's not the best two-way. It doesn't have a spot. Because
I think that's right. Yeah. Like there are a fair number of points. I think just it kind of gets squeezed out.
Much worse than Dick Sisler, but it is definitely worse than Dick Sisler. So
yeah, and they're both going to be available, and usually the new card's even going to be a little more expensive.
Yeah, I assume if we look at non-combinators, there's going to be a large number of cards.
I think that's right. So, all right,
okay.
Shane Green. Well, we had a good Shane Green last year.
Yeah. This one is a very different shape, though, from what I remember of that Shane Green.
Yes. I haven't even seen this card, but by eye it looks like it has a ton of points. So let me see what the... my model also says it has a ton of points.
My model says it has a ton of points, and it doesn't want to play it because they're not in good spots.
My model does want to play it. I just want to play this in full silver, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Even against Archer? No, not against Archer. Archer's crazy.
Well, no, this is a this is a reliever. So
yeah. Because I have top.
But you're right. Okay. So that's funny. So I have this as the top player listed as a reliever, and I have it. I think that's 13th or 14th among all pitchers.
Yeah, my top 11.
That's
pitchers in
really
silver.
weird. Is it just that? Huh. Yeah, and that's even before the stuff booster game. Okay. That's funny. I've got him as the top reliever, and he doesn't play.
I think it is. I mean, I don't have him as playing to begin with, so I am not interested even in low silver.
Low silver, I'd have him play. No, but that's actually kind of funny. Yeah. So, of players listed at reliever, I have this as the top silver reliever. However,
I have Plesac. Kind of, but
so Sporer, what I'm saying is I have him as the top player listed as a reliever, but I have 12 starters that end up ahead of him, which is just kind of funny. Like usually it's the other way around. That it seems like the way kind of the engine's rating relievers, usually the players that are listed as reliever end up a little bit, more power than the starters, even including the stuff boost. That seems to be the case at the other metas. And yeah, this actually sort of both seems to be the top reliever in my model and not quite play.
See, I just have it as like worse than some base relievers at L5. Like I prefer, the tournament Stanton or, Plesac, if we're trying to talk about full silver. I just don't. I mean, this is a BABIP question, basically.
Yeah, I think that this is basically kind of where we're putting the BABIP. So, and that's another discussion we want to have after the thing one that's on a list. We're definitely not going to have time on this stream. So
yeah, we don't have time today. But
okay, the other thing to keep in mind is, although I do have this as the best two-way reliever, this is actually a pretty splitty card. And so that's kind of going to be something to think about when putting a bullpen together. There are, some of the starters when you convert are going to be less splitty as well.
I guess the other problem, the low silver tournament is not modern. It's in a slightly home run favorable era. It's I think it's some 2000s here that's slightly more home run friendly.
Yeah, so it's not quite the best time for this card. And he's got low stamina, but he actually has really good hold runners for a righty.
The hold runner's been weird this year. There's a lot of guys with 150, which I assume just means that no one stole successfully against them.
So
I don't know. I mean, I have this as a very clear F, but it sounds like you like it a bit better and still are kind of on the borderline.
I do like it a bit better, but I think it's borderline. Like I said, it's funny just because he's sort of behind all these starters is the funny thing. I still think there might be room to put him somewhere.
I mean, I'm fine with a D if you want to say this.
All right, let's give it a D, but it's this funny card because if I just compare him with the relievers, I really like him. All right, Beltre. So this is the Seattle Beltre. I guess the splittiest of the Beltres we got, right?
Very splitty.
So little better versus lefties. So he crushes lefties. That's the good news.
Kind of by far the best VL third baseman in silver.
Yes. Are there enough lefties? Well, let's see. So you're going to see probably Moyer, and almost certainly, and then you're going to see a lot of Swindells. You're going to see a fair number of Bumgarners, and then you'll start to see a few Gio Gonzalez, I guess.
Yeah, and you'll see a lot of Brissy from non-Combinator teams.
Right.
So there definitely are lefties. You'll see some Sabathias too, I guess, still.
Right. I think the biggest problem I have is if I start making a list of sort of the verse lefty cards that I want to run. This ends up a bit down the list unless it's, well, as a high combinator version, it's different. So if it's a base version, I'd rather run Bagwell, I'd rather run Kennis, I'd rather run Devanin. I think I'd probably still rather run Cintrone.
Yeah, base I don't know that it plays at all, but
as a combinator, I still would have the bat a little bit behind a high-level Zisk or Yost.
Well, I mean, okay. So as a base card, I think Horner is really kind of the one that completely eliminates.
Sorry, I didn't mean it third. I was just thinking about bats. Yeah, Horn is also a problem.
So it has to be a combinator, I guess.
I think the bat's good enough that you could play him at third over Horner.
As a combinator, even, yeah, maybe.
No, I'm saying even it depends. The era probably changes a little bit, but
I mean, I guess you can do something like play Horner at third, VR, and first VL. Though you have Bagwell to fit, so.
Yeah.
I
I'm saying just as a VL card. But I think the problem is if I start to make a list of sort of where am I willing to platoon and where am I getting the most value for running a card versus lefties, I think this is going to be a little bit too far down the list. Because the other problem is third base is also a spot where you've got some good two-way options. Like Sweeney's just a good two-way option that saves a roster spot, comes pretty close, and you can make a combinator.
And the single position also hurts him quite a lot. Certainly.
So I think he probably gets squeezed off. Having said that, I don't think it's right to give an F to a card that is the best of its type, because I think there is a situation in which you want to roster this player. It's the best card of its type. It's just not always a type you want to use.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere between a C and a D, probably. I'm not sure which way I want to go, but.
So, Spore, I was saying I'm happy to play Bill Sweeney at third. You can play him elsewhere too, right? He's listed as a second baseman.
Yeah, you can play him at second also. He's good at second too. I don't know. What do you think?
I still don't think he's going to see much play.
So I guess a D then?
So it's probably more like a D, but there's definitely a reason to kind of have this card available.
Maybe we give him a D plus or something then.
That sounds fair. All right. Eric Karros. I feel like every year we have an Eric Karros that just never quite works.
Now we're getting to full silver.
Yes. I think we've got another one, right?
Hold on.
Like this is just a bit behind.
I have it number 2 as a L5. I don't like it as base so much, but L5 at number 2 behind Tommy Sampson as a two-way.
I think there are a couple others that I have kind of benefiting more from.
There are various platoons I like a lot better, like Joyner platoons or Mattingly.
I think Joyner Bagwell is still clobbering anything in silver.
Yeah, actually, I think Mattingly is close to Joyner VR, but worse CL.
Yeah.
But yeah, Joyner Bagwell is still probably what you're doing. Even as a 2, I don't have Joyner much worse. I mean, I have Joyner and Karros very, very close to each other as a 2-way.
But I also, because of how much I like I still think I'd rather play a high level Encarnacion or Judge over Karros.
I don't think I really have those guys particularly close. Yeah.
I mean, I would probably talk myself into Randy Milligan somehow, right?
Randy Milligan I thought was useful for bronze before Bagwell.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, given how much I can.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Karros probably ends up still as an F.
I think he's just gonna get squeezed out. But I feel like we have a Karos every year that sort of just never quite ends up having enough. There's just something about the stats where maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we're saying, right? That was always fine, but never anything special.
Yeah,
makes some sense.
Okay, Antonelli. So this would be another potential lefty. I do have him sort of in the ballpark. The splittiness is a bit of a problem, but note that if you do get this card to level 5, some of that's gonna be reduced, right? He does become flatter.
Yeah, I just have this not even remotely close.
I still don't think there's quite enough because the splits, but if you were kind of going to convince me, like in a tight enough cap that he really is still going to get to face a bunch of lefties, I think I could get interested in the card.
In silver, basically every card I want to play has a lot of stuff, like almost without exception.
He has some stuff.
Yeah, it's like I want to play the guy. My silver players I want to play. Gio Gonzalez, Jimenez is all L5 if they exist. Gonzalez, Jimenez, Archer, Greinke, DeGrom, then the future legends Morales, Miller, and Waldrop with a ton of stuff. Brissy, Sabat. Like I just want all the stuff.
Yeah, I still would play Consuegra if he had stamina. So
yeah. I think we have a good understanding of the reasons why there's a disagreement in this particular category.
And we're going to get to evaluate it in a little bit. We're going to get to find out which one of us has the thing more right. No, but I still don't have. I have them sort of fringy at best. So
still, yeah.
I think probably we can give him an F for fringy.
Yep, I don't even know what fringy I have. It's awful, but.
All right. Larry Walker. Is this the first silver Larry Walker we've had? I'm trying to remember.
I feel like we have had a low-level one before, but this is by far the least split Larry Walker I can remember. This Larry Walker, like, usually he has just enormous splits.
Well, this is a Larry Walker that like almost has reverse splits.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a real reverse split.
No, I have a little bit better. I have a little bit better VR. Not much, but slightly.
But visually, it sort of looks like reverse split.
I think it's a pretty good card, though.
So this one's kind of funny. So I've got him behind Hegan VR. And I've got him like 5th VL, but I've got him as the best two-way option.
So I have him a bit better VR. I have him only behind Jones because, Jones. Yeah. I have him a little ahead of Hegan. But yeah, as a two-way in left field, I have him like the best by a good margin. So I think this is probably not...
I actually would rather play him in right.
Oh, well, in right... okay, I have Cameron number 1 in right, of course.
Right.
But I guess with the non-Cameron options, I do have him similarly ahead of the field in right. I was just looking at Cameron and got a bit misled. Because Cameron is in center, of course. Well, I guess you could play Cameron right and Chris Young in center. It's not insane.
Or you can even platoon him, knowing that he can survive versus lefties, and this gives you a chance to run like Devannon and Cameron one way.
Well, I think Cameron. I think it's silver. You got to play Cameron both ways. You've got the.
No, but I'm saying you could play Devannon just versus left.
Is Devannon even good if you're losing the combinator? How much better is he? No, I think at this point he might just be not good compared to the combinators anymore. I mean, yeah, I have him similar without the chemistry, and then once the chemistry goes in, I think you're probably just not playing him.
Right. Okay.
But this Walker looks good. I mean, this looks like a usable card to me. I don't.
Actually, you went and bought the Foley. Ooh, he bought the food before he bought the Foley. Now that is impressive.
I have no patience to buy food before or after I buy the card at this point. So, and the Walker, it's probably like an A, right? I mean, it's It's pretty good, and it's going to save you a spot to platoon elsewhere. Like we said, there's a lot of platoony guys in silver,
All right,
so
that's
it's pretty
fair.
useful.
We give him an A.
He's not playing up at all, but it's the card you definitely want in your roster.
That sounds fair. Mattingly.
Joiner, but worse. I don't really know. That's kind of it, right?
Joiner, but worse. But he's a Yankee, so we just give him an F- and move on?
It's probably just a straight F. I don't think it's
Yeah, but he's a Yankee. I mean, fine. All right, so this one's a Michael Young. I'm still not sure how we got that Mike Young that one time.
Wasn't there one where he was Mike Young and then it got changed mid-season to Michael, or is that a different one I was thinking of?
No, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Okay.
Why is he not? Oh, because
Baseball
he's
sometimes it gets the names a bit weird.
there's no combinator version.
Yeah, I don't have this card playing at base.
So yeah, I was gonna say even at base, I think this one's a bit behind, and then actually more than a bit behind now that I look at it.
Yeah, it's just really bad.
Well,
I think this might be.
I mean, also Dickie Thon, but
Yeah, this might be a case of like the error pumping up the defensive numbers and then the thing getting kind of confused because the defensive numbers are high, like the composites are higher than they should be. But yeah, F-, yeah.
I think this one just ends up way behind, and then it's not combinator eligible.
Yeah.
But you're gonna get him on the way to your mission tree anyway, right?
Yep. You have to have him for the mission.
All right. Gianni Roseboro. Maybe I'm just way off here. I'll check the model, but by eye, this just looks like it's missing a lot of rating. Let me see what the model says. Okay, the model says I'm wrong. It is missing a moderate amount of rating.
My model says it's actually okay, it thinks. It wants Bill Perkins ahead of him. And if you're platooning,
Maurer Benedict still beats it.
No, it actually doesn't want that. It wants Roseboro Perkins. I'm very surprised. Actually. Yeah, it wants Roseboro Perkins.
I guess this is just because you don't have the framing nearly as strong as I do.
Yeah, generally.
So, because that's often where we disagree on catches.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird back because it's just like a sort of random assorted pile of stats. There isn't like a clear shape, but
no. So of the plausible catchers, I have him as the second best bat VR, and then a fair bit lower, I guess, VL.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue always with these kind of just like flat-ish cards is they die so fast because once they don't have enough stats, they're just useless. There's no like anything to carry them at all.
So I have Hairston is comparable VR and a lot better VL than this.
The problem is Hairston is probably the single least boostable card in the game because it's Negro League that isn't the Negro League card type.
Right.
So he's just like prohibitively expensive to boost. So in some ways, Hairston is effectively a non-combinator card.
Yeah, and I think because of that, it's what does the Hairston combinator go for? Actually, that's a good question.
It was like 200K. I have no idea why anyone bought it for 200K. That was insane to me.
Yeah, I actually pulled one and found it was sort of unsellable.
And unboostable.
And unboostable, yeah. Ooh, I got combinator food for 60 perfect points.
Nice. Like the Negro League guys with the Negro League card type, I found to be actually easier than I expected. As long as, well, I shouldn't say easier, cheaper than I expected. It was a enormous pain to have to put in so many buy orders in the irons and bronzes, but it was not super expensive.
Right. Oh yeah, Rose. What are we gonna rate Roseboro?
I think I'd give him like a B, probably.
I really just have it as an F because of as an F for lack of framing, essentially. And this is one where it's difficult to find the stats to really figure out which one of us is right.
Oh, there's no way. Everyone is guessing.
So maybe just split it down the middle, give him a C, and move on.
Yeah, that's fair. C for catcher.
All right. Don Osa.
I'm not even going to try to pronounce this last name for fear of giving fodder to teams.
I just get to pronounce it Danish and say I'm Danish, and it all works.
I as great as it is, I'm not going to risk it. I see that looks easy what you've put there, but I'm staying away. I think it's an okay card though. I have it kind of fringy.
Let's call him Don. We're going with Don.
Good old
Let me
Don.
see where I've got him. Well, I have him kind of fringy, but just a little bit behind kind of that Shane Green we were talking about, and then.
Well, the thing is that, so for me, it's interesting because he's fringy. He's my, I think, 14th best pitcher in silver, but two of the guys that are barely ahead of him are not combinator. So probably if you have a 26 combinator team, I think the chemistry was worth the little hit in pitching. But it's like super, super fringy.
Right. So maybe F plus?
Yeah, maybe F plus.
All right. How about we're going from Don to Dan. Again, this is a card I guess you're locking anyway with the mission, right?
Yes.
Nice big splits. You got the stuff that you wanted, right?
Yep.
And then you've got the lack of P BABIP that means I'm going to hate the card and you're going to love the card.
Well, so at base, I really like the card. At base, I have him as the second best pitcher in silver. Well, third best, I guess. It's sort of tied. But Archer I have way ahead, and then Brissy and Plesac are my next two by base. Compared to the L5s, he's one of the two cards I was mentioning that I have slightly ahead of Don, but like not enough to make the chemistry worth it. So I think probably a full team doesn't play him, but certainly on a team without like the 12 best silver combinators, I think this is going to make it. Or 11 best.
Right, and I think this is similar to sort of the Bill Campbell that you really like running, and
yeah, very similar to Bill Campbell.
And I just can't find a way to run in my model. So this is the kind of card that, by next week, I suspect we're going to have better agreement on, actually.
Probably. But I mean, I think in the end, this is the kind of card that we probably are supposed to give an F to because it does not make an actually full silver build, but it will get a ton of play despite that rating.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. All right. How about Helton? Or this Helton, since we've got multiple this week. This is not such a splitty Helton, actually.
It's not splitty, but I think it's like pretty significantly understated, right?
Let's see. I have it 9th VR, and actually 6th VL, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I still don't have it working.
I mean, yeah, like Horner and Teixeira and Bagwell are all ahead, and they're non-combinators. So I don't see how you're ever getting this in. I guess I didn't look in left field. It's worth a check, but I can't imagine it's better there.
Uh, Actually, I didn't look in left either. No, I don't see it
No,
up there
I
in
like
left.
it better at first than left, and it's not. I don't like it much at first.
Right. And then the fact these non-combinators is going to make this really rough.
Yeah, I think this ends up being an F minus probably.
All right. Chris Archer, who is very much not going to be an F minus.
No. I mean,
he even fits on Tactile Next theme team.
There you go. Exactly. No, I mean, I have this card so strong that it's my number 3 starter in silver compared to the L5s.
I don't have it as strong as you do, basically for the same reason with the P-Babbitt.
Yeah. And this
I do have the base version of this card as something that I want in the rotation, but I think he can get beaten out by some of the L5s. Although it's worth noting that there are a couple of the silvers up there now that are not combinator eligible.
I think actually I have this as the second best base gold. So
yeah, I think this is one that we're going to have more agreement on next week, and we're going to figure out which one of us is getting P-Babbitt right, basically.
Probably.
But until then, I think there's one we're going to disagree on again.
Based on what I've seen in Perfect League, there's a chance we're both wrong.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Nelly Fox thing, but it's 3 a.m. here, and
it's not actually that. It's more of a Don Sutton and Takashi Saito thing.
We're not allowed to talk about Saito.
Right. Sorry. Yes, we can talk about Sutton though.
We can talk about Sutton.
That one's permissible. So I don't know. I think even as a non-commenter, I think I'd probably give this like a B, because this is a card I would, even if I had every.
Sorry about that, Dr. Max.
No, we can't talk about Saito. We can only pass Saito to others, but we can't talk about him. No, we can talk about him. We just already did it like a lot last week, so we're not going to do it again. Right. If you want the Saito discussion, go back to last week. You will find ample Saito discussion.
Yes. Because as you know, we never beat anything into the ground on this stream.
No. So yeah, I think I'll give Archer a B despite the non-combinator, because yeah, I just really like the card quite a lot.
Yeah, right, and like I said, I have him quite a bit lower because the P-Babbitt. I would run the base version, but I'm not going to run him against the combinators.
So where does that land him? Probably like a CD then?
Sure. C minus?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right. And we are up to gold.
Well, this is an interesting question. So I think it's strong to the point that every non-commoner team will run this. Like, if you're not running this and you're not a commoner team, you're making a big mistake. So, I mean, I think the question is, like one of the things which, with my understanding at least of the idea behind commoner was to kind of increase meta diversity. I don't really think it's done that, but I think this is another way in which it kind of doesn't do that, because it pushes.
No, and I thought the idea of removing combinators was to increase meta diversity.
Well, yes, they're apparently both. I don't quite understand how they're both to do it, but yes, apparently they are. So yeah, I mean, like this is the kind of thing which, in some ways, combinators affect almost more than than
So
like, the
Spore,
actual
Spore,
stuff.
that was a direct quote from Nico.
Yes, that was the announcement. The announcement of the non-combinator tournaments specifically said it was done to increase. I don't remember if it was lineup or meta diversity, but it was one of the two.
Yeah, someone probably has a link, they can post it. But that was the explicit explanation given for removing combinators from tournaments, was that by removing combinators from tournaments, you would increase meta diversity.
Let me see if I can find it. I don't know that I have it.
But anyway, yeah.
This will be used on a limited basis to get more roster diversity and creative roster builds.
Yes. So yeah, that was the explanation, was the roster diversity. Well, I
don't think either one is increasing.
I don't think either is going to work, because that was also the explanation given for putting them in the game. But I think in both cases it's not really going to work because, kind of as we were saying at the outset, it still is the case that when everyone's kind of playing from a similar card pool, there is a best solution. So you either get meta diversity from making cards sort of so difficult to find that people can't afford to build the best solution, or you in the short run can get roster diversity by getting to a situation where people just disagree with each other in trying to find the optimal solution.
I think
the second one doesn't last because eventually something ends up winning and then everybody mimics what wins.
I think the other way you can do it is by making. So in reality, you don't get to an optimal roster. You get to kind of an optimal distribution of rosters, right? Because there will be some equilibrium, and so really, what the absolute ideal scenario is to get some kind of equilibrium where there are many rosters that are all part of this equilibrium. But it's extremely difficult to do that.
I think the more realistic way to do it, and then this is, if I were introducing combinators, this is the way I would have done it. I think the combinator idea would have worked a lot better if instead of just saying you can pay to boost a player, the idea was you can find a way to boost a player, but it also increased their overall. And you could basically, boost them. You could basically boost them all the way up to 100 if you wanted to, essentially, right?
Or 101.
Or 100. Okay, or 100. To whatever your maximum rating is going to be. And so then you would get a little more diversity in the sense that you could decide which players you felt like boosting, and you could take your favorite player and kind of keep them competitive. But because it cost you something with the overall, you're not creating a situation where you have to play the combinator. You're creating a situation where just the combinators basically let you, take a silver card and decide you really wish there were a gold version of it, so you're going to make a gold version of it, essentially.
Well, certainly a limited boost would be miserable if you had to do the buying irons for like 15 boosts or something. I mean, that would just be 5 is already miserable enough. Like 15 would be really awful.
But you also, there would be no reason to make the boost prohibitively expensive on the high end if there were an overall cost with it, because you're not making the card as much stronger. So it's really more a way of kind of saying, if you're a theme team and you want to, run all giants or something, then it's a way of kind of saying, normally this would be a little bit difficult because there aren't enough giants printed at the same time that are all at the top of the meta. But this is a way of kind of trying to make that happen. So I think that would have then created some kind of roster diversity, because now you have a situation where, sure, okay, so there still is going to be an optimal solution, right? There still would be some shapes that are more valuable to boost than other shapes, for example.
So the other thing with that, I think is there are pretty substantial implementation challenges. Like, for example, you might have some cap where you want a version of cards at 79, a different cap where you want a 78, a different cap where you want a 74. And so you need to buy like many versions of this card and like boost them to just the right overall for the current cap, and then you can't go back down, so you have to buy a new one and boost it up just a little. Like, it's
right.
Yeah.
But basically, the problem is that, in the current situation, it still is the case that, yeah, I mean, that's fine. So you could decide you could decide that there's only a certain level of boost that you're going to allow, or something like that. But I think the point is that, having the boosts be something where you improve the card, but also it costs more in overall and sort of changes eligibility a little bit, would be a way of kind of letting people build a more diverse meta, but not making it so that you just need, however many combinators. And it's the same reason that if you have any kind of combinator cap in a tournament, kind of the only useful combinator cap is 0. Because as soon as you say, like, okay, there's a cap of 5 combinators, well, it stops really mattering which 5 cards you have combinators for, as long as it's 5 of the players that get a lot of playing time. So it can't be the 5 at the end of your bench, but if it's 5 of your players that get a lot of playing time, you can kind of boost any of them 2.5 wins, and it just doesn't matter too much which ones you pick. So yeah. Anyway, that's kind of a design decision, but where that quote was coming from, like I said, was just that was when the combinator cap was announced. That was the explanation given. We were told that, and we were told that there would be very few tournaments with combinator or chemistry caps. Those are the two things we were told. Yeah. But, in general, like I said, in general, I think trying to actually create lineup diversity just is really hard.
Well, I think there's also an important distinction between, because there's different kinds of diversity, right? So one kind of diversity is people playing worse cards because they can't identify, or they're not able to identify successfully, which is everyone, to be clear, but the ones which are better, right? Or they don't own them or something. And then there's other diversity, which is like people disagree on which cards are better. And I think that's the one where, or which build is better, I should say. I think that's the one where that's really ideal. And the one where, like, it's, people playing cards which are kind of worse because, they don't have a good way of understanding which card is better. It's diversity, but it's not kind of really diversity. It's just like diversity by confusion.
So I think there are a couple other gimmicks you could try that would do it, but then you would need to, you would need to kind of force it on people in some way. So for example, if you give everybody some kind of, roughly equal but, different starting condition. Like, as an example, let's imagine that sort of in tournaments, every team is given a random home park. Then they actually should have slightly different builds. That also, though, means that you kind of have to, I'm trying to think how to say it. It basically means you have to do a lot of building, which people may not like. So in practice, it might be just more an annoyance. But basically something where there is an unequal condition. Maybe another solution to this would be if you had introduced some kind of manager role, so that managers have, a certain skill or something like that, right? And again, you could make the managers kind of equally balanced.
Does no skill count as a skill? Because I think that's, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so tactics, you always have some discrepancy, but the thing is, the tournaments get played often enough that, eventually people that are losing will look at the people that are beating them and mimic those rosters.
Yeah, certainly the thing is, like, something like PTCS, if let's say you pick someone randomly gets a park which is much better for the cards that pick either format, like that's going to feel pretty bad.
So burner guy, which umpiring crew are you part of?
There's an Aaron boot at the game. Don't look. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's actually not that scary. It's a decent card. So the copying the roster is interesting because it sounds great. Most of the time when people try to copy rosters, it doesn't end up working as well for them because they don't.
Well, it never works for me because when I copy a roster, it doesn't copy the restrictions.
Right. But they don't know how particular little settings are set up with fatigue or with some kind of other things that are not visible, like opener lineups or whatever. And then it sort of ends up just not working super great often. But yeah. Anyway, should we do some more cards?
Sure. We're on to gold, right? We're way behind whatever semblance of a schedule we had, aren't we?
We just got to motor through them at this point.
Is it time to speed round it, do you think? What do you think?
Probably.
Or do we have time to discuss a few more before we speed round it?
We should just start going, and then if we get time, if we're gonna discuss stuff, it's got to be Nelly Fox. It's not these random golds.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can kind of get through.
All right, Daniel Vogelbach.
Vogelbach.
Best exactly 80, not used for anything else.
I haven't even seen this card. Yeah, that looks right. I also will just say this might be an example of a card where actually the defense is too bad to put him at first.
Maybe, but it doesn't matter. He's not a DH either. Not a good DH.
Okay, so it's just an F. All right.
So Oki Gunnar, I think it's I don't think Muddy Ruel is a 100K card at this point, but there is, I don't know what you call it exactly. This game, there's a lot of sort of stickiness once an L10 gets set. It's very hard to move the L10 because people use it for value in cards, even if it becomes wrong. So I agree with you. Muddy Ruel is not worth 100K at this point. He may have been earlier, but at this point, I don't think so. But because people paid that at some point when it was worth it, it's kind of stuck there forever.
But I actually think there's another good reason, which is kind of as we were saying, I don't know, a couple days ago, whatever, at the start of the stream. You really want to look at the price of the level 5. And he's very cheaply boostable.
Yeah, I mean, even if he cost 0, you wouldn't pay 100K for an L5 rule. You'd go buy someone better at this point.
I still have the bat is pretty good in the right era.
Yeah, I mean, but I assume you can, at this point, buy a better hitter for 100K. I would think. I mean, a catcher is certainly not in the second one.
Let's see. All right.
Anyway, Victor
all
Martinez.
Right. This one I have to give a horrible grade to because you're making me remember that we tried to put Victor Martinez on the Red Sox.
I mean, he was a good hitter at some moment. I don't know if
but those moments didn't involve wearing a Red Sox uniform.
That may be the case. I do not remember which parts of his career he was successful at which places. Anyway, the card's bad though, so we can move on from it.
Yeah, but just on story and card art, we got to give this one a F. But the card's also not rated so well. All right, Torrey Hunter. Wouldn't it be nice if the guy walked occasionally?
I still think it's pretty good. I've got this as the best L5 center fielder in well, slightly ahead of Cameron and Rios. And actually, I like him in right field too because some of the right fielders aren't combinator eligible. Yeah, I think I just want to play him.
I like him better at L5. So, at base, I want to play Clyde. I want to play Devannon. But, well, this is kind of funny. I actually want to play Charleston instead.
Yeah, I wanted to play Charleston before Konerko. I don't know that I any longer want to play Charleston. I certainly don't want to play Charleston in center.
No, I want to play Charleston in center. The bat's really good, and he sort of survives there.
Bat is very good. The defense is less so good.
Yeah, but the bat's like 70 points of WOBA ahead of Torrey Hunter, and the glove is, awful, but...
Like, 30 runs worse of defense or something?
I was going to say, I have it about 3 WAR. So, yeah, about 30 runs worse. Yep, about 30 runs worse. But I think the bat is actually about 38 or so runs better.
I think Charleston is still interesting at first base or DH. I do like Konerko a bit better, but I think Charleston is fine. You can maybe just play them both, in honesty.
But yeah, I think I actually just want to run Charleston.
So I like Hunter in both center and right. I have him top in both as L5. As a two-way, as a platoon, maybe not because Rios is really good the other way. And I assume you can find some really good VR guy.
Yeah.
So maybe as a platoon, less so, but seems decent. I'd probably give him like a B, I think. Something like that.
Wait, hold on. Victor Martinez's best OPS was really in Boston? Hold on. I have to check this now.
Oh, no, I have him as the best VR. Okay.
Wow.
It's an Aiden probably.
That is... No, wait, hold on. No, that's not true. His best OPS was in Detroit. But he did have a couple good years in Boston. No, wait, no, hold on. No, his best OPS in Boston was a 56-game season, actually.
Oh, well. Okay, yeah, you probably have to say 2014 was by far his best season. I guess that's not really much of a question. Oh, by composite. Yes, that's true. 2014 is very clearly the best season of his career, right? Like
28 intentional walks. Who else was in that lineup?
I don't know, but we're way too far off topic for how long we've been doing this with 40 cards to go. We have to keep doing on cards.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. I'm just trying to figure out, because that lineup would have had like a Miggy in his prime, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Hunter, what's good of Hunter? Let's go.
No, hold on. And Torrey Hunter was on that team. Right? That's the team where Torrey Hunter fell into the bullpen.
And what grade do we give him for that?
For falling into the bullpen? Falling into the bullpen, he gets like an A. I mean, that's a classic image, right?
I think I gave him the card an A too, actually.
No, I don't think... I think I have these others better. He's definitely the best card of his shape and type. I just don't think it's quite the shape that ends up adding up to the best. You want to give it an A? I would have given it like a C or D. Maybe give him a B.
Yeah, B or C. That's fine.
But yes, definitely Victor Martinez was better in Boston than I remember. I'm definitely giving you that one.
All right. Next up is Michael Kadire.
Definitely giving you credit on that. No, that's fine. Look, we don't complain about off tracking the streamer. We try to answer everything in chat.
Kadire looks bad. Let's give him an F and do the next one.
But definitely Victor Martinez was better in Detroit. But okay, you got to tell us where those 28 walks come from. Who was protecting him in the lineup? Sorry, Kadire, is that where we're at?
Kadire.
Um,
I'm doing my best to move us along here, but it's not successful at the moment.
sorry. I guess what you're saying is this means we're not talking about the relativistic flying unicorns this week.
No, it's way too far gone for that. This card
Um,
looks really bad though. I don't
I
know
have
the
this
cities for it.
nowhere close to anything.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's an F or an F minus. It's one of the two. Not sure.
It's not worth looking carefully. Let's just go on to Danny Tartable.
Okay. So,
Oh, we didn't even
the
discuss
NHL
these missions, which by the way
Don't do them.
really seem
Do
to
not.
need spotlight packs.
Do not. They're also they're just you get nothing of. Well, no, okay. The Mauer's okay.
No,
you
hold
get
on.
very
You get
little
Brandon
value.
Webb. He's worth 20K.
Oh, the basic reference missions.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Webb is worth 20K. Sure.
No, I was saying that, but it's funny because these are both mission structures that need spotlights to work. But then they're not coming out with spotlights day of. So it means you're kind of giving these missions that then get stuck until the spotlight comes out.
There were spotlights for every card except Mike Hegan, who for some reason was omitted. I'm not entirely sure why. Probably just a mistake. But
No, but I'm saying, but the new missions, right? So this last set.
The new missions are just pointless. You get like no value for locking a bunch of cards that you don't want to play. I don't know.
That's fair. Tartable. Where's Tartable?
Tartable's not very good.
That's not going to work. Yeah, all right. This one just doesn't work.
Even at base, it doesn't work, and then
it's non-combinatorable, and
yeah.
Do you give him a minus or not?
Yeah. No, I mean it's an unplayable base.
Yeah. All right.
It's not a card I want to play at base.
All right. Well, hold on. Dub City Spore said he doesn't do the missions.
No missions.
He said he's not the one that makes the missions. There's a Randy Wynn combinator cheaper than the base.
It doesn't really matter because Randy Wynn is so bad that even the L5 you're not going to play against base stuff.
No, but I wonder actually if there's a rational reason for that, which is that the normal one can be sold and the combi can't.
Well, I mean theoretically, Wynn's combi and if Wynn's base costs above 20K, Wynn's combi should cost identically because
right. Yeah, I agree because you're basically buying it to lock it.
Yeah, they're not going to play this thing.
But I guess that means you should never pay more than 26,000 for Win while you can get the combinator version for it.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, Tejada.
Yeah. No. Technically, that's right. Like, you have to F's do not mean that the card was a mistake to print. F means we don't want to play it. You can have F's that were good, that made sense to print, and S's that didn't make sense to print. Like, whether the card makes sense to print is not really correlated to the rating exactly.
Right. And the card art's great. Actually, not anyway. So finally, someone that agrees that his MVP season just wasn't that good.
So there's this Troy Tulowitzki card.
Yeah, no, but even apart from Tulowitzki, this is just really understated.
Well, I have the L5 of this behind the base Tulowitzki because Tulowitzki.
Yeah, I think I do too. This is really all right. This is an F minus. All right, let's go on. Garrett Atkins. Well, yeah. So Dub City. Yeah. So Dub City. I don't think there's a problem with printing cards for with bad defense for players that have bad defense. I think when a card doesn't play, you're always comparing it. You're always kind of comparing it with the other cards at a similar level, right? And so, if you give a card enough other stats and don't give it defense, the card's going to play. If you give the card great defense and nothing else, it's still probably not going to play.
Yeah, Spore, I think Tejada probably would have been okay as a silver. I still don't know that I would have played him, but he's much closer, at least.
I think it's partly just that this bat doesn't end up really being that good.
I mean, it's okay. The defense is okay. I think maybe as a silver, it's overstated enough that it functions kind of if you get the... I mean, Thon's obviously ahead of it, but...
that's the problem. The problem is, Thon and also...
the combi of this is probably getting ahead of, Christian Guzman at short.
Yeah, I was going to say, Guzman's ahead of it at base.
But, you probably play an L5 Tejada in silver. Probably. I think it would have been fine, silver. Probably a C or something.
I wonder... the one I'd wonder about is, does a card like Maury Wills at level 5 end up ahead? Because you just sort of get that little bit more bat.
The difference is similar. My guess is that Tejada's better.
It's similar, but you're getting a little bit better glove.
Let me look.
So I wonder if a card like Wills jumps ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would have it behind Thon and Connie Day, but ahead of the other silvers. If it were a silver.
Okay. Yeah. So But then you also would get the people yelling at you for it's an MVP and et cetera, et cetera.
I think one of the bigger takeaways I think from last cycle from 24 was that it's much better even for a popular glove player to print a usable card than a higher overall card. If I say that think of PT24 Steve Carlton, everyone thinks of the 78 and not the 100 that didn't get used. Because the 78 was the best start until for 2 months, and the 100 was not very good.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. All right. As for Atkins, so two-way. I think the Beltray we'll talk about in a little bit is ahead, but I have this one better VL.
Yeah, it's sort of like the Silver Agent Beltray of Gold. Except it also plays first, which is actually a pretty big...
He plays first, which is a big deal for kind of roster construction. On the other hand, there are fewer lefties in the meta, right?
Yeah, and this Gold Beltray... Actually, I like the Vinny Castilla, too. But the Gold Beltray is not super far behind VL.
I think the big problem is there really just kind of aren't lefties. Burley at high level probably should still be in the mix somewhere, I guess.
I mean, Carlton is really good at base. I don't know if he's good enough to play against the combis. Probably not. There is Marquardt, who I think is okay. Bannister's okay.
And I still don't want to play Carlton's P. Babbitt either. So I'm going to have him lower than you do.
Carlton really, really good. Lamarck is okay for non-combi. I think he's kind of falling out at this point, though.
Right. Well, I still have Lamarck as my top base lefty. I've got Holtzman up there, Carlton, but none of these is combinator eligible.
Yeah, my top combi eligible lefty is Marquardt, who is not cheap, obviously, and there aren't a ton of them going around. And then Floyd Bannister, who's probably too bad to be played, but he's not awful. And
I've got Burley, but still, I think you're giving up a bit compared with the righties.
Yeah.
So I think
Gold DOD, you can really easily afford whatever splitty cards you want. So that does help him a little, I guess.
Yeah, so I think
it's probably like a D then.
Yeah, I mean, I think today it's an F, but even the release of one really important lefty makes the card, someone that should end up on rosters. So I don't think an F, F really should mean there isn't a competitive reason to own the card. And I think there could easily be a competitive reason to own the card. You just need a lefty in the meta.
I agree. I think D is the right place to go for him.
And then we got Tulowitzki, and this is not a D.
S plus, right? We can go on. It's easy, quick one.
Actually, yeah, I think this is just a pretty quick S plus, right?
I mean, it's Dickie Thon, except we now let him be a combinator.
So one big difference with Dickie Thon is that this is only eligible at one position. So
yeah, it doesn't matter though.
It does mean that he may not last quite as long in the meta as a card like Thon, but certainly on release, this is, yeah.
I mean, I think you're probably playing. Yeah, I'm playing a combi version of this in Diamond.
Yeah, I think so.
So, compared to the Diamond combinators, this is just.
All right, let's give him an S plus and move on.
Could we also identify the types of Fs, like P? Well, that's an interesting idea to have sort of subdivisions within.
We could. I mean, I think that's where we're just sort of trying not to give that card an F, because there is, even if there isn't a competitive reason today, there is sort of a competitive reason to have that card, in your card deck somewhere.
Yeah. No, you need to scroll the list now. We finally got into the second page after 4.5 hours.
All right. Biz. I'm looking for some place to play this card, and
I mean, it has to be catcher.
It sort of has to be a catcher. The bat just doesn't. I mean, it's just behind some of the recently released catchers, and I really want the extra positions to help, because it's not that far behind, but the extra positions just don't help.
I have him kind of in the mix for backup catcher. Like Ivan Rodriguez is a lot better. And then I think he's kind of okay as a backup. Maybe you can find enough use for these positions somehow. I'd rather play Pinch Thomas because defense, but ignoring Pinch Thomas, I think you'd rather play Boone. I agree. And the only thing I think with Mackey is for a gold DOD, maybe you can put only one second baseman on your roster because you don't have to worry about fatigue, and then if some disaster happens, at least Mackey exists. Maybe it's something, but it's
but gold DOD you actually just really don't need to run any backups. Well, you can run a guy into the ground.
You get some 20 inning game, and the guy actually gets to 0 or something, but.
Yeah, but unless you're microing it, you're not going to notice.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right, it's probably enough then. Yeah.
No, I think this one's just a friend.
Yeah.
All right. We got Brett.
Holy splits.
He's good against lefties. He's really good against lefties. So I've got two problems with this card. The first one, as we've talked about a bunch, is just I don't trust the AI manager to figure out what to do with this card, and that means I'm never putting him on a roster. But the more practical one is the card's not that much better versus lefties than Billy Wagner, but Wagner is a lot more survivable versus righties. So if you're going to run a specialist type and try to make it work, I think it's always going to be Wagner instead of trying to steal the few points, just because he's survivable versus righties. And then when you make him a combinator, he becomes that much more survivable.
On top of that, Wagner should be, I assume, relatively easy to boost, and Cecil probably is rather difficult.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah,
I said
don't
wait, I
think-
said what thing? What thing did I say?
something about splits. I think it was probably me. Not
Okay.
exactly what.
Yeah.
But
So anyway, so
yeah.
I do have him. Like I said, I do have him ahead of Wagner as specialist. But I think I'm always running Wagner if I'm
Yeah,
trying to put a
and
card in that role.
as much as it's hard to convince the AA manager to use one specialist properly, you are never going to be able to convince them to use two.
I think that's right. Yeah.
It's Mackie. Oh, okay. I didn't
But
get
but
that.
especially what? Oh. Sorry.
I missed the reference.
It's all right. I missed your reference earlier. It's late. Vinny Castilla. So here's the funny thing about this is I don't want to play this card at third, but before Tulo came out, I would have been a little bit interested at short.
I do.
Is that just awful?
I have the new Andrews, like the tiniest bit at short. The thing is, it's funny. I have this a tiny bit behind Beltray at third, not like a lot, but I think there might actually be tournaments where you end up playing this. Like, if let's say there's a second base only card that's really good that gets released, you're actually pretty interested in this card now because it helps you back up short, which you need if you're playing.
Yeah, that's what I say. I feel like actually I somehow end up more interested in this card at short than third, which is weird.
Well, I think I end up interested at third as a shortstop backup because I don't have it really. Like, I only have it like the tiniest bit worse than the Beltray.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm never quite going to end up putting him on a roster, but there is like a competitive reason to at least have this card, you're going to want to think about this one.
Right. I mean, I do have him worse than Beltray, but you get the extra position, which is worth something. I mean, it's not worth a ton because you have cards like Thon and Segura, but it's worth something.
Right.
So I think it's probably like a D, maybe a C. It's okay, I guess.
And you know the guy's going to have chemistry.
Oh boy.
Yeah, C or D. If I don't think I'm ever going to play him, I'd lean toward D, but I could be convinced for C.
I'm with D. I'm fine with D. I'm in the middle someplace.
All right. Billy Swift. Which I remember there was a discussion last year that this was different than Bill Swift, and there was a whole thing about that, right?
Yes. Bill Swift is a 1930s pirate.
Really splitty again, but also this is sort of getting to the point in Gold where this might be too low stuff to really survive. I think
well,
otherwise.
You know what I think then.
What?
You know what I think then. If it is too low stuff for you.
Well, the funny thing is there's so many stats in the card. My model actually still is telling me I want to run this. As about the number 5 starter.
I have this like outside of the top 25 or something.
I don't believe it here because it's basically assuming that I'm still going to get to run this against a good mixture of lefties and righties, and I don't think I'm going to.
I'm on the F train all the way for this one. Not enough stuff for me.
I think there is a set of tournaments where it's fringy. Yeah, let's check the test tournament. Let's see how that went.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, like, once you get to dead ball-y kind of stuff, I mean, you're wasting all these points of home run. Oh, we're looking at L5 Stub City, and I think we both had him quite a lot higher than 32nd and 48th in gold. If it was that, we'd probably have given him F minus.
Right. Yeah. The other question is how often you can run an opener, because if you can successfully run an opener, then it's a pretty good card.
Well, I mean, I just have the card. It's just so.
I got knocked out in 5. It was close, but I got knocked out in 5 in the first round.
Okay, so what's happening now?
But most importantly, we want to look at are the strikeout rates.
Yes.
I want a percentage.
You can get it for pitchers, I think, but not for hitters, if I recall.
That's fine. I can get K per 9. But where is it? Not directly a percentage? I know here it is. I was gonna say I must have it, right?
Yeah, not for hitters, but it exists for pitchers.
Yep. It's hitting that 26 or so.
Hold on, let me. Certainly, I mean, we're going to need to aggregate, but it certainly looks.
We'll need to aggregate, but yeah, it's hitting that 26 or so, which is, I think, kind of the point, right?
Yeah, I think we also need to look to see how it's getting the middle. Oh, it's available for both? I didn't realize that. Okay. I mean, it probably doesn't matter because we picked all the hitters to strike out about the same amount. So, but yeah, we can look. What is Stigman doing? I guess that's kind of the relevant question, right?
Right. In the meantime, I can look at team pitching.
No, Stigman is high. Why is Stigman high?
Okay, yeah. So just look at overall these sort of K rates. It's around that 26 or so. So I think we do have an idea for what's going on. We should probably show everyone next week, though.
Go look at Stigman.
Okay.
I mean, it's tiny sample, so it's really hard to say. But he looks high to me, doesn't he?
What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for. Well, it's a small sample, though. I guess
it's a tiny sample, but I mean, they're all too high. Yeah.
Is this really not 26? We'll have to actually aggregate it and see.
It's not 26, it's 40, but if that 40 seems not right.
No, I think it's 26. That's what I'm saying. I think it's 26.
Stigman shouldn't be hitting that. Oh, he might be.
No, I think Stigman should be hitting that.
Oh, I'm
right?
thinking about this properly. Yes.
Yeah, Stigman should be hitting it. All right.
Should be hitting it.
I think we have an idea what's going on, but let's,
I mean, I'm assuming it works the same for the other ratings.
Sorry about that, Josh. and good callback, dog.
But there is
All right.
another question. There's another question, but we probably talk about it.
Yeah, we probably should try to get through these cards.
So yeah, we're talking about modern era generally. I mean, at least our models can, and we have models for other eras that work fine.
So I think for cards where it looks like the shape tells us it needs to be played in another era, we'll just run the model for that era.
Yeah, but mostly we talk about modern unless there's a card which has a shape which very obviously looks like it needs another era, and then we'll check it.
Well, the other thing is that in the current set of dailies and weeklies, and I guess there hasn't been a refresh yet. So in the dailies and weeklies that we've had so far throughout PT25, there hasn't really been an extreme dead ball tournament, and that's the place that the era modifiers would be the most different.
Right now, there's one dead ball draft and no other dead ball tournaments. No, that dead ball draft is even 1919, so it's already
it's not fully dead ball. Yeah.
And dead ball is not a monolith like some other eras are. Dead ball, the years can vary pretty wildly.
All right. It is almost 4 a.m. here, so I think we may have to. I thought Late Silver 2 is in the mid 1920s, isn't it?
2025 is very much not functional.
Yeah, by 25 you. I'm trying to remember what's the first year Babe hit. Like, I'll just check.
1925 looks a lot more like 1970s or 80s than 1910s.
Right. No, but I was trying to remember because Babe hit 59 in the early 1920s, right? I was trying to remember what year that was.
I don't remember exactly. Well, he hit it there was 1 year with the Red Sox, right, where he hit a lot, and then they traded him right afterwards, I think, or sold him.
All right, here we go. Okay, he hit 54 in 1920, 59 in 21.
Yeah, generally the way it's worked in previous versions, and I don't could change this version, is that 1919 is some homers, 1920 is a decent number, 1921 it starts to get basically a lot. And then before 1919, it's super all over the place. Like 1 year either way, the environment can change dramatically.
Right.
Yeah, this
in
is
25. That was the year Ruth was suspended a while, right?
I think so. That sounds right. There's 1 year where he played like 40 fewer games. So it's that one. All right, we should go on with cards though.
All right, I think we're very much in speed round territory, aren't we?
I've been trying to get us in speed round territory for some time now. Actually, we're doing okay on the golds. The golds weren't so bad. The silvers were really slow though.
Which reminds me. oh yeah, Billy Swift. We still never. Okay, so I think if you think you can run an opener, there's real value in this. If you can't, it's going to be tougher. But I think because the ability to run an opener, I don't think this is an F.
I have it as an F no matter what you do. If you get all righties, it's an F.
Wow.
If you get no righties, it's an F for me. Doesn't matter.
D?
I guess I should actually check that, but it was so far down, I can't imagine it.
Checking just versus righties.
I have him 10th versus righties.
All right. Would you settle for a D? And then we'll move on to Canerco.
I'm fine with the D.
All right. Canerco. Let's see. So he's got power, but I just don't think there's quite enough in the bat.
I actually really like this.
You're just going to tell me the power clobbers everything.
Yeah, the power just is enough. I have this in Charleston really similar, but I think you just play both. Play Canerco at first, and you play Charleston at
Charleston in center.
Really happy. Or that, if you're crazy.
I am.
Yes, I'm aware. No, but I mean, yeah, I think we just play them both. These are the two best hitters in gold, Charleston and Konerko. Okay, Konerko's a slightly better first baseman, so I put him at first, and I put Charleston at DH, and I'm happy.
I still think the best hitter in gold is Wally Joyner.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think they're probably, if only one of them came out, that one would be an A. Since there are two, I think I give them both Bs. Maybe like a B plus.
Yeah,
for
I have
Oscar, just like
Konerko a bit
center
lower
field.
than you do.
Do you want to give like B plus for Oscar, B minus for Konerko then, or something?
Okay, except I want to make the case that Oscar's a center fielder. Darn it.
There's no way. He's so far behind on defense.
Yeah, okay, but imagine that you could play Konerko in center. It's just a huge bat.
Yeah, but I can play both of them at first and DH. I mean, okay, if there were three of them, I could get behind this idea, maybe. But like, I can put one at first and one at DH, and I'm like very happy.
I'm getting a center fielder that like scores an extra 40 runs and gives up an extra 30, and that still nets out to 10.
I guess I just don't have him far enough. I mean, I have him as the number.
Okay, and look how good this center field defense gets at level 5.
Have you seen Mike Cameron and Torrey Hunter's center field defense at level 5?
Okay, it's better, but but Oscar Charleston never like fell into a bullpen.
Well, we don't know really.
That's true. He might have. He actually might have.
Maybe worth mentioning, he does have pitching ratings. They're really bad. There's no use for him as a two-way player. They're just. I mean, maybe if your bullpen gets completely exhausted, you put him in. But other than that, it's not very good.
All right. Since he might have once fallen into a bullpen, I'll settle for a B plus.
Okay.
But if anyone can come up with historical evidence to say he never fell into a bullpen,
so we have a big bias against cards which fell into bullpens on this stream.
yes.
Bullpen falling is strictly prohibited.
Wait till we get to Duran and we start talking about outfield defense there.
So Andrews is. I mean, he would have been fine, except Tulowitzki's better.
All right.
So it's enough, right?
So Elvis is leaving the et cetera. All right.
Yeah.
Carlton, we already talked about. You have him as good enough that you still want to play him against the combinators. I don't.
At base, I want to play him up into diamond.
I just don't get interested, but it is worth pointing out that there are limited lefties in gold, and that also increases the value.
Oh, I think actually, let me check that this is actually true, but it might be true. Okay, it's barely not true, but it's pretty close. My model almost says that Carlton is the best mission reward from the Baseball Reference 4 missions in league as a pitcher. And yes, that includes the 100.
I think that's probably true.
I have Webb the tiniest bit better.
You think it's Archer?
No, I Webb like very slightly better than Carlton, but not.
I don't think it's Webb.
I mean, I don't think Webb is good.
Sheffield pitched in high school, right?
Yeah, it's very close though. I have it like a 1/10 of a run difference between Carlton and Webb in league.
All right.
So I think I'd give this. I think I'd give it a B probably.
Yeah, and I'm a bit lower. Maybe just give it a C and move on.
Sure, that's fine.
All right. Beltre we also talked about a bit, but I'll just sort of put the card up. Not that Beltre, but hold on. Because I'm in the combinator version.
Oh, yeah. There should be a combinator version of that one.
Wait, why am I?
You have some other filter?
I don't think so. Okay. Anyway, obviously the eyes what holds it back,
Oh,
but there's just enough in this card that I think we both just wanted to play it, right?
yeah. I mean, I only have it the tiniest bit better than Castilla. Oh, time's 4 out. Hold on, let me fix it. Um, I think that should work. Yeah, I have it the tiniest bit better than Castilla. But not like a ton, and it does lose the shortstop. Um, I think it's playable certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably your top option. It's not a critical card to have, so usually we give that around a B, right?
Yeah, it might even be a C because there is the Castilla, and I think they're like reasonably close that you don't need both, and you probably shouldn't play both.
Yeah, and I guess this one's better, but it's the single position.
Yeah, so I think probably it's more like a C than a B because of all that stuff.
Okay, we can do that. All right, we're up to diamond. We're speed running. Sizemore, or as we like to call it, Ted Williams progress. Um, yeah. So we're not going to get to a Tony Suck tournament tonight, are we?
Don't think so. We delayed far too long on random nonsense, but that is kind of the point of the stream. So
A little bit. And we started late. All right. Well, I really like the 100. It's a really good shape for a center fielder. So I have this one fairly strong in part because it is a mission card, so it's not boostable, but it's a Willie Mays Mission Edition that it's kind of replacing, and I do have this ahead of Mays.
well, a VR two-way it's going to be not close, but
Right. Well, there's also this Ashburn,
Well, Ashburn you can play him right. Yeah, I do have this as the best center fielder VR. It absolutely needs a platoon, which would be Mays. I guess the question is, can you fit two center field only players in your roster?
See but that's where I think you can actually kind of do the slightly weird thing of having Ashburn be the other side.
He's a lot worse than Mays, though, VL. They're giving up a lot to do that.
Yeah, but again, there are limited lefties there right now.
Maybe, actually, hold on.
Or run Rios is the other card on the roster. Cameron.
No, why can't? Actually, yeah. I think I want to play Sizemore at DH, maybe, VR, and leave Mays in center.
I do actually have him as the best bat there. So I have him as the best bat there, but like anytime I can stick, it's the same thing I was saying with Charleston. Anytime I can stick kind of my best bat in center, it's the same reason I was happy to run Ty Cobb there.
I'm just not convinced I can actually feasibly fit both Sizemore and Mays in the roster, and if I can only choose one, I'm going to choose Mays.
Maybe. On the other hand, in Diamond Cap, you're choosing Sizemore, I think. Just hope you don't face that many lefties.
It's only 2 points. I don't think it's not that tight.
No, it's not that it's that tight. It's just that he hits righties well enough that.
But I mean, you're gonna face Paxton and Preacher Row. Like you have lefties. I mean.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Also, I'm talking about this in low diamond. In full diamond, I'm.
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
I'm not in full diamond. I'm definitely going to just.
Yeah, we're talking about low diamond for this, but it's a low diamond card.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's playable, but it does get a little bit tough with Mays and Howard, who's close at DH but better VL. You do lose the center, which is nice for first base, but it's kind of useless. I could go either way on that. I just have a very hard time seeing how I'm going to fit Sizemore and Mays platooning in center, and then I'm going to choose Maze if I have to pick one.
Right. Right.
So I don't know. I think it's probably like a C, maybe a D.
Yeah, C sounds reasonable. And then of course, if you're investing in like a full combinator build, then this will start to get squeezed out. But there aren't a lot of teams that are really investing enough to be full combinator and diamond.
Yeah, I mean, this is ahead of the gold combinators we are. So,
right.
Yeah.
All right. Gary Sanchez, Yankee F, move on.
Let me check. I assume so. I actually haven't looked at this one. Yes, Ivan Rodriguez is a card which exists.
You know what? Actually, this is sort of a Yankee F minus.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
All right, Tug McGraw. We had that really good Tug in the build a lineup a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't think this one is amazing, but I do have him as one of the better relievers in low diamond.
So I have him like only third or fourth base, but I think he actually ends up at the top for me level 5 because some of the splits get evened out a little.
That's possible. So
again, finding the level 5 of everything is tough. You know, you're paying a lot to boost a reliever, so I'm not sure you're gonna decide to do that.
Yeah, my base, I have like a clear top 3 of Betances, BJ Ryan, and McGraw. If I go up to L5, okay, I still prefer Betances, but McGraw, I guess that's a Ryan because Ryan's not a common arrow.
Yeah. No, Spore, I think this is the perfect solution. You take all of the Yankees, you just add 10 to their overall, make the Yankee fans feel good, and make the cards all unplayable. I'm good with that.
Yeah, no. The Sanchez was just kind of doomed because he had a rating that made sense in PT20 when catcher defense was irrelevant.
Yeah.
And then because you have to carry the rating, there's just no way to make it work.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so McGraw, I think actually works better at level 5, but it's tough to find the combinator. So maybe it's like a B or C, closer to B. What do you think?
I think a B.
Yeah,
it's definitely a good low diamond reliever, but it's not like required to have it to play low diamond.
But if the combinators were just a little bit cheaper, then it might be closer to an A for me.
Well, in particular because Ryan becomes ineligible then.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of Ryan Howard. It's a weird profile, but it's a Ryan Howard for sure. Imagine this is just gonna strike out too much even for me, but let me look.
So this is another one where I think the defense is too miserable to play at first. Like I said, I have this and Grady Sizemore as kind of the two good VR DHs in low diamond. I like Howard's bat VL better than Sizemore's, but you get a useless first base instead of a useful center field.
Yeah, and I think this one actually strikes out too much even for me in low diamond.
The other thing is the more no is a much less splitty card. I mean, he's a little bit worse VR, but he's much less splitty, and you can actually play first.
So this probably just doesn't quite play.
Probably ends up as an F, but maybe it's probably just an F. I think you're playing Sizemore if you need the DH and you're playing one out first. Yeah.
Xander. Now, that's a card I want. Well, that's fine. We got the Red Sox version, so this is back when he could still play baseball. Let me see where he ends up.
And he's unbelievably splitty, right? He has to be on the BL side.
I mean, I do have him as by far your best VL option, but you got to platoon him, and he only plays the one position.
I no longer have him as the best VL option because there's this Tulowitzki fellow.
So I do have him ahead of Tulowitzki. But the funny thing is, it's going to be easier to get the Tulowitzki combinator than this one. And so probably in the end you'll end up with Tulowitzki anyway. Plus you can run him both ways.
Yeah, I don't really see a way to use it. If this Bogarts had second, you think about it, which I guess is reasonably accurate. But at short, Tulowitzki is, I think, just sort of crushing it. I don't really see.
I think this is good enough for us left that if lefties are in there. I mean, the funny thing is, I'm closer to playing this in full diamond than low diamond because of that.
I guess in full diamond you do have Tinker to contend with.
Yeah.
And also the Chipper Jones. But Chipper Jones is pretty splitty VR, so maybe not Chipper Jones. But Tinker is still pretty strong VL.
So I think there is some value in this card. I'm not quite sure where he ends up on builds, but it's the best. It's the best at what it does, I think.
Well, I have the Tulo as a better VL at base. I just really don't. Before
okay, Tulo, I do have this ahead of Tulo VL at base by a fair bit, actually.
No, I think it was the right choice to not put second base in him. Like before Tulo, he was fine. He just kind of got run over by Tulo. I think that's the problem, basically.
Yeah, I think, but I do think there's a way to use this card. You know, like we sort of had the same kind of discussion about Bo Bichette, and then I think there were builds that he found his way onto rosters.
The thing is, like, even if you think Bogarts is a little better than Tulo VL, like Tulo's a lot better VR. You're not playing them both because they're both shortstop only. So, like, how is Bogarts ever finding a spot unless you have like 5 lefties in the rotation? You think? I mean,
yeah, it's tough because they're both single position.
Yeah, I don't see how, even if you think it's better VL, like I still don't see how you ever actually put it on the roster.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Let's say in full diamond you're running Chipper VR. Do you run this card VL and then run Chipper at third base the other way?
No, I play Tulo or Tinker.
I don't think if I'm mainly playing in VL, I think I play this ahead of Tulo.
Oh, I have Tinker ahead of them both in full diamond.
That's true. Full diamond you have to.
I mean, Tulo combi obviously you're going to play, but Tulo base is.
Okay, I still think just if it's the best of its type, we want to give it something other than F because there's more use case for this than the Fs where there's never a way to make it work.
If you want to give it F plus or D minus, I'm fine with that.
All right, let's give it a D minus because I'm not quite sure what it is, but I feel like there is a clever way to use this card.
I think it has to be an early enough era that you need the bad over Tulo's power. That's the only way that I can see it working.
Okay. All right. We have another not so playable Corey K, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this one is just kind of worse than the Beltre and Castilla at base. And then obviously the combos of those are going to get way ahead.
I think that sounds right. I've got Alfonso kind of in the same boat as well.
Yep, I agree.
But this one only plays third.
Yeah.
All right, Randy Jones.
Well, I'm guessing we disagree on this one.
You think so? Well, all right. Let's see. I think we're gonna guess that I'm gonna like him and you're gonna hate him.
This is like SP 30 or something. That's good.
I'm a little bit higher than that. I'm a little higher than that. I just want to run a good infield defense behind him, and then it's fine. Yeah, I think this is a card I'll play. And you're gonna come nowhere close. So what are we doing with this one? There's basically the opposite of the Jimenez one, right? So this just gets the asterisk again.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I mean it's the most. I guess in Dead Ball this card is going to be amazing.
Yeah, in Dead Ball it's going to be great.
So that's something.
But this is just one where our two models are going to diverge at this point.
Yep.
Excellent.
All right, Cam.
Good call to Axel next. All right. Cam Collier.
Isn't this just a worse Koski?
Yeah.
And we'd already didn't want Koski?
Yeah, all right. F minus. Enos Slaughter.
Well, he's not David Justice, and that is trouble.
No, it's not as good as the LE that we got last time. That was kind of a
No, that was amazing. That
really
card was
strong
really
card.
good. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he does have the two positions, but it's sort of corners, and really the shape says it's probably got to be a right fielder if you're going to make it work.
well, I mean, just as Ashburn, Toriente, Mays, like there's so many outfielders.
Yeah, I think he does just get run over, doesn't he?
Yeah, the Ellie Enos was a great card. I played that one a lot.
What do we got? Morneau. Well, this one's got some points.
Yeah, I really like this one. I mean, you're not playing up the full diamond because it's Isler and Cash, but looks like the best first baseman low diamond to me.
Yeah, I wish he had a little more eye, so my model isn't going to like him quite as much as yours. But because I want to play Oscar in center, I still want to run him.
Yeah, I mean, okay, probably ideally you platoon him with a Dick Allen or something, but
Bagwell.
Bagwell. The VL is like not offensive, so if you have to two-way him, it's not.
Yeah, so it's probably I don't think it's a big jump over the other options, but it is a jump.
Yeah, it's probably just because it's low diamond only and it's not a huge improvement. It's more like a B than an A.
All right,
I guess.
That seems reasonable. Just too bad, because you know how much we like giving our Canadians A's on this stream.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we're up to full diamond. We got Preacher. We're going to disagree on this one because of the splits, aren't we?
I have this as the number 2 starter in full diamond.
And I'm going to double check, but I'm guessing the splits mean I have it a bit lower than you, because I think he's going to see too many lefties. But let's
He's
find
reversed.
out.
He throws left-handed. This is a reverse split.
Oh, wait a minute. This is reverse splits. Okay, hold on. In that case, I think I'm going to like him a lot. Let me find out. Yeah, my model does like him a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I have Paxton kind of a tier ahead, and then this row and the Jose Rijo in the next tier.
I've got Trout up there as well, I guess. But
yeah. Trout and Carpenter we're going to disagree on because it's a thing.
Well, Trout and Carpenter, except that Carpenter can't be boosted and Trout can.
Right? Yeah.
So if you're at base version, I've got Carpenter up there. I've got Levon not too far behind. Even Logan Webb actually. Rijo. But this is also combinator eligible.
Yes, and then Paxton is too, and I do think Paxton is a decent amount better. He has a lot more stamina, which is worth something.
So because he's combinator eligible, that probably boosts this to like an A.
Well, yeah, I mean Paxton is also, but Paxton is really, really strong, and the stamina. So yeah, I think an A is reasonable for this.
A minus?
No, I think it needs to be a straight A. Like this is definitely a card that you should be playing in Diamond. I think without really any, no matter kind of what else you've got.
All right, Sean Green. So it's sort of flat except for this big power. And probably splittier than it looks just because of the color scheme.
Yeah, it's quite splitty.
So this one's kind of funny because I have it as a pretty good two-way card, but I think I just want to run Ashburn Kaline.
I have it better than Ashburn VR. not by a lot, but I do have a bit better. I have Ashton better VL. I do have K-Line as the best VL. So that, I think, yeah, there is. I mean, it might be the case that, well, this is probably a spot you percent. Yes, probably just, I think green K-Line is what I would do. But I think Ashburn K-Line is also fine if you want a better center fielder and better VL. I think it's either one's reasonable, probably.
If you run Asper in center, then you just run this in right. But of course, if you can find a max carry, that's probably what you're doing.
I think you're playing carry in left, probably. But center is all. I mean, he's good in both spots. But green is definitely playable. I think it's probably like a B or a C. Probably a B. Probably,
I think I was going to say more like a C just because.
Yeah, more like a C.
If he's ahead of Aspirin, he's not much ahead, and he's more expensive if you ever have a cap.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right. Beltray, didn't we just do this one?
We have another Beltray.
This does not look quite as.
Yeah. I don't really have this one particularly great, certainly behind the PTM as Zimmerman, but also I have him behind the
I think I have this behind the silver Beltray.
VL probably.
Yeah.
I mean, this one is supposed the other way, but I mean, I don't think it matters because Perez and Montgomery, even if you don't have Zimmerman, Perez and Montgomery are enough to kind of take him out.
This is just clobbered.
Yeah, I don't know if it's clobbered. I don't think it's an F minus, but it's an F for sure.
I think it probably is, but I'm happy just giving him an F if you want, and we can move on.
Yeah. Either way.
Give him a little head rub, it'll be fine. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Carlos Gonzalez.
Well, I guess if we already said we like Sean Green, there isn't really going to be much space for Gonzalez.
No, this is behind. Yeah, we talked about him. This is just behind that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right, that was a quick one. Dennis Reyes. So this card is funny because it's splittier than the color scheme makes it look, but even so, like if it can survive enough against righties, all right, I'll check the model. I was trying to do this by eye and go quickly.
I have it kind of fringy.
This looks about right. Yeah, I think it's going to barely survive against righties, but he doesn't really clobber lefties because it's not quite enough control to do it.
Yeah, like Hernandez and Nishek are kind of the top two diamond relievers by a good bit, and then there's a group of like.
And I've got this with how Tug, Dotel, actually Live Clay Holmes sort of ends up.
Yeah, a bunch of guys, and then some of the sort of 5th to 10th kind of starters.
It's probably like a C or a D.
I think more like a D. It seems pretty niche. And the
All
low
right.
stamina actually is not great either.
Maurer.
Yeah, I guess kind of the obvious comparison is the 99 Berra.
Makes sense, yeah. And this is a Maurer that only plays catcher, right?
Only plays catcher. I have Berra a tiny bit ahead VR, but Maurer better VL. I think I'm going to prefer Berra most of the time because catcher is kind of a position you platoon when you can anyway, and there are a bunch of really good VL catchers.
I figured that was the way it would go for me, but I actually do have Maurer a little bit ahead of Berra VR instead.
Really interesting.
Which is funny because the framing is a lot lower here.
Yeah,
but I have Maurer's bat quite a bit better.
I think Maurer has use because in a cap he's going to be better than Berra since he's less splitty and he saves a point.
He saves a point, yeah, and also anything that's a little bit earlier era, this card gets better quicker than Berra.
Yes, that's definitely true, and also the framing starts hurting him less. So maybe it's like a C then.
I've even given it a B.
Okay, I'm fine with the B. I think
all right.
It's pretty similar. There's
another page of these.
Oh my god.
Chipper.
That's a nice short.
The only reason you're not playing this at third is if you can play him at short, right?
Yep. Looks like a great shortstop.
It probably doesn't play up, but
No, this one doesn't play up. Probably you.
That's
you do
probably an
tournament
A, right?
here, I think most likely, and because you can back up third, so you don't have to worry about the single position stuff. But yeah, it's really good.
All right, Tasker Hernandez, and I remember there was cool card art, which I guess I haven't loaded yet. But
Oh, did they fix it? I was going to complain about this card, but they may have fixed it.
Oh, then I don't know.
So okay, the card.
Hold on,
itself,
Dennis Reyes is not the only guy to be teammates with all three of those. There've got to be at least a dozen who were teammates on All-Star teams with
Oh,
him.
All-Star games. Okay, sure.
Hey, if it works when Lap is creating his theme team, I'm counting it here. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more if you can kind of parse the minor league stats too.
Well, maybe they only. I mean, Maurer and Helton only playing for a single team does make it less likely.
That's true.
Anyway,
I heard. Okay, the card art loaded now. Okay, so I like the card art. I think the bat just looks like it gets outclassed, though, doesn't it?
Well, it's a worse K line. I mean, that's
what I mean. Yeah. So to begin with, it's a worse K line, but also, just in terms of like bat VL, you'd have to be sort of pure power for it to work, because otherwise, like a Brett Boone that has a lot of powers ahead of it. In anything league related, Sisler, is kind of knocking it out.
There is one tournament where I wanted to play it, which was the one that fired last night, the 2024 only thing.
Okay, in 2024 only, I guess that's.
Except I bought one to play it for like 10K or something. I was excited that it was upgrade. I finally got upgraded to that roster. But until I guess early this morning, he was listed as 2023 and couldn't play it. but now I guess they fixed it, so he can. I think now. So he has that single tournament of use, but nothing else.
Just for that, he's getting an F. Forget it. He's getting an F for the 20. All right, we got all of our perfects. Let's see if we can race through these. All right, Wilbur Wood. So we got a knuckleballer in here. I guess at this point we're really more looking at league than tournament, right? Which is too bad, because I like this profile better in tournaments.
Well, I think this card is an exception, maybe. Because I think the biggest value of this card comes from the fact that he's 112 stamina and a knuckleball.
Plus the knuckleball, yeah.
He is going to be able to throw a really large number of pitches. Probably 130 or 140 in a modern environment.
Yeah.
Is that enough to make him? Oh no, Teoscar is still screwed up. I just checked the tournament. He's still 2023.
Huh. Okay, it was showing 2024 in where I just loaded.
Well, maybe it's because this tournament is referring to old data. That's possible.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. That it grabs it when it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this card also is actually a little splittier than it looks as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have him as awful in League. I think he's kind of fringy bullpen. But, you're not really going to be paying $300K for a fringy bullpen card.
No, so it's probably, like a D? I do think there's some value in it. Yeah, and I think it's a little better tournament card.
I agree. I think it's a D basically for this. If you in a super tight cap and you just need to avoid your 40s in your bullpen, well, he can do it.
All right. Should we just have a moment of silence for Brandon Webb? All right, who's next? Sheffield.
at least you can sell this one.
Gary Sheffield. Are we giving Webb an F- or not even bothering?
We can give it F minus.
Yeah, all right. Sheffield.
He's basically Webb and Painter and Job from 2 months ago that were already borderline, and it's now 2 months later, so he's just terrible.
This is a big bat, and you know how I feel about big bats.
Yeah, I guess I think we kind of probably need to talk about this along with the 100 Beltre, right? Because I think this is a third baseman more than anything else.
In tournaments, definitely. In league, I'm not sure, but I don't hate playing him at DH.
No, I think I think I have him very similar to the Frank Thomas, the DH.
In tournaments, I'm happy to play him at third.
Yeah, I think even in league, I'm kind of happy to play him at third. Like I have him slightly ahead of Beltre VR. Obviously, Beltre is better VL, but I think I'm okay with that. Like, I think kind of if I had everything except Tulo, I guess the big PTMS Tulo, what I would do is to play Morgan or Geringer, Wilson at short, and Sheffield VR, and like Geringer and Morgan at second still, or maybe Wilson, and then Kloss at short now and Beltre at third.
Yeah.
So I think Sheffield, yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's going to last a long time in the meta because he's kind of like
Yeah, I think he's in the meta, but if you're sort of starting out at DH, that means you're kind of about as vulnerable as you can be in terms of getting knocked out.
Right, and also, Williams is also lurking. If there's two good outfielders, Williams knocked out of the outfield, then he's dead also from that. So
right.
Yeah, it's probably like a C or something or a D. I mean, it's good right now, but I just don't think it will last very long.
All right. Joe Nathan.
It is worth noting that these missions are set up such that you have to lock Sheffield on the way to Chipper Jones, not the other way around. So everyone who has Ted will have Sheffield.
Right. Or I guess you could buy. No, that's right. You have to lock it anyway. Yeah, okay.
You could buy Ted, but yes.
Nathan, a little bit splitty with the, everything. Gets righties out.
This one I think is just not great. I think
the splits probably are going to doom him, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Maybe in a heavily enough righty park against specific teams in the playoffs or something, you can find a use, but it's going to be super narrow.
Right.
I think I'm happy to give it an F.
Derek Lee. Well, I mean, at this point last year, this looks a lot like last year's Joey Votto, but with this year's scaling,
he was good for 3 days, and then Helton came along, and now he's not anymore.
Yeah. I'm not as convinced as you are that he was good for 3 days, but
it doesn't matter now.
Because I guess I have similar to Frank Thomas. Just play Helton.
Yeah, just play Helton. Yeah, that's exactly. The first base turns over so fast all the time. There are too many good ones. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Ezra, it's late, Speaking of which, if you were about to stream, we're hopefully getting ready to finish and raid into you. Or somebody. Geringer, we talked about Geringer a bit, and this is, we talked about it a fair bit earlier in stream, right? He's pretty darn close to Joe Morgan. If you find a combinator version, he ends up ahead of Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan is definitely better, but it's not enough. Like, you're certainly not going to pay $1 million for Morgan. You can get a Geringer for $400K.
But the funny thing is, you can get a combinator Geringer for under $1 million.
No, exactly $1 million. But also, I don't think you're going to be able to sell Morgan at this point for $1 million. I think you're going to be able to sell Morgan for $600 or something, probably, maybe even less. I will say, one thing that's interesting about this Gehringer is, 101 usually doesn't really matter compared to 100 because you're still at the same playability, but there is this little tiny narrow gap where actually the card is close enough that saving the point is worth it. And it's possible that Gehringer lands in this little tiny gap.
Right.
I'm not sure. Morgan might be enough better that you still pay the point, but
And if you find the combinator, he definitely does.
yeah, well, finding combinator is better and less overall, so that's certainly. I will say, Nelly Fox, his giant avoid K has made himself worse. The only thing with Nelly Fox is he is turning an absurdly large number of double plays, like so many double plays. It's actually crazy how many it is. Like more than half of his defensive value is coming from all the double plays he's turning.
Yeah. Yeah, you're mentioning it was what, 11% or something of innings. He's
turning a double play he's turning a double play per game, basically. Not starting a double play, turning double play.
okay. Anyway, as for Gehringer, maybe it's an A then.
Yeah, I think it's more like an A. Yeah.
All right. Jaron Duran. Well, we already showed that video, so I don't have to get back into that again. Card art, great card.
Plays in the 2024 only cap and nothing else. 24 only tournament, it's not a cap, but
barely plays in that. Yeah, the card's not good. I don't have a problem with the card going for 40K. I'll put it that way.
No, it's actually a pretty reasonable price because he plays in the one tournament. He's an upgrade in the tournament, so 40K. Okay, that's reasonable.
Probably the mission value will eventually be more than that, but
I think it may have already gotten updated. I'm not sure because that tournament I was in, I think it's using old data. But if it's not, yeah.
I thought it was updated. So it's for, at least if you look here, it says 2024.
Yeah,
so in the card shop, at least it looks updated.
Yeah. But it's very important for his usage. So.
Okay. As for Travis, I like the idea of releasing a card like this for the player, but this is just behind kind of all these second basemen we were talking about, right? And the extra. Yep. The extra positions aren't really going to help because he's got to be a second baseman probably with these ratings to work.
It's another 2024 only tournament card.
All right. Ted Williams. See, we're done the perfects. We're doing great.
No more hundreds.
Yeah. Okay. Is a big bat. I don't think this card is going to work as designed. So first off, I think to begin with, he's probably close to a DH. You can definitely try to stick him in left with that bat. But the thing that worries me the most is I think he has this funny split where even though it's not really a reverse split, he's going to get used in weird ways as a pinch hitter.
Well, I don't know. I just really like this card. I don't think he's going to be a pinch hitter because I want to play him both ways. I think actually for me he's more of a right fielder than a left fielder because I like Max Carey so much.
If I had a Carey, I think I would just play him in center if I could.
No, Griffey in center. So it's Carey, Griffey, Williams. I think what I would do is play Carey, Griffey, Williams, VR, and something like Williams, McCutcheon, Koff, VL. I think.
Still might even play K-Line as the other one, but yeah, that sounds reasonable.
I haven't right field and left field have been kind of barren positions for quite a long time. So I do think eventually he's a DH, but for the moment, there weren't any good right or left fielders with the possible exception of Carey. So yeah, I'm happy to stick him there. But yeah, I think eventually he's a DH.
And Tactonex wins the. Okay, but did you win it with your real team or with the one that broke?
No, I think with the one with all the same cards as everyone else. Clearly, it was the excellent management.
It was. Nice.
So I don't know. I think Williams is an S. I don't know if he's an S plus because he's the best at 3 positions. Maybe that's just enough.
I don't think he's the best by a lot, and I think as soon as he's not a card you want to start both ways, it's going to be really tricky finding the right slider settings.
I don't know. I'm just not so worried about it. I'm kind of, at the moment at least, happy to have him hit either side. I have him decently ahead. Like I have him like a win and a half ahead of Carey and a bit further ahead of the right fielders.
You know what, though? If we could try releasing another Bobby Dorr.
I guess there is the issue. He does, again, have the pull hitter and no bunt for hit. I haven't checked it this cycle. I probably
That's true. We should look at that, too.
So I don't know at this point because I haven't checked. I should.
To be fair, if it turns out that being a pull hitter that refuses to bunt for a hit is, harms a card, it is historically accurate.
I mean, yes, but not by 30 points of BABIP or whatever it was last cycle. I suspect it won't happen because I think the big issue in last cycle was that all the BABIP was so squished together, and it's not like that anymore.
Yeah.
So I guess it won't be a problem, but it's worth a check.
The
Mauer, Help, and Beltre are packables.
They're packables, yeah. So there are missions associated with each of these, but it's not for the 100 ones.
Yeah, and really, the Beltre and Helton mission cards we didn't really think are that useful. The Mauer is okay, we thought.
But you get packs.
But you get packs.
And you could have anything in a pack. Even a Mauer, Helton, or Beltre.
Yeah, many Mauer, Heltons, and Beltres, in fact. I guess only one Helton. The other Helton is not packable.
You have multiple copies, though.
That's true. That would be a good pack, multiple Heltons.
Yeah, exactly, Tacnet. Could be a boat.
So anyway, I think actually I might give Williams S plus because he is, I think, far enough ahead at the 2 outfield spots that it's going to take a bit to get rid of him.
I think he's more like an S, but you know what? It's Ted Williams. We'll give him an S plus. Why not? But we need a better Ted. We need a better Ted this cycle. All right, Joe Mauer. Or we did this one. Can't we just copy the ratings over? All right, let's do these quick. Oh, we got to do a speed TWIP draft too.
Best VR by a ton.
Best VR, platoon him with Posey.
Yes, Gibson, then platoon him with Gibson.
Yes. And if you don't have either of those, platoon him with Mauer.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's really splitty like this probably makes it more of an A than an S. Especially if there are lefties in the league. There's like Tanana and some other random guys that get starts.
All right, Helton.
That's easy, right?
Big bat. It's a big bat. It is another big bat with like a pull ground ball and can't bunt, but
But yeah, this is, okay, I have Ted as a slightly better hitter, but it's pretty close, and it is by far the best hitter is eligible for first base.
Yeah, I think this one's more like an S.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's an S plus because it's a first baseman. He's not like clearing the field, but
that's fair. It's very good though. I do have this ahead of the Combinator Sisler, not by a ton, but a little bit.
All right, Beltre. Now this one, the card art's wrong. He should be hitting this ball like off one knee.
Yeah, that would be really cool to get a Beltre hitting off one knee silhouette.
That would be a cool silhouette. Yeah, that would have been the S plus card art.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, as for the card, I think it's kind of what you'd want out of a card like this. It probably pushes gloss over to short.
It's funny though, because
don't love this card VR though, and I kind of want to find an excuse to play Chipper. I can't quite play Chipper instead of this, but I want to find an excuse to do it.
It's funny because I think in the end, Gloss's shortstop is more useful than Beltre's VR bat. So I think Beltre leaves the meta first.
I agree. Especially because Artie Wilson also kind of can end up at third depending on what gets released.
Yes, very easily. If there's a really good shortstop, that's what's going to happen. You're gonna play that shortstop two ways, and you're gonna platoon Wilson and Gloss at third, and Beltre is going to be off the road.
Yeah, or if you have the Tulowitzki, we would do that too.
That is exactly the really good shortstop. So yes. So yeah, it's probably. I mean, I do have it as the best two-way third baseman for league, but only by a tiny bit over Sheffield and Wilson. So it's
more like a B.
More like a B, yeah.
All right, we did it mostly. Why do I keep? Okay. All right, we mostly did it.
There's a lot of cards. Very many cards.
Well, see, Sport's only sort of a S plus the TED. It's really an S that's a Red Sox,
No, I'm pretty comfortable this TED is gonna have legs. Unless there's the bunt for hit thing. That's the only caveat I would give it.
I have to do the late night speed in 11 minutes, but we should do a quick draft and then we should call it.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think we do the quick draft first, or I should probably click through? I should probably click through the speed just to be safe, right?
Speed after all.
All right. So now, none of the speed drafts are real speed drafts. So what should we actually give ourselves for doing this on stream?
On stream it's tough. Because
on stream it's tough because you have to wait for it to load. You think we can still do it in 90 seconds, or you think we got to give ourselves like?
No, we got to give us
2 minutes.
Two or 2.5, I would say.
We should be able to do it in 2, right?
It's tough with the delay. It's just that you can't click them fast enough in some cases.
It's all right. You don't have to give us another TED as long as we get our S plus Tony Suck. All right. 2023 Camden Yards. All right, you ready?
Yep, let's go.
All right, let's speed this. It's probably Bazana, right? It's the only new one.
Yep.
I gotta wait for you to take the yes.
Yep, take the good card.
It's probably got to be A-Rod, right?
Yep, take the good card.
Although I like the draft we did last. Oh, sorry, we're in a hurry. What is it? So it's always Dempsey, and then is it Meyer, Miggy, Pius?
Meyer.
Probably Meyer, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably Groom because of how bad this is.
Definitely Groom. Probably Derringer.
Derringer? All right, we're thinking the same thing. All right, we got to speed up here. Chase, Cole, or is it, unless it's Mark? No, maybe it's Marquard, actually.
Definitely Marquard. I don't know if Dollander or Young.
Let's go Dollander. All right, it's always Hairston and... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a sec. No, hold on, but we also got Moyer and Swindell.
This is a tough round. Where are we at on starters? 4?
4?
Okay, so it's 1 catcher, 1 starter then, I guess. We did already take a catcher.
Yeah.
I don't know. Any combination of the two of the 4 is really reasonable.
How about Moyer Swindell? Let's go Moyer Swindell then.
Okay, and just kick Dollander basically. Or Derringer. Oh, Derringer's, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
You can kick Derringer.
That works. All right, we're way too slow. All right, we got to speed up here. Fine. Hampton House. They're all bad. Gladding House. What do you
Doesn't
think?
really matter. They're all bad.
All right.
Not finding a
Fine.
winner
House
there.
is flexible. Wow. Click two cards and move on.
Whichever two you click on first.
All right. They didn't get better.
Portuondo is not awful.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't have anything else.
Is it? No, I think it's Nick Nelson, right?
I have no idea what the lives are.
All right. We'll move on. All right. Kershaw's fine. Is it Kaz? Do we have room for another
Probably.
infielder? All right.
Or it's, well, otherwise it's Holmes, I guess.
That's fine. All right. Well, if we go Steve Braun, we could take our sixth third baseman.
That sounds good.
Let's do that. I can't possibly be wrong.
Their cards are all awful. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Maybe Hughes.
Hughes, you think?
I mean, they're all bad.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem is it means we have to take 5 out of 7 hitters, but whatever. I give up. Hunt is good.
Yep. Everything else is not.
Right. Then let's
Well,
take...
Cherry Smith is not the worst.
Yeah, but we already have 12 pitchers.
Okay, so I don't know. Take whatever then. Nunez, probably.
Well, we need to take our last catcher.
Okay, then
We may have forgotten to draft any outfielders.
That's all right.
That can't be... That will not be the reason this team loses.
Oh, Pizzana can play the outfield. Pizzana, I don't know how.
It's all right. The lack of outfielders is not going to be the reason this team loses, right?
No.
There are plenty of other reasons this team can lose.
Now, how did PA decide for Donald over Meyer? Aren't they like the same shape, but Meyer has just more rating points?
That's a good question. Well, you see, they may look like they're the same shape, but Meyer has more rating points.
Yeah, don't understand that one.
It really likes P. BABIP.
I guess.
I'm not even gonna try to. I think we'll just punt on this one. All right, let's do the trip draft. That's what we really want to do. We're doing a trip draft and then giving up for the night or morning or
Whatever.
It is light out here, but we're really far north.
Yeah. This one kind of went on for too long.
So we're not gonna try to get our Tony Suck ball going.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. One of these weeks, we've got to have a good trip draft, just by accident, right?
Also, don't release 75 cards the next week, please.
Here we go. This is not going to be the week we finally have a good trip draft.
So we're taking the 2 relievers, right?
You know what? I'm not completely sure that's wrong.
If it's Ohtani, if not, right?
It's never Ohtani.
No, as a hitter, he's an awful pitcher.
No, it's not Ohtani though.
If it was Judge, we'd take it. Like Judge is actually good.
Is it Knobloch?
Knobloch is so bad.
we always get these TWIP drafts. It's incredible.
It might be the relievers. It actually might be the relievers.
I think it's gotta be either Knobloch or Jennings plus one of the relievers.
Oh my god, it's no Jennings. We can't. There's no way we can take Jennings. Knobloch is better than Jennings.
I think it's Knobloch.
Jennings might be the worst hunter in the game. But no, that's not true. It's Luke Appling. It's Luke Appling. He's much worse. But Jennings is up there.
Oh.
Even taking one would be hard here.
I'm thinking Bourbon and oh, I don't even know. Okay, Knobloch, at least there's a positional scarcity thing.
Sure. Let's go for Knobloch.
The problem is he only plays second base, and this guarantees we're going to get Utley next round.
Utley and Brett Boone.
Right.
And Nelly Fox. Yeah.
Should we go Knobloch anyway?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Can it get worse?
We could get Ned Williamson. There's always Ned Williamson.
Okay. All right. Tony's fine. We know we like Tony on these streams.
Dave Adams.
Dave Adams is perfectly cromulent.
That was not bad. Above average round.
Well.
So Max Clark.
Yes.
And normally it'd be Door.
It would be Door, but it can't be Door. The problem is if it's not Door, we have Luke Voigt, who is chosen because of how bad the card is. We have Gary Sanchez, who we just gave an F- to. We have Frank Robinson, who begins with F for a good reason. And we've got Hannes Wagner that...
Hannes Wagner has 12 IVL or something.
Yes. Yeah, but the Combinator version has... Okay, he has more IVL than Power VR in our, big Comerica righty power park.
So Gary Sanchez, right?
I mean, in a single elimination in Comerica, it's not completely nuts.
Well, see, Sport, at least you got Dunlap. We got Knobloch. Like, you can't complain that much of Dunlap, I guess.
We have a second baseman best known for who he hit in the stands.
Okay, I think it actually is Gary Sanchez, though.
I think it might be, but... Oh, no. All right. Have we stayed in the stream long enough for the Spotlight pack to come online, I wonder? By the way, this isn't getting better.
I guess Dollander and John Knight?
Is it the reliever?
Maybe?
No, actually, no. We can't run this card into Righty Power Park.
Oh, that's fair. So probably, well, I guess it's either Knight or Wicks.
I mean, Knight's really also awful for this.
Yeah, he was fine at the time, but he's been pretty severely outclassed by now.
I just keep scrolling through these cards hoping that one of them gets better.
Wicks is like a silver, but at least it's not worse.
Wicks is like the Silver Ranger Suarez before he became Ranger Suarez.
I don't know what this is, just awful. I think it's probably Wicks, but
probably Wicks. All right, we'll yeah, we just can't be Brad Cecil. All right. Hey, we think about it. We get chemistry for those two.
Oh boy, I'm excited. All right.
And we're going to probably take Cole Young by default, so we get more chemistry.
Was it Winfield and Cole Young? Yeah, kind of the only options.
The only two vaguely playable cards. All right. Mauer's fine.
Yep. And
Lindblad is a reliever.
Brett is not awful.
Well, Brett doesn't
awful,
fit the park great, but yeah.
We kind of have to. Yeah, we can't keep taking relievers, it seems.
We could take this bad Miggy. What is this silhouette of Miggy doing, by the way? Like, first off, that doesn't look like Miggy, but...
It's faster than he moved in his whole career.
I was going to say, yeah.
He was good at a lot of things, but running was not so much one of them.
Look, there's even a little silhouette of like a base in the middle of this.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's it. He's lying down on the base, refusing to take a lead.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, it's a top down image. It's like
right.
Yeah. Okay.
This isn't get all right. These cards aren't getting any better if we wait longer, right?
No, I don't think
it was like, who was it that was asked about, how to pitch to Hank Aaron? And he just sort of kept sitting there and holding the ball. And the manager came out. And he's like, you're eventually gonna have to throw the ball. And like, I've heard the sun's eventually gonna explode.
I don't know.
So I remember on release thinking that Earl Yingling might be good.
He was probably okay on release. He's really bad now, but we're still taking him probably because the rest of our cards are worse.
See, if we weren't not going off on tangents, I would have told you about the etymology of Yingling, which actually is a cool story.
All right, well, we'll save it for next time.
Save it for next time we're forced to take him. And then, oh God, Perkins is just still unplayable. All right, so Spore, I want to apologize profusely, but for everything we've said. Can you get them to turn off the draft thing for us?
I don't even. Maybe Dan Pasqua. He's completely the wrong side for this, but for Gorman, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Just take some stuff at this point. It is hopeless. We've got like one good card in the whole draft.
maybe it's hoeing.
Sure. Really,
I know we always have bad drafts, but this is
the only good card we've gotten is Tony Perez. Basically.
This is.
I don't know. Chittum is like not the worst.
He's not great. This actually might be the worst round we've had so far.
You see a better option?
No, the first round was worse.
The first round was worse.
It's probably Romy because at least he's flat.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, it is. It is pretty amazing how consistently we get these awful rounds.
It really is incredible. We should make a compilation. Well, here we go. We can have the Obaldo Jimenez discussion.
Even you agree it's by far the best card in this set.
It is. And is the other? Geez, it folds defense.
Kiddo Davis has a lot of defense. Just don't look at the bat. Whatever you do, don't look at the bat.
I'm just trying. Oh God, I looked at the bat.
just it's a lot of blue on the right side. Now Michael Tucker is okay, right? That was the replacement card. I think he's fine. At least he was at the beginning of the year with the other name.
The replacement.
For what was the guy?
Oh, did we accidentally put Barry Bonds in the game or something?
No. It was I forget the guy's name. Yeah, it was he did something that was exactly the situation. He was removed for good reason.
Okay.
I remember that. Oh, Moore. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Dustin Moore.
Yeah, we really do get some. So, I mean, when we talk about unplayable is like, if you can construct a roster, these are really, these are not good drafts. It's actually kind of incredible how consistent this is.
Funny thing also is that like drafts are really loose in terms of playability. Like anything which is new is good in drafts, basically.
Yeah.
Except when you get nothing which is new and only old cards that were also bad when they were old.
Okay. Kike's
fine.
He's
fine.
Now, can you find a second?
Can actually. Josh Fleming.
Okay. Just look at his face. That is how I feel about this draft.
Yeah, pretty much. But it's actually a pretty good line.
That's the face you make when, like, it's picture day and you suddenly discover that you're playing for the Pirates.
And you're not Paul Skeens or Jared Jones. Or maybe O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah.
What even is this?
This actually might be a worse round than the first one. we got 12 cards here. We got 12 cards to look at in this round.
We have 8 historical cards. They're all launch cards that weren't playable at launch.
I know.
I did try Hal Rennish briefly because he was a very good engine test card, but that was it. He's bad. But he's a really good card for testing the engine.
I will say these drafts are a highlight of our stream at this point.
Like, wow. I guess it's just Arias and one of the Cardinals pitchers.
But I don't even know what it's supposed to be.
If one of the pitchers is like lives is like flattish, they're better than these historicals. So Thompson, I don't know either of these, so I'm guessing. No, that's better than the historicals. I mean, that's better than.
It's probably Fernandez because at least you take the righty in this park.
I guess they look pretty similar. I mean, it doesn't matter much.
Wow. Go with a mustache when in doubt. All right. I gotta ask: is our drafting record on stream now worse than Dishnet's?
It must.
I bet he lasts longer than we do in.
I cannot imagine anyone is worse than this. Walt Drapo, we gotta play.
Okay, all right. I know we were arguing about the card. We clearly got to run him.
And it's right-handed. It's actually pretty good in this park.
It is. Now, your challenge, should you choose to accept it, is to find a second card you're willing to draft.
I think.
And notice that we're out of space for pitchers.
It wouldn't even matter. There's not even a useful pitcher here. I guess it's Rick Burleson because we need infielders more than anything else.
He's barely an infielder. Look at this bat.
I was so excited to get a playable card, and now it's been crushed.
Fellas, hi, playoff pressure. We're working through one of the worst drafts we've seen on stream, and that's saying something.
Tyler Nevin probably plays a lot of positions. He probably plays them poorly.
He does.
Well, it's better than Burleson.
Maybe VR's bat's a little better. At least has a little pop.
Sure.
Now he's got 47 range, and they'll probably accidentally stick him at short and center.
Well, that's all right. He looks better than Nevin, so I guess that's what we're going with.
A little bit. There's this. No,
playoff pressure. This is Perfect Team, which is like a kind of online live service multiplayer thing. You can get in the same league with your friend, but you can't play only against him. I mean, Warren Brewstar is fine, but
yeah, but we already have 12 pitchers.
we already have too many pitchers. All the other
Tom
cards,
Needham would be perfectly fine as a backup catcher, but we already have 2 catchers.
So, actually, I think that Billy Canigliaro is like not horrendous.
I think I disagree, but we should pick him.
Yeah, that's mostly what I meant by not horrendous. He's better than like random lives.
Willie Bloomquist has some BABIP.
Great.
Or wow, we didn't even get any playable irons.
So in the course of this draft, we got 3 cards which are potentially in the meta in their tier: Perez, Jimenez, and Drapo. Right? That's it.
And I don't even think I agree with you on Drapo.
Or Jimenez probably sounded like, but
or Jimenez, actually, yeah.
But at least they're like reasonable.
Yeah, but I think fully half of our team would not have been in the meta on launch day.
Yeah, no, that's accurate.
Okay. I mean, actually, none of this matters, right? Because, No, hold on. There's only one way we can do this. I think Ubaldo's got to get the opening day start.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, what else could you do? It's not even worth fixing this, is it?
Well, I mean, the AI did.
Well, hold on. The AI wants Ubaldo to be a 2-way player.
No, the AI is starting Ken Brett at DH.
Is it? Okay. All right. I was gonna say there's no point in fixing this, but
that one maybe we should fix. So I guess we're putting in
Sanchez. And yeah, it's fine. The AI thinks we have 3 2-way players though, so we got that going for us.
There you go. That's just what we wanted.
You know what? This doesn't need a real strategy. This needs what do you think? Fictional Japanese manager?
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
Fictional Spanish manager?
Okay, actually, I'm looking at Ken Brett. He might be better than Sanchez VR.
All right, which fictional manager are we going with? What do y'all think?
I usually like to pick one of the setting ones, but
Let Ken Brett rake. All right. You know what, Spore? Why not?
Ken Brett. I think only VR though. VL, he's a lot worse.
Let me see. Although he's a lefty, and this is a righty park. Whatever. Gets a Yankee out of the lineup.
There you go.
I love the lineup they've set for us also is crazy, but whatever.
Yeah, not worth fixing it.
It doesn't matter. Okay, but which manager are we using?
So I think it played Cole Young. I think it played Gabriel Arias over Cole Young also. That was an interesting choice.
He's due.
There we go. Yeah, we get to use. I think Ken Brett has had good hitting.
All right, which fictional manager are we using? Let's pick one and we'll call it.
Japanese. Why not?
All right, the general manager or the manager?
Well, our manager always fails us, so we gotta go with the general manager, right?
Fictional general manager, Japanese. Here we go. Okay then.
Always squeeze butt.
Always squeeze bunt.
Don't do anything else. But it's always important also to make sure you bench your relievers when they're 277% fatigue.
Okay, I actually don't know what that will do.
And I think it just ignores it.
All right, should we try one reroll?
This one's great. I like squeeze bunting.
Oh, maybe our fictional Japanese general manager does. I think we should go with the Spanish one.
Okay, all right. Yes.
You know what? Let's just go with yes. just do
More
everything.
Blue, more blue, more better, right? That's how it works.
That's right. More blue, more better. All right. I think we did it.
Yeah, we did it. That's a proper team.
This one's winning Twipped.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. All right, let's raid into somebody. Was that relief pitcher bench fatigue 100%? No, it wasn't. It was 101%.
Bench everyone.
I have no idea what that will do, but we're gonna find out.
That one, 101 is interesting because they can go above 100. Or at least they can get to a point where they don't fatigue as much as.
Well, no. What it says is that you don't just bench them when they're perfect. You bench them when they're Pedro-like.
That's true.
Our best picks are in fact relievers, and don't remind us.
We should have taken Lee Smith. That was the problem with that draft. We didn't take Lee Smith.
It's true. All right, I think we've accomplished what we set out to accomplish. Who can we raid into here? Are there any OTP streamers up?
Yes, it looks like PBE Sim, and that is it.
Then let's raid PBE Sim.
Sounds good to me.
All right, thanks everyone. We'll see you next week when we'll be back with. I swear we're going to do a better Twip draft.
Well, but actual discussion about the thing next week.
Yeah, because we wanted to sort of show you. We'll show, and we can post the results in of the data and Kidney's thing.
Yeah, happy to post the data.
So, all right, sounds good. Yeah, we got a nice short. The problem is we started the stream too late. The length wasn't that bad. But, yeah.
No, we started late to begin with.
All right. See y'all next week. Thanks a lot.